Alright, so now we're going to get into an actual legit programming language. HTML is a markup language and CSS is a style sheet language, both used to physically display content. JavaScript, on the other hand, is a high-level programming language that's used mostly to create interactive effects in the browser. Now, we are able to run JavaScript on the server with Node.js and also in other non-web-based environments like PDF documents, site-specific browsers, and desktop widgets, but we're not going to get into that in this section. Okay, so we're basically going to be looking at client-side JavaScript in the browser. Alright, now when we classify programming languages with certain terms, JavaScript has qualities that can be described using a wide range of terms. So first, it's a scripting language, and a scripting language is a programming language that supports scripts or programs written for a special runtime environment that automate the execution of tasks. So it doesn't do something and wait and then do something else. It has a script to follow. It executes those tasks until the script is finished. And in the case of JavaScript, this all happens within your web browser. Alright, it's also known as an interpreted language, which means that it doesn't have to be compiled into machine code for the system to run it. This is opposed to a language that's compiled like C++ or Java or some of the other high-level languages. And by the way, you probably already know this, but JavaScript has absolutely nothing to do with the Java programming language. JavaScript is also an untyped language. And what that means is that it doesn't use a static type system where all variables and objects have to be specifically assigned to a type, such as a string or an integer or something like that. There are supersets of JavaScript, such as TypeScript, that can use types, but JavaScript alone does not. Alright, so when you create a variable, you don't have to worry about assigning it to a string or whatever. JavaScript is also considered to be multi-paradigm, which means that you can code in different ways. So it's object-oriented at heart. Everything in JavaScript is an object. For the most part, it's prototype-based. Classes are available in the newer ES6 version, which is the latest stable version, but that's something that is very new. It can also be used as an imperative language, which uses statements that can change a program's state. And then it's also used as a good old-fashioned functional language, which is just code composed of a set of functions. So JavaScript uses the ECMAScript specification. It's essentially a set of rules standardized by ECMA International, which is a non-profit standards organization for information and communication systems. Now, JavaScript isn't the only language that uses this standard. You also have JScript, which is kind of Microsoft's adaptation of JavaScript, ActionScript, and then some others. Alright, so here's some notable versions of ECMAScript and JavaScript. ES5 was standardized back in 2009, and it has pretty much complete compatibility in just about every browser. This is the most common version and what we'll be looking at mostly. Now, ES6, also called ES 2015, added a bunch of new features like classes, arrow functions, generators, modules. ES6 features are not all compatible with some of the modern browsers. So in order to use them, sometimes you'll have to use some additional tools such as Babel, which can take that ES6 code and compile it into ES5. So that it can run in different versions of different browsers. And then ES7 or ES 2016 is the most recent version, but it's still in the works. And again, you would need to implement other technologies to compile it down to either ES5 or even ES6. All right, so now we're going to take a look at some of the JavaScript syntax. I'm going to go through some of the syntax very, very briefly, but we will get into more of it as we go along. Alright, so JavaScript syntax is a set of rules for how JavaScript programs are built. JavaScript uses most of the usual instructions and syntax that many programming languages use, such as variables, expressions, arrays, objects, loops, conditionals, comparisons, switches, and functions. All right, just to name a few. So when we talk about JavaScript output, there's a few different things that we can do. We'll probably use console.log the most, and what this does is it'll print whatever we ask it to out to the console within a browser or even within a terminal. For instance, in Chrome, if you hit F12, it'll open up the Chrome tools and you can use the console there. We also have window.alert or just alert, which will display content in an alert box that pops up in the browser. We have document.write, which can display content within a script tag in the HTML. And then we also have inner HTML, which we can use by accessing an HTML element with document.getElementById and then output it to that element. So variables are used to store values. JavaScript uses the var keyword to declare variables and an equal sign to assign values. So if we look down here, you can see we have var x. So we're creating a variable called x, and you want to end your lines with a semicolon. Here we're saying that x is going to be equal to the integer or the number 100. And you can make this shorter by just saying var x equals 100 if you'd like. Now there are some rules to variables. They are case sensitive, so make sure you're aware of that. Variables can contain letters, numbers, underscores, and $ symbols. Okay, but they must begin with either a letter, underscore, or $sign. You can't begin a variable with a number. All right, and that's pretty much universal for a lot of the popular programming languages. Now, an expression is just a combination of values, variables, and operators which computes a value. So any of these are expressions, 2 times 5. You can also have variables, x times 5, and strings. So here we're saying hello world. And the plus sign is used to concatenate. You can concatenate strings or JavaScript, whether it's a variable or a function, whatever it may be. Comments are really easy. This is a single line comment. You want to use the double /, and then if you need to use more than one line, you can use the /*, and end it with */, and you can put your comment on as many lines as needed. Arrays. So if you have any experience with any other programming languages, then you probably have used arrays before. They allow us to store multiple values into a single variable. So in this example, we have a variable called names, and we're setting it to an array with 4 different names. All right, and notice that it uses square brackets, and if they're strings, they have to be in quotes. Okay, if they're numbers, they don't have to be. Strings do. And then here, if we want to access, let's say Bob, we can console log names and then 0. Okay, this pertains to the index of the value in the array. Now, it's 0. Arrays are 0 based. So if you want to access Bob, that would be 0. Jim would be 1. Jose 2. Paula 3, and so on. Okay, so just remember that arrays are 0 based. Next, we have loops. Loops can execute a block of code as long as a condition is true, and then it will repeat that until the condition is no longer true. So there's a couple different kinds of loops. We have a for loop. You can see we're using the for keyword, and we're setting 3 different parameters. We're setting I to 0, and then we're saying as long as I is less than 10, then we're going to run this code, and we're also going to increment it by 1 by saying I++. So essentially this is going to console log whatever I is, and each time it goes through, it's going to add 1 to it because we're incrementing it. All right, so as long as it's less than 10, this will keep running. Once it hits 10, then it'll stop. This while loop does the same exact thing. It's just a different format. You want the while keyword, put in the condition, do what you're going to do, in this case console log, and then just increment. Objects. So almost everything in JavaScript can be considered an object. Objects have properties and methods is kind of a fancy way of just saying function. All right, so we're going to go over this in depth later on, but if you want to create an object with some properties, You can see we're creating an object called person, and we have these curly braces that's going to define it as an object, and then we have different properties. Okay, in this case we have name, age, and hair color. Now strings should be in quotes, either double or single, and numbers don't have to be in quotes. To access a property, we can simply say person.name, and that'll access this property here. And of course we could do person.age or person.haircolor in this case. And then if there's a method attached to an object, you can also use the dot syntax here. So this would call the getName method on the person object. Conditionals and if statements, these work just like if statements in any other programming language. They'll run a block of code if something's true. Alright, so in this case we have a variable called x, which is equal to 10, and we're going to say if x is greater than 5, then we're going to console log the word yes. Okay, and x is greater than 5, it's 10, so this would run. We can also attach an else in case it's not true. So if x is greater than 5, say yes, else if it's not, then we're going to say no. A switch can select one of many blocks of code to execute, and this is often used as an alternative for an if statement. In this case, we're testing the value of x, and we apply different cases to it. So if it's 1, if x equals 1, then this will go ahead and run. It's just going to print out yes, x is 1, and then it's important that we break out of that as well. Okay, if it's 2, it's going to console log that. And default basically happens if none of the above cases are true. So in this case we're going to log no, x is not 1 or 2. Functions are blocks of code designed to run some kind of task. They can be created and then invoked later on. In this case we're creating a function called say hello. You can see that we need to have our parentheses here and then a set of curly braces. Inside here you can do whatever you'd like. In this case we're just going to log the text hello world. You can also use parameters. Okay, so here you can see we have a parameter called greeting. So when we run this function, we can actually pass a value into it, and it'll console log that value. Alright guys, so in this video we're going to talk about JavaScript variables, arrays, and objects. But before we get into that, I want to show you the different ways that we can output data using JavaScript. So we have just an index.html file with our basic HTML structure, and what we're going to do is in the body we're going to go down to the bottom right above the ending body tag and put in a script tag. Alright, and in here we can put put our JavaScript. Alright, so I just want to show you the different ways that we can output. So what we'll be mostly using is console.log, and what that'll do is it will log whatever we want to the console. So let's just say hello world and save it, and then if we run this in the browser you won't see anything here, but if you hit F12, I know it's F12 in Chrome and Firefox. Those are really the only two browsers I use, but I know that IE and Safari also have tools that you can use. Alright, and you can see that if you make sure you click the console tab, and it's giving us hello world. Okay, so whatever we log out in the console will show down here. So that's what we'll be using for the most part. But there are some other things we can do. We could use document.write. Okay, so write is a method that we can run from the document object, and whatever we put in here, let's go ahead and save it, reload, and that'll output on the screen, okay, wherever we put the script tags. So if we were to say up here, if we write test, and down here we'll write testing, reload, you can see that hello world is in the middle of those two. So wherever we were to put the script tags, but this isn't really a good way to output data. You don't want to have script tags all over the place. Alright, but you can do that. Another way that we could output data is through an alert. Okay, so we have the window object, and then that has an alert method or function. We'll say hello world, reload, and you can see we get this pop-up, this alert box with hello world. All right, and you actually don't even need to use window dot. You could just do alert, and that'll do the same thing. All right, and then the last method of output I'm going to show you is inner HTML. So with this, what we would do is, let's say we have a div, we'll give it an ID of test, and then down here we could say document dot get element by ID, and the element's ID is test, and then we can say dot inner HTML equals, and then whatever we want, we'll say hello world. If we go and we reload, now you can see wherever we put this div with the ID of test, it's going to output hello world. Alright, so those are the main methods of output. So next thing we're going to do is move on to variables. And we touched on variables very, very briefly in the last video. So what we can do is set a variable with the keyword var. So if we were to say var x, that's going to create a variable called x. Now if we go and we console.log x, you'll see that it comes up undefined, okay, because we didn't assign it to a value. So what we can do is say x equals 5, and then when we reload we'll get 5. Okay, and of course to make this a little shorter, we could just say var x equals 5, just like that. Alright, now we can also do simple arithmetic. If we say var y equals 10, and basically we can do some algebra. So if we console log x plus y, that gives us 15. Okay, so those are numbers or integers that we're assigning to those variables. We can also do strings. So if we were to say var person equals John Doe, and then we'll console log person, okay, we get John Doe. So this is a string, and a string has to be wrapped in quotes, and it can be either single or double quotes. Now let's say we want to use this in a sentence, in a string that we console log. So we'll say, just remember strings have quotes, we'll say my name is, and if we were to go like that, you can see we get my name is person, and that's not what we want. To make this an actual variable, we have to concatenate that onto this string. So to do that, we use a plus sign. Okay, so now if we reload, you can see it says my name is John Doe. Alright, now if we want to assign multiple variables on one line, we could do that. So let's say var a equals 1, and then we can put a comma, b equals 2, c equals 3, and then if we were to console log b, reload, and you can see we get 2. Okay, so it saves a little bit of space. So variables are a pretty simple aspect of JavaScript. So now let's talk about arrays. And arrays are basically, they allow you to have multiple values within one variable. So let's do an example here. We'll create a variable called animals, and we're going to set that to a set of square brackets, which represents an array. And then we're going to put some values in here. We'll say dog, cat, and these are strings, but of course you could put numbers. And let's say horse. Okay, so we have this array of animals, and we can actually console log that. And down here you'll see we have our array. If we click that arrow, it'll show us each individual value. Now if we want to target one of these, like let's say we just want cat, then we can say console log animals, open up a set of brackets, put in 1, reload, and now you can see we get cat. Alright, the reason that it's 1 and not 2 is because arrays are 0 based. So this would be 0, 1, 2. Okay, and adding to this is also really easy. We could say animals, and we know that this is it'll be the third index, 0, 1, 2, 3, and set that to, let's say, cow. Alright, now if we console.log animals, you'll see that cow is now included on the end. Now, this is one way to create an array. We can also use the new keyword. So I'm just going to show you. This would be the way I would suggest, but just to give you an alternate way, we could say animals equals new array, and then a set of parentheses, and then we can say dog, cat, horse. Okay, we reload, we get the same thing. Okay, so just another way to do it, but I would suggest doing it this way. Now another way to add something to an array is to use the push method. So we can say animals dot push, and in here we'll say pig. Okay, now if we console log it, you'll see that pig is now added to the end. So there's a few different ways to do some of these things. Now this push method is available to us because an array is actually an object. Okay, just about everything can be considered an object in JavaScript. So it has its own set of methods and properties. Okay, so this is a method that pushes onto the array. All right, now we also have, for instance, length, which is a property. So let's say console.log animals.length, and what that gives us, if we reload, you can see it gives us a 5. It gives us the number of items in an array. So we start out with 3, we added cow, which is 4, and then we added pig, which is 5. Okay, another method that's available to us is sort. So if we were to paste that in, and we'll say animals dot sort, and that's a method or a function, so it needs parentheses. Reload, and now you can see that it gives us the array, but it's now sorted in alphabetical order. Now we also have associative arrays where we can actually define the index to be something other than just a number. So let me just comment that out. And what we'll do here is, let's say we'll create var person, and we'll set it to an empty array, and then we can add indexes to it. So we'll say person name, we'll set that to John Doe. Okay, actually we don't want the var. And let's say person age, and we'll set that to 35. And then let's say city, and we'll set that to New York, and this should be lowercase. Okay, so now we have this person. This is an associative array because instead of just using 0, 1, 2, we're using actual words. Okay, so if we want, we can say console.log, and let's just log person. And now when we reload, you can see that each value basically has its own key. Okay, that's a set of key value pairs. If we want just the name, we can say person name, and reload, and we get the name. So this works pretty much how objects work, okay, and that's what we're going to look at next. So to create an object, let's create one called car, and we'll set it to have a list of properties of key value pairs, and they're going to be wrapped this time in curly braces. Alright, so we'll say make will be Ford, and we'll have model Mustang, and year we'll say 1964. Alright, so we now have this car object. Let's go ahead and console log it. Okay, we reload, and you can see it tells us it's an object, and it gives us the different fields, okay? Just like an associative array. And if we want to access a certain property, we could simply do dot. We'll do dot make, reload, and we get Ford. Okay, so instead of using the square brackets here, like we did with the array, we just use dot. All right, now we can also have an array of objects, which is something that you probably work with a lot, especially when dealing with different APIs. When you fetch data from a server, a lot of times it'll come back as JSON syntax, which is basically an array of objects. So let's create a variable called cars and set it to a set of brackets, and then in these brackets we'll have objects. Okay, so I'm just going to grab what we have right here, paste that in. Okay, so that represents one car, and then we'll copy this. Make sure you put a comma there, and then we'll just change this up. We'll say Impala. We'll say 78. This one, we'll say Toyota Camry 2015. All right, so now what we want to do is log this. Okay, and then down here you'll see that we get these three objects. Click on these arrows, and that'll give us each of the fields. All right, so that is an array of objects. If we want to access a certain one, we can go ahead and use an index. Let's say 1. Remember, there's 0 base, so this would be 1, the Chevy. Reload, that gives us the object. If we want to focus in on one of the properties, we could say dot model, and that gives us Impala. Okay, so we can easily access any of these objects and their properties. All right, so we're going to stop here for now, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this video we're going to talk about three things: loops, conditionals, and switches. So we'll start with loops, and loops basically allow you to run a block of code and execute tasks as long as a certain condition is true, and it'll repeat that task until the condition is true. All right, so let's do a really simple example. And there's basically two types of loops we'll be going over. It's the for loop and the while loop. So for a for loop, we're going to go ahead and use the for keyword, open up some parentheses, and in here we're going to have three parameters. The first is going to be a declaration of the variable we're going to use within the loop. We're going to call it I, and we want to set it to 0. Okay, we want to separate these parameters with a semicolon. The next is going to be the condition. So let's say as long as I is less than 10, semicolon. And then the last will be just an increment. We want to say I++, and that's just going to increment whatever I is by 1. So in here, all we need to do, or all we want to do, is just console log I. Okay, so let's go over it again. We're setting a variable I to 0. We're saying as long as it's less than 10, then we want to run whatever is in here. And we're going to increment it by 1 after every time it runs. Alright, so if we save and we go and reload, you'll see that down here console logs 1 through 9. Okay, the reason it went to 9 is because the condition is if it's less than 10. Once it hits 10, it's no longer less than 10, so it cuts off. It's not going to keep going. All right, if we were to change the condition to less than or equal to 10 and reload, you can see now 10 is included because that's part of the condition. Now we're going to work more on for loops, but before that I just want to show you the while loop, which is very similar. Okay, so I'll show you how to do the same exact thing. So we're going to say while, and then all we want to put in here is the condition. So we'll say while I is less than 10, and then in here we want to console.log I, and then we do the increment in here as well, so we'll say I++. Alright, and then what I'm going to do, is comment this out. Okay, we'll run that, and let's see, I is not defined. Okay, so I actually has to be defined outside of it, so we'll say var I equals 0. Okay, so the main difference is when you declare the variable, you're doing it outside of the while loop. And then you're incrementing it from within here, not within the parameters. Alright, so let's go ahead and comment that out too. And next I want to do another for loop, but I want to use a for loop to loop through an array. Alright, so let's say var people. Okay, we'll create an array of people's names. Say Bob, Frank, Sally, and Mike. Okay, so we have this array of people's names. And all we want to do is print these out. Okay, just like we do with the numbers, we want to print out these names. So we'll say for, same thing, we're going to say I equals, actually we should be doing var I equals 0. And then we'll say as long as I is less than people dot length. Okay, remember, an array is an object, and an object has a length property. Okay, in this case would be 4. So we're basically saying as long as I is less than 4, and then we'll increment. And then down here what we want to do is just console.log people and then I. So now if we go and we run that, you can see that the names are now being printed out down here. Now we can also do this with objects or an array of objects. So I'm going to bring my comment down, and then we'll create a variable called people again, except this time it'll be objects. So we'll just do name Bob, and let's also give him an age. So age 40. Okay, and then we'll say Frank 30. Sally will say 25. And then Mike will say 34. Alright, so we have this array of objects. And then what we want to do is the same thing we did up here. I'm just going to grab this for loop. Okay, except we want to get the name property. So right here we're just going to do dot name, reload, and you can see we get the names. If we want to get the age, we can do that as well. And you can see we get a list of all the ages. Now, you most likely won't want to just console log this stuff. You'll want to output it into the browser. So I'm going to show you how to do that. First thing we're going to do is create a variable called output, and I'm just going to set it to just to an empty string right now. Alright, and then in our for loop, let's go ahead and get rid of this. In our for loop, we're going to say document dot get element by ID. Okay, and we need to create an element to insert it in. So up here, let's create a div. Or actually, let's make it a UL, and we'll give it an ID of people. Okay, so now down here, we want to get the element with the ID of people, and then we're going to say dot inner HTML, and we want to append to this. We don't want to just set equals, because that'll replace it. We want to append, so we can do that with plus equals. Alright, so we're going to say plus equals, and let's make it an LI, and then inside the LI I want the name and the age. So let's go ahead and concatenate here people I.name, concatenate, and let's see, we'll put a dash, and then we need to concatenate again the age, and that should do it. So let's save it, reload, and now you can see we have an unordered list here with the name and the age of each person in that array. Alright, so that is the for and while loop. Now we're going to take a look at if statements, and if you've worked with other programming languages, you probably already know some of this stuff. I'm just going to comment this out. Alright, so what we'll do here is let's create a variable called x, and we'll set it to 25. Actually, let's set it to something lower, say 10. And then we'll create another variable called y, and we'll set it to 15. And then we're going to do a simple if statement. We're going to say if x is less than y. Okay, so if x is less than y, then we want to do something. What we want to do for now is just console log, and we'll just put in x, and let's concatenate here. Say x is less than, and then we can concatenate y. Like that. Alright, so let's go ahead and run that, and down here 10 is less than 15. Alright, so let's do an else. Then I'll just copy this. So we know if it's else, then x is going to be more than y, right? So even if I reload, it's going to stay the same, but if I go and I change 10 to 20 and then reload, now it says 20 is more than 15, so it's now running this. Now there's one other outcome that we can have, and that's equal to. So if we set these both to 20, reload, we get 20 is more than 20, which doesn't really make sense. Alright, so what we want to do is add an else if in this situation. So right here, let's say else if, and then in here we'll say x is equal to y. Alright, and then we'll console log, and we'll just say x is equal to y. So now if we reload, we get 20 is equal to 20. Okay, if we were to change that, we get 25 is more than 20. If we were to change this to something higher, we get 25 is less than 30. So every situation is now covered with this if-else statement. Now you can also use other operators in here, and you can do more than one thing too. So let's say we have another variable called z, and we'll set that to 10. Okay, so in here we want to say if x is less than y and z is equal to 10. Okay, so both of these have to be true in order for this to run. Okay, and if we reload, let's actually change this a little. We'll say and z is 10. Okay, and you can see we're getting that because x is greater than y. X is less than y, and z is equal to 10. If I change this to, let's change that to 14, it's not going to work. Okay. So you can also do or, and or would be two pipe characters like that. So in this case, this would only be true if x was less than y, or if z is equal to 10. Okay, so it doesn't have to be both, it can just be one. Alright, so next thing I want to look at is a switch statement. So let's comment this out. And what we'll do is we'll create a name, and we're going to set it to the string Joe. Okay, and then what we'll do is have a switch, and that switch is going to take in that name. Okay, it's going to check on that name, and then we're going to create a couple cases for it. So let's say case Joe. I'm going to put a colon there, and then what we want to happen. So we'll just do console log. We'll say my name is Joe, and then we need to break. Okay, whenever we finish with a case, we want to break. Let's say Jeff Okay, break, and we'll do one more name. Let's say Jack. Alright, so if we go and we run this, you can see we get my name is Joe. If we were to change name to Jeff, reload, we get my name is Jeff. If we were to change it to, let's say, Adam, and reload, nothing happens. Okay, so in this case, what we want to do is set a default. So we'll say default, and let's do console.log, and we'll say my name is, and then we'll just concatenate on the name variable up at the top, and then break. So now if we reload, we're going to get my name is Adam, okay, because that's in the default. Alright, so we're going to stop here. That is loops, conditionals, and switches. Alright, in this video we're going to talk about functions and events, which are two really important aspects of JavaScript. So we'll start out with functions. A function is just a block of code that you can name and you can call whenever you want. Alright, so let's start out with something very, very simple. We'll create a function called sayHello. So notice that we use the keyword function and then we name it whatever we want. In this case, say hello, and then we need to put parentheses and then some curly braces. Now the function, the tasks, or what you want to execute go within the curly braces. So let's just do console, actually we'll do an alert. So we'll just say alert hello. Okay, now if I save this and I reload the page, nothing's going to happen because all we have done is declared it. We haven't actually ran it. So to run it, we can just say hello, and you need to include the parentheses as well. So now if we reload, we get an article box here that says hello. Alright, now we can also have parameters in functions. So I'm going to just comment this out. And let's do the same thing. We'll say hello. And this time we're going to pass in a parameter. And this is going to be, we'll call it greeting. Okay, of course you can call it anything you'd want. And then we'll just do console.log, or alert rather, greeting. So essentially whatever you put in here is going to alert. So when we have our say hello down here, let's throw in a string. Okay, remember strings you need to use quotes, either double or single, and we'll say hello world. So we reload and you can see we get hello world. Now we're not limited to just one parameter, we can have as many as we want. Let's say we want a name, and then what we'll do here is we'll alert, we'll say greeting, and then we'll concatenate a space, and then we'll have the name. Okay, and then down here, let's say we want hello for the greeting, put a comma in, and then the name, we'll say Jane. So now if we reload, we get hello Jane. Okay, now let's say that we only include one parameter here, even though it takes two, we get hello undefined. Alright, so a good thing to do in this situation would be to assign a default parameter, assign a default value to this parameter name. Okay, so let's say by default we want it to be Jeff, so we could just say equals and then whatever we want, in this case Jeff. So now if we reload, we get hello Jeff. Alright, now I'm gonna comment this stuff out, and then we're gonna create another function, and we'll call it getSum. And that's going to take in two values, two integers. We'll say A and B. And then all we want to do down here, let's say alert A plus B. And then we can say getSum. And in here, let's pass in 4 and 5. So you probably know what's going to happen. We're going to get 9. Now, when you're using functions, sometimes you want to use the value that's returned in something else. So let's say we want to store this in a variable. Say var sum equals get sum for 5. Alright, and then let's do console.log sum. Okay, and if I open up my console with F12, reload, you can see it's still alerting because that's what the function's doing. What we want to do is we want to return the value. Okay, so we're going to get rid of that and these parentheses, and we're going to say return A plus B. Reload, and now you can see we get 9. And we can do what we want with this. We could say, we could put a string here and say the answer is, and then we can concatenate that sum just like that. Or of course we could just take this and stick that right in there. We don't even need the variable. Alright, so that's how you can return values from functions. So the next thing I want to do is show you how to use events. Alright, so we're going to go up into the body here in the HTML, and let's put a button. And for the text, let's say get date. Okay, so what we want to happen is we want to be able to click this button and then have it display the date for us. And the event we want to use is onClick. So right in here we can say onClick equals, and we could even put JavaScript right in here. For instance, we can say alert 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now if I click this, we get an alert with 1, 2, 3. But this is very bad practice. You don't want to use inline JavaScript like this. So what we would do is call a function here. Let's say get date, and then down in the script, I'm just going to comment this stuff out. Down in the script, we'll create a function called get date, and let's do alert 4, 5, 6. So now if I go and click that, we get an alert with 4, 5, 6. Okay, so getting the date is very easy in JavaScript. We can create a variable, let's call it D, and we'll set it to new date. Okay, and then if we go ahead and we alert D, click that, and you can see we get the date and time. Okay, a long string that gives us the full date and time, and even the time zone. Okay, so with get date, there's a number of methods we can use with it to format it. So let's say we want to get the day as a number. So we could say d dot get date. Okay, if we go ahead, now you can see we get 25. Okay, because today's August 25th. There's also get day. If we want to say get day, reload, click it, and we get 4. Okay. And that's because it's Thursday. Now I'm going to paste all the different methods that you can use with this date, and I'm just going to put that right in here in the comments. Okay, so you can use any of these, and you can format the date however you'd like. Alright, but we're just going to get rid of this and just keep the D, but instead of alert, let's put it in the web page. Okay, so right underneath it we'll say div ID, and let's give it an ID of show date. Actually, let's make it an H1. And then down here, we'll say document dot get element by ID, show date dot inner HTML equals D. So now when I click it, you can see that the date now shows up in the web page. Now as far as events go, there are quite a few. This is on click. We can also do on mouse over. So if I reload and then I just go over the button without even clicking it, you see that that event fires. Okay, we also have on mouse out. So that's when you leave the element. So I'm going to go in, I'm hovering over it. When I leave, that's when it fires off. Okay, we also have on double click, or on, I believe it's, yeah, DBL click. Oops. So now reload. If I click once, nothing happens. Double click, and you can see the event fires. Now we also have quite a few events for forms. So I'm going to create a really simple form. So I'm actually going to paste it in. So very simple form. We just have a name, email, and what we can do here is we can add to the form tag an onSubmit event handler. Okay, so when we submit, we'll call a function called form submit, or let's say submit form. And then down here, we'll go ahead and create that. And let's do an alert, and we'll just say form submitted. Now if I reload and I go ahead and click submit, we get form submitted. Now usually you want to get the values that you put in the input box. So that's actually really easy to do. So what we'll do is we'll say, let's create a variable name, set it to document.getElementById, and then we don't have an ID. Oh yeah, we do. Okay, so we have ID name and ID email. So in here we'll put name. Now just this isn't going to get the value. You actually have to add .value to be able to get that. Alright, and then I'm going to copy this and we'll put the same for the email. Okay, and then let's do alert, and we'll say name. Actually, let's say, yeah, we'll just say name. So reload, type in John Doe, something for email, submit, and you can see we get John Doe. If we want to get the email, we could also do that. Submit, and it gives us the email. Now, even though we can just go ahead and put onSubmit equals submit form, there's a better way to do this, and that's to use an event listener. So you set up an event listener to do just that, listen for an event on a certain object, all right, or a certain element. So I'm going to get rid of this, and we're going to give this form, we're going to give it an ID of, let's say, my form, all right, and this cleans things up. It allows us to just keep our HTML and JavaScript completely separate. Alright, so we have an ID of my form, and then we're going to go down here, and we're going to say document.getElementById, and we'll pass in my form. And what we want to do is say .add event listener. Okay, and then we're going to pass in here the event, which in this case is going to be submit, not onSubmit, but submit. And then the function that we want to run, submit form, and false. Okay, you can put some options in, but we're not going to do that. Okay, so we have this event listener. When the form with the ID of my form is submitted, it's going to call submit form. So we should get the same result. Submit, and you can see we get our alert. Alright, now let's say we don't want to alert, we want to console.log, submit, and you'll see that it's not logging anything down here. Alright, that's because the form is actually submitting, and we don't want that. So we can prevent that by passing in an event parameter here, and then we'll say e.prevent_default. Okay, and that's going to prevent the default behavior of the form. So if I reload now and we put something in here and submit, you can see that it's now being caught down here and the form's not actually submitting. Alright, and when I say not submitting, I mean it's not submitting to the web page. Now before we go, I just want to give you some examples of a couple other events, okay, for forms. So we have one called onBlur. So let's say onBlur, actually it should be lowercase, equals, and I would suggest in production not doing this. I would suggest doing the add event listener, but just for simplicity, we're going to do this. So let's just say we have a function called test. So down here we'll say function test and alert, and we'll just say blur. Okay, so what that means is that when we click inside and then we click outside of the input, that's the blur event. Okay, click in, click out. Well, it's not on the name, but I mean it's not on the email, but that's what the onBlur is. Okay, at the same time we have onFocus, which is the opposite. It's when you enter it. So let's say onFocus, reload, and when I click in the form now, you can see that it's saying blur, but it's actually focus. Reload, and we get focus. And then I'm just going to paste in up here some of the other ones. So there's onChange when the input changes, onSelect if you're using a select list, reset if you reset the form, onKeyDown, onKeyUp, and onKeyPress. We also have onLoad, which can be assigned to any element, and a lot of times it'll be on the body. So if we say onLoad equals, and we had a function called init, and then down here we'll say function init, and let's say we'll just do console log page loaded. Okay, reload, and you see we get page loaded. Alright, so that's going to be it for now. In the next video, we're going to kind of continue on this with the forms. I want to create a simple form. We'll use Bootstrap, make it look nice, and I'll show you how to do some validation using JavaScript. Hey guys, in this video we're going to put together a quick form, and I want to show you how to do a little bit of form validation using just JavaScript. Alright, so we're also going to use Bootstrap just to make things look a little better, but I'm not going to download Bootstrap. I'm actually going to use the CDN, which I don't remember the URL, so we're just going to search Bootstrap CDN. Oh, it is. It's bootstrapcdn.com. Alright, so we're going to grab this link right here to the CSS, and let's put that up in the head area. Alright, and then we're going to go to Get Bootstrap. Let's go to Getting Started. Not Getting Started, CSS, I think. And Forms. And then I'm just going to grab this to start with. Whoops. Copy that. And let's put this in the body. Okay, so this is going to be, I guess, a registration form. So I'm going to get rid of this for attribute in the label, and this will be the name. Okay, and this will be type text. ID is going to be name. And let's see, I also want to have a name attribute. And the value in this case will also be name. Alright, so I'm going to copy this, and then we can replace all this stuff here. Okay, so name, next one will be email. We'll change type to email. Actually, I'm going to keep that to text because I want to show you how we can validate an email address without using the type email. Okay, we're going to change the ID, and we're also going to change the name. And then this one here will be password. Okay, type is also going to be password. And then we want a password confirmation as well, so I'm going to copy this form group div, and we'll say confirm password, and for the ID we'll call it password 2 along with the name password 2. Alright, so let's take a look at that. Alright, now I'm going to wrap this in a container. Okay, we'll indent this. Okay, so there's our form. Let's put an H1 at the top here. We'll just say register with us. And let's give this H1 a class of text center. Okay, so there's our form. And we want to make sure we give it an ID as well. So we'll just call it reg form. And then down in the script area, we're going to say document.getElement by ID, reg form, and we're going to add an event listener. And let's pass in the event will be a submit, and let's say we'll call the function register and then false. Okay, so then we're going to have function register. Alright, and we're going to pass in an event here and then do e.prevent default, okay, because we don't want it to actually submit. And then for now, let's just say console log submitted. Alright, so let's save that and reload. Let's see, document.getElement. Okay, this should be a capital I. Okay, if we submit, we get submitted. Good. Now we want to catch the values, so let's go ahead and create variables for those. So name, get element by ID, name, and it's going to be the value that we want. Okay, so we'll copy that. So with the name, we also want the email, and we want password, and let's say password 2. Okay, so we have those values. Now when we submit the form and everything passes, we want it to just give us a message that says the user's name and then has submitted with whatever the email address is. Alright, so what we'll do is let's put right above the form, I'm going to create a div, give it an ID of MSG for message, and let's give it a class of alert. Alright, now the alert, the color class, whether it's alert success or danger for an error, that's going to be dynamic depending on what the message is. So I'm not going to put that class in yet. But what we want to do is go down here and we'll say document. Actually, you know what we'll do is put the message in a variable as well. So we'll say var msg equals document dot get element by ID msg. Alright, and then down here we'll say msg dot inner HTML, and then we want the name, and then we'll concatenate a string. So we'll say name is registered with email, and then we want to concatenate the email. Alright, so let's see how that works. If we submit, Actually, we need to fill something out here. We'll say Brad. Okay, so you see we get Brad is registered with the email techguyinfo@gmail.com. So we want to be able to have validation, because if we submit, it just says is registered with email, and that doesn't make sense. So first thing we'll do is make sure that the required fields are filled out. All right, so we're going to go right here and put in an if statement. So we're going to say if name is equal to nothing, or email is equal to nothing, or password or password 2 is equal to nothing. Okay, if that's true, then we want an error. So we're going to do msg dot inner HTML, and we'll say please fill out all fields. Alright, and then we'll do an else. Then this will happen, which is just the success message. Okay, so we'll put that in there. So now if we go and we reload and try to submit, we get please fill out all fields, and it should do that as long as any of them aren't filled out. Last one, submit, and that works. Alright, so that's the first part of the validation. Now I also want to add the class. Okay, I want to change the class if this is an error or a success message. So what we can do is use class name. Alright, let's go here where it would be an error. We'll go right above the inner HTML and do msg dot class name equals, and let's set that to alert, and then alert dash let's see, this is going to be danger. That'll make it red. Alright, and then let's copy it, and then in this, when it's successful, we want it to be alert success. Okay, and these are bootstrap classes. So now if we reload, try to submit, you can see now it's red. If everything's filled out, submit, now it's green. So let's say we want another rule, like your name has to be at least 3 letters or 3 characters. So we'll go into where the success is, which is this else, and we're going to put another if else. Okay, we'll grab the, let's just put a comment here that says success. Okay, we'll cut that and then put that inside the else. And what we want to test here is we want to say if name dot length is less than 3, then we'll copy that, paste that in, and then for the message we'll say name must be at least 3 characters. Okay, so now if we reload, make sure everything's filled out except the name, will put 2 characters. Submit, and you can see we get that error. If we have 3 or more, it passes. Alright, so we have 2 validations. We have the required fields, and then we have the name characters. Now we do have an email field, so we also want to test for that. So let's go into where our success is, and we're going to have one more if statement. Grab this. Okay, put that in the else. And you can see you can go as far as you want as far as the different validations. Now there's a lot of different ways to validate if an email address is formatted correctly. Regular expressions is one, but what we're going to do is we're just going to look for the correct characters. So we know an email address has an @ symbol at a certain place, and we know it has a dot at a certain place. So what we'll do is create a variable. We'll say @POS for @position, and we're going to set that to email dot index of, and then whatever character we want, which in this case is the @ symbol. Alright, and then we'll have another variable called dot .pos for dot position. Okay, I'll set that to email dot, and then we want last index of, and in here we're going to put dot. Alright, now for the if statement, it's going to be if at POS is less than 1 or dot POS, dot POS is less than at POS plus 2, and then we want to say greater than, then we want an or dot POS plus 2, and then greater than or equal to the length of the entire thing, so email dot length. Okay, so it's testing to make sure that that at symbol is in the correct position as well as the dot. Alright, and then let's go ahead and just grab this. Okay, because if this isn't true, that means the email isn't formatted correctly. So we'll say, please use valid email. Alright, so let's go ahead and test this out. So put in a name. For email, let's put in something that isn't an email. Password, submit, and I gotta remove that T. Please use valid email, so if we say something at something.com and submit, and then it works. Alright, and then the last thing we're going to do here is make sure the passwords match. So we want to go again inside this else, another if statement, grab that. Okay, and then all we want to do here is say if password is not equal to password 2, then we'll grab that, and we're just going to say passwords do not match. Alright, so let's try that out. Okay, so make sure everything's good except for the passwords. They're not going to match. So we'll do 111, 112. Submit. Passwords don't match. Let's change that to match and submit, and it works. Alright, so we now have a form that has quite a bit of validation. And we didn't use jQuery or any kind of validation library. It's just straight up JavaScript. Alright, so we're going to stop here, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so now we're going to talk a little bit about AJAX. Before we get into our coding, I just want to touch on what AJAX is and how it works. So AJAX stands for Asynchronous JavaScript and XML. And don't let that name throw you off. You don't need to know XML to use AJAX. In fact, JSON, or JavaScript Object Notation, is used much more with AJAX than XML is, at least at this time. So AJAX is used to update specific parts of a web page without reloading the whole page. And it works by exchanging small amounts of data with the server behind the scenes. Okay, so it can make HTTP requests without having to refresh the entire page. Alright, applications like Gmail, Google Maps, YouTube, and Facebook all use AJAX in some way. So let's take a quick look at how AJAX works. So it starts out with some kind of event, whether it's a page load, a button click, a form submit, whatever it may be. And a special object called an XML HTTP request object is created. And that's basically the foundation of AJAX. And that'll send an HTTP request behind the scenes to the server. The server will then process it, it'll create a response, and then send it back to the browser. And then the browser will update the page accordingly. Alright, so the XML HTTP request object is an API that provides client functionality for transferring data between a client and a server. And it's compatible with just about every version of every browser, and it gives us a behind-the-scenes way to transfer data. All right, like I said before, it's not limited to XML. It can use JSON, it can use a file protocol, it can use FTP, and so on. So since the XML HTTP request object is an object, it has properties and it has methods. Now I'm not going to go over all of these in depth, but some of the ones we'll be working with: on ready state change, which fires off when the ready state property changes. Response will return either an object or a document or a DOM string. Response text contains the request as pure text. Response type is an enumerated value that defines the type. What else? Status will give us either 200 if everything's okay, or 404 if there's some kind of page error. And then the rest of these timeout, we're not going to really get into that, but these are the properties that are available. Okay, we also have methods. We have abort, which will abort the current request, and we can set the request header with get response header. Open is used to initialize a request, and then send will obviously send the request. Okay, so we'll get into some of that in a little bit. So this is a simple example of how to create our XHR object. All right, when I say XHR, I mean the XML HTTP request object, which is kind of long to say. But we're just creating a variable here, and then we're checking to see if it's available, if this window.xml HTTP request. Now, this should be true in all modern browsers. I think that IE6 is the last one that doesn't allow this. So if you want, you can also say else here, and then you need to use this new ActiveX object. This is for, like I said, IE5, IE6. It's not even, you don't even need to include this really, but basically to create it, we're going to take our variable and say new XML HTTP request, and that should create the object. So sending a request, we can use the open method, and then you're going to pass in what type of request. In this case, it's a GET request, and then the URL or the file name. In this case, it's just a text file. All right, and then to actually send it, you want to use .send. Now, GET and POST are two different requests that we can use. GET is faster, but it's much less secure and should only be used to do things like request data from a server. POST is used to do things like send data to the server, send user input, things like that. All right, so a good example for a GET request would be a search form. All right, you're not actually posting sensitive data to a server. You're just trying to receive some information based on your parameters. All right, a POST would be used for something like a user registration form. So getting a response, this is just an example that I grabbed from the documentation. You can see that we're getting response XML, so it'll be an XML format. Down here, we're just using some standard JavaScript get elements by tag name. All right, so basically that would look for any artist tag, and then we have a loop that's going to loop through and grab all the artists, and then down here put it into an element that has an ID of demo. All right, and we'll do this in a little bit. Not this exact code, but something like it. All right, so we also have events. We have onReadyState, and this stores a function to be called every time the ready state changes. All right, so you have this ready state event, and it has 5 states. It has 0 through 4. So 0 is not initialized, 1 is when a connection is established, 2 is when the request is received, 3 is when it's processed, and then 4 is when it's finished. All right, and then you also have a status, which will be 200 if everything's okay, and 404 if it's a page not found. All right, so in our code, we're going to want to test to see what state we're at. Okay, we're not going to want to move forward until we're at 4, and I'll show you how to do that. All right, so let's jump into some code, and I can give you some examples. Alright guys, so we're going to jump in and just do a little bit of Ajax. And what I want to do is create a button, and then when we click that, I want to use the XHR object to basically make a request and then bring in a text file into a certain area in our page. So I have this index HTML file, and I'm going to create another file alongside it called file.txt. And then we'll open that up, and I'm just going to say, we'll say this text is from the file.txt file. Save it and close it. Alright, so let's go back into our index page, and we're going to, let's see, create a button. And let's go ahead and add an on click to that. And when it's clicked, let's say we have a function called change text. Alright, and then underneath it, actually let's go above it. We'll put an H1 and we'll say change this text. Okay, we'll put a line break here, save it, and that's what it should look like. Oh, we need to put some text in here. Okay, now in our script tags, we're going to want to create a function called change text. Alright, now we're going to create our XHR object. So let's create a variable called XHTTP. We're going to set it to new XML HTTP request. Alright, and then we can take that object, XHTTP, and we're going to call the onReady state change. Okay, onReady state change, and let's set that to function, and then we're going to do an if statement. Okay, remember how it has different states? We want to check to make sure its ready state is equal to 4. So XHTTP dot ready state is equal to 4. And we also want to check the status. Remember, the status, if everything's okay, should be 200. So we're going to say XHTTP dot status equals 200. Okay, so when that's true, we know that everything's okay. And what we want to do is get the response text. So let's say console.log XHTTP dot response text. Okay, now remember we have to run the open and then send. So down here, outside of the if, we're going to actually do, I want to be outside of this function, which ends here. So right here we're going to say XHTTP.open, and this is going to be a GET request, and then the URL or the file, the location is going to be file.text, and then we're also going to set true. Alright, now that's the last thing we need to do is run send. Okay. So let's go ahead and save that. And actually, you know, instead of the console log, I don't want to do that. I want to change the H1. So we'll say, let's see, let's put a ID on this H1. We'll just say main text. Alright, so down here we'll do document dot get element by ID main text dot inner HTML equals, and we're going to set it to that response text. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that and reload. If I click the button, let's see if we're getting any errors. Oh, since we're in Chrome and we're not on a web server or anything like that, it's just a file, it's giving us this error. Now you could upload it to something like an Apache server or something, but if you want, you can just use Firefox because they don't have this limitation. So I'm going to open up Firefox real quick. And let's go ahead and paste that in. And if I click change, now you can see we're getting this text is from file.text. Alright, so that's how Ajax and the XHR method works, or the XHR object. Now I'm going to stop here, and in the next video we're going to continue on with this stuff. Instead of just getting text from a file, we're going to use the GitHub API, which is a JSON API service that we can use to get information from developers that are registered at GitHub and have profiles and repositories. Alright, so we will get into that next. Alright, so in this project I want to create a simple application that will display some stuff from GitHub users' profiles. Alright, now GitHub has a really easy to use, nice API that will return JSON content to us so that we can use it in our application. Alright, so if we go to, let's say, http api.github.com/users/ and then just put any GitHub user, I'm going to put mine in, you'll see that it'll return a JSON object with all that user's information. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to use Ajax to behind the scenes make a request to this URL and get this information so that we can use it in our application. Alright, so let's go ahead and in here we'll create a div and give it an ID of profile. Alright, and then down here in the script tags we're going to have a function called getProfile, and we want to set a username, and I'm just going to set it to my username. Alright, and then we're going to create the XML HTTP request object, put that in a variable. Okay, just like we did in the last video. And we're going to call onReadyStateChange. And set that to function. And then we're going to do a if statement, make sure everything's okay. So we're going to say if xhttp dot ready state is equal to 4 and dot status is equal to 200. Then we're going to set a var called user and set this to xhttp dot response text. Alright, now let's go ahead and put in document.getElement by ID. The ID we want is profile. We'll say .inner HTML, and for right now let's set that to user and see what we get. Alright, now down here we have to run the open. Okay, that's going to be a GET request, and here's where we need to put the URL. So it's going to be https api.github jason.com/users/ and then we want to concatenate that username variable. Alright, and then we just want to add in true. Okay, then we need to send it. So we defined get profile, but we haven't called it, so we're going to go down to the bottom here and just say get profile. Alright, so let's see if that gives us. So that gives us the actual response in text format, okay, which obviously isn't what we want, but I just wanted to show you that we are in fact getting the data. What we do want to do is turn this into JSON content so that we can actually use it to display in our application. So instead of just this response text, we want to wrap this in a JSON parse function. So JSON.parse. Alright. And then we should be able to get stuff like, let's say, username, which is, let me see, right here. You can see name. So dot name. Let's try that. Okay, so now you can see we can get the name, we can get any of those fields we want. So I'm actually going to bring in Bootstrap just to make it look a little better. So I want the Bootstrap CDN. We'll copy that and let's go and add that up here. Okay, and then let's see. Let's do a panel. So I'm going to go to getbootstrap.com and components. Let's open this up a little bit. Let's see, panels. So I'm going to grab this right here. And what I'm going to do is paste that in here. Now, if we use quotes like this, we can't use multiple lines, okay? We're going to get errors. What we can do is use backticks. So if we use the tick that's to the left of the number 1 key, we'll use it there, and then here we can use multiple lines. Alright, and this is actually a feature of ES6. Alright, so let's just tab this stuff over. Alright, so I want to make sure that that shows up. Okay. Let's put a container around the profile div though. Okay. Alright, and then what we'll do is in the title here, we'll put, since this is going to be a variable, it's going to be JavaScript, and we're using we're using a template literal by using the backticks. We want to do $, and then a set of curly braces, and in here we should be able to do user.name. Okay, so now you can see that the username is now in the top here. So then what we'll do is in the body, we'll use the grid. We'll put a div class row. Div class call MD. We'll do 3. And then we'll do call MD 9. Alright, now we can actually get an avatar too. You can see right here, avatar URL. So in this column here, we'll just put an image tag with a source, and the source will be, we're going to use the $, curly braces, and user.avatar URL. Let's see if that works. Okay, so we get image, and in here, let's see what else we want. Let's do the website or the blog right here. We can do that, and we'll put this stuff in a list group. Okay, we'll say website user.blog. Okay, and then I'm just going to copy that li, and then we'll put, let's see, let's do the email. And you can make this look however you want. What else? I don't have a bio. You know what we could do is use Bootstrap labels, and we could put things like the number of repos. Yeah, let's do that. So let's see, labels. Grab that. And I'm just going to get rid of these two list items, and we'll put the labels above the UL. So we'll say public repos, and we should be able to get that with this right here, public repos. user.public_repos. Alright, let's see what that does. Okay, so the image, we actually want to add a style up here, because we need to make it 100% width so that it stays within its element. There we go. Alright, and then the LIs should also have a class of list group item. Put a line break, and another one. Okay, and then we can also get public gists. Let's do that. So I'm going to copy this span right here. Okay, we'll just change this to gists. Okay, we can change the color as well. We'll change label, let's say danger, we'll make it red. Alright, and then we'll just put a button that goes to the actual profile, which we can get right here, HTML URL. So under the UL, we'll put a link. Okay, and that's going to go to user.html_URL, and let's give this a class of btn and btn default. Okay, we'll also make it open in a new tab, so we'll say target equals underscore blank. And there we go. Okay, now if we go and change the username right here, we'll say Bob, and that'll get us the user with the username Bob. Alright, now you probably want a way to change it without having to edit the code, so what we can do is add in an input form. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll go above the profile here. Let's create, actually let's put in a form tag, and then a div. We're going to give this the class of form group. And let's do a label, let's say GitHub username. All right, and then we'll have an input with the type of text, and let's give it an ID of username. Okay, we're also going to give it a class of form control. Okay, so there's our input. Now I'm going to put a submit button under it. Actually, let's not do the submit. We'll use enter to submit. You should be able to do that. Yeah, so we need to set up an event listener, so we're going to go down to the bottom here, and let's do document dot get element by ID. Okay, now we're going to need an ID on the form, so we'll call this user form. So in here we'll say user form, and then dot add event listener, and in here the event will be submit, and then the function will be get profile, and then false. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of this call to the function to automatically run. So now if I type in, okay, so did that run? Let's say console.log, and we'll say fetching. Oh no, because we have to prevent it from submitting. So we're going to pass in an e parameter and then just say e.prevent default. Okay, so when I submit, it works, but it's still looking for Bob. So what we need to do is we're going to set up, let's see, we're going to set up variable username, except we're going to set it to document dot get element by ID username dot value. Okay, and then we're going to do a little test here. We'll say if not username or username is equal to nothing, then username will equal whatever you want. I'm just going to put mine. Alright, so let's go ahead and reload, and let's say test. Okay, so that must be what comes up for test. Let's try and put Bob. Okay, that comes up for Bob. We'll put mine in, and there we go. Alright, so we can now search for GitHub users. So that's going to do it for this application. I hope it wasn't too much, but I think it gives us a good example on how Ajax works. We're updating this one part of the site. We're fetching data using the XML HTTP request object. Alright, so that's it. I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so now that we've gone over the basics and the fundamentals of JavaScript, we're going to jump in and start to look at one of, if not the most popular JavaScript library, jQuery. So jQuery is a lightweight, fast, and feature-rich JavaScript library, and it was created to make things easier in JavaScript. So things like DOM or document manipulation, event handling, simple animation, and more. jQuery can be used simply by including a single file in your HTML document. So this here is one of many CDN links that are available, and of course if you want you can download it and include it in your project file structure. So jQuery uses a special syntax for selecting HTML elements and performing actions. jQuery is represented by a $, you can see here, and essentially every selector will look like this. Okay, you'll have the selector wrapped in parentheses with a $sign. Now, all of the same selectors we use for CSS can be used in jQuery. All right, we can stick the actual element in there, like you can see here. We have an H1, so this will take all H1s on the page and apply the hide action. All right, we can also use classes with a period and IDs with a number sign. All right, and then there's a lot of other selectors we can use as well. All right, so this is from the documentation. You can see this asterisk here. This is going to select all elements on the page. If we're in, let's say, a current function or a current element, we can use this to select it. Here you can see we're selecting all the paragraphs with the classes of intro. Here we're selecting the first paragraph element. Here we're selecting the first LI inside of a UL. Here's the first child LI. This is going to select all elements that have an href attribute, so we can actually select elements by their attributes. We can even go a step further and select all the elements that have an attribute equal to a certain value, or even attributes that are not equal to a certain value. This one here selects all button elements and input elements that have the type of button. Okay, so you can specify the input type. This here will select all of the even table row elements. This will select all the odd table row elements. Okay, so you have a wide range of selectors available. Now, document.ready in jQuery is used to make sure that everything is all set before you actually run your jQuery code, because you don't want to run it too early because it'll break, it won't run. All right, so you can see we're actually using the $sign here. We're using document as our selector, and we're calling .ready. Okay, that takes a callback function, and then all of our jQuery code would go in there. All right, if you want, you can use the shorthand syntax, which doesn't use the word document. It just cleans it up a little bit, but for the most part, we'll be using this. So just like with JavaScript, jQuery has its own events. Okay, so most DOM events have an equivalent in jQuery. So you can see we have click, we have mouse down, mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse up. So we have a bunch of different mouse events that we can use. Load, unload. We have a bunch of different keyboard events that we can use. Double click, die, bind, unbind. I'm not going to go through all of these and what they do. We will be touching on most of them throughout this section. All right. So the event syntax, basically we'll take some element, we'll use some kind of selector, and then dot, and then the name of the event, in this case is click, and then a callback function, and in that callback function is where we'll put our code. All right, now this here is actually a shorthand syntax for what it really is, which uses the .on action. So we can do this just as well, .on, and then the name of the event, and then the callback function. jQuery also has some really nice effects, so we can easily hide and show things using the hide and show action. We have toggle, which is basically going to switch back and forth. For instance, if we want to hide something, we'll click it, and then we'll click it again, and it'll show it. So it'll toggle those two states. All right, we also are able to fade in, fade out, fade toggle, and then fade to certain elements, and slide down, slide up, and slide toggle. Animate, which allows us to do basic animation, and then stop, which will stop any of these effects when run. All right, and we'll touch on these later on. So jQuery is very powerful when it comes to DOM manipulation. Okay, so we can actually edit the document object model using jQuery. So text will set or return text of a selected element. If we want the actual HTML and HTML tags, we can use that. Val is used for input form values. Adder will allow us to either get or set attributes. Append and prepend will allow us to insert content at the beginning and at the end of selected elements. All right, we also have before and after. This will allow us to insert content after and before elements. Remove, which will obviously remove selected elements and all of its child elements. And then we have empty, which is a little different. It doesn't remove the actual element, but it removes all the child elements from within. All right, and then we're also able to manipulate CSS using add class, remove class, toggle class, and then CSS, where we can actually add real CSS styles inside of that action. jQuery is also used to simplify Ajax. In the last part, when we went over JavaScript, we worked with Ajax a little bit, and this just makes it a lot easier than what we had to do there with creating the XHR object. Alright, so Ajax allows us to exchange data with a server and just upload parts of a web page without having to refresh the whole page. Alright, so jQuery gives us tools like load, which will load data from a server and put it into a selected element. You can see an example of the syntax right here. It takes a URL, data, and callback function. We also have get, which will request data from a server with an HTTP GET request, and also post, which will post data to a server using an HTTP post request. Alright guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to get started with jQuery. We'll include it in our document, and then we're going to look at some really simple things like selectors and some of the mouse events that we can use. So we're going to need to include jQuery, and there's a few ways you can do it. You can use a CDN, which is a content delivery network, which is just basically a link to an external jQuery file, and you can Google has CDNs available, so does jQuery.com and some others, but we're going to go ahead and just download jQuery and include it in our project. Okay, so if we go to jQuery.com/download, and there's a few different versions. We're going to use the latest one at this time, which is 3.1.0. So I'm going to click this download the compressed production jQuery, and that's going to download. Let's see, I want that to go in my project folder, and I'm going to create a folder called JS, and we'll save it right in there. Okay, so along with that, we just have our index HTML file. Okay, so now that that's in there, we're going to include that up here in the head. So we're going to say script source, and that's going to be in the JS folder, and let me just check the exact name of the file. Okay, so jQuery-310.min.js. Actually, I'll just copy it. Okay, so we'll just go like that, and now it's included and we can use it. So what I'm going to do is in the body, I'm going to create a paragraph, and actually let's just do a paragraph for now. Okay, save that. And then down in the script area, first thing we want to do is make sure that the document's ready for us to actually run jQuery. So we're going to use the $, which is basically stands for jQuery. And our selector in this case is going to be the entire document, and we're going to use the ready action. Okay, so when it's ready, then we're going to run a self-calling function. Okay, and then inside that function is where we want all of our stuff to happen. So let's just, for right now, we'll say alert1, and if we reload, you can see we get an alert box. Okay, so the document's ready, and then it's running whatever we put in here. Alright, so what I want to do is grab this paragraph. So to do that, we need to use the jQuery selector, which is just going to be P. Okay, so whatever the tag, same as the CSS selectors. And then we can do stuff to that. So let's call a really simple action called hide. Alright, so now if we reload, that's going to run, and you can see that it hides that paragraph. Alright, we can also bring it back with show. So we'll say .show, and reload, and now you can see it's back, okay, because it hides and then it goes back to show. Now if we were to put another paragraph, and let's just comment out the show for now, reload, and now both paragraphs are now hidden, okay, because this is going to select all paragraphs. So if we want to target a certain one, what we could do is put a class here. Let's say class P1, and then down here we can specify paragraph with the class of P1. So now if we reload, only the first paragraph is going to be targeted and hidden. Okay, and we don't need to put this P here. We could just do .P1, and that gives us the same result. If we wanted it to be an ID, we could simply use the number sign like that. Alright, now I want to take a look at some of the mouse events that are available. So what we'll do here is let's create a button, and I'm going to give this button an ID of we'll say my BTN. Okay, and then for the text we'll just say click. So now we have this button, and I want to set up a click event. So down here, let's just comment that out. Actually, you know what I'll do is we'll do a multi-line comment here. That way, as we move along, we can comment stuff out. Okay, so we're going to use a jQuery selector, and remember it has an ID of my BTN. So we'll use the number sign and then my BTN, and it's going to be a click event. So we'll say .click, and then in here we need a self-calling function, and then whatever we want to happen. In this case, we'll just alert, and we'll just say you clicked. So if we reload, I click the button, we get an alert that says you clicked. Alright, now when we say .click, this is actually a shorthand syntax, okay, that jQuery uses. What it does actually is it calls the on method. So it says on, and then in here the event, which would be click, and then the function. Okay, so you'll see if I go ahead and I comment this out, we should get the same exact result. Alright, so it's all preference. It's up to you if you want to use the shorthand with just the event name, or you want to use on and then pass the event as a parameter. Alright, but for the rest of this video and probably for the course, we're going to use the shorthand syntax. Now, instead of just doing an alert, let's go ahead and make it so that when we click this button, the paragraph here will hide. Okay, so all we have to do is just again use that selector, and we'll say .p1 .hide. So when I click it, you can see that it goes away. And if we want to be able to toggle it, you'll see right now if I click, it does nothing after it's hidden. But if we want, we can say .toggle, and now every time I click it, it's going to toggle between hide and show. Okay, so you can see how easy it is to have one element on your page affect another one. And that's really where jQuery shines, is through DOM manipulation. Alright, so let's take a look at some of the other events we have. I'm going to go ahead and just comment that. And let's copy this one here, shorthand click event. And let's change this to DBL click. Okay, for double click. So now if I click it, you can see nothing happens. If I double click it, then we get the alert. Alright, and let's just make this the toggle. Okay, so now I have to double click it to do the toggle. Now I'm going to create, under our button, I'm going to put a couple line breaks, and let's create a div, give it an ID of square. Alright, and then up in the head, we're going to put some style tags, and we'll say ID square, give it a background of red, and let's give it a width of, let's see, what did I do, 200 pixels, and a height of 200 pixels. Okay, so if we reload, we now have this red square, and I want to take a look at some of the mouse events. Alright, some more of the mouse events. So let's do hover. I'm going to copy that, and let's just bring this comment down. Okay, I'm going to change this to square, and then change this to hover. And then what I want to do is target the actual element that we're in. Okay, now we could just go ahead and use this this selector down here, but since we're already in it, we can actually use this, which makes things a little bit easier. Alright, so let's take this element and we're going to say .text, which will actually add text to the element, and let's pass in hovering. Okay, now if I go and we hover over it, you can see now we have the text hovering. Now if I go outside of it, it doesn't clear, okay, because it just does this one command. Now if we do want to do something when it's no longer true, when we're no longer hovering, we can add a comma right here and put in another function and do what we want. So let's say this dot text, and then we're going to just put in some blank quotes. Alright, so now if I reload, hover over it, you can see hovering, and then when I leave it, it's going to run this. Okay, so there we go. We also have events called mouse enter and mouse out, which can give us kind of the same effect. So what I'm going to do is comment this out, and let's grab, actually we'll just type it out. So we'll say square, let's do dot mouse enter, and we'll do the same thing, this hovering text. Okay, so reload, go in, we see hovering, and it does the same thing. It's not going to clear on its own, but what we'll do is, let's see, we'll go in here and let's do mouse out and then just clear this. Okay, so we can do that, but I think a better way would be to use this. Okay, so that gives us kind of the same effect. So another one we have is mouse down and mouse up, which pertain to the mouse buttons. So let's go ahead and comment that out. And I'm going to grab this, paste that in, and let's say mouse down, which will be when you're holding the button down. And we'll just change that to mouse down. And then here we're going to say mouse up. Text will say, actually, you know what, we'll just have that be blank. So now if I go in and I hold down the mouse button, you can see mouse down. When I release it, it clears. Okay, so that can be pretty helpful. And then the last mouse event that I want to show you is mouse move, and what that can do is it can actually track the position of the cursor of the mouse. Alright, so let's go ahead and add our selector square, and we're going to say dot mouse move, and we're going to pass in function, and this time we actually want to pass a parameter in here for an event, and then we're going to create a variable called MSG for message. Let's set it to the text mouse position. Alright, and then we want to append to that, so MSG, to append to a variable you want to use plus equals, and then we're going to take event, and we want the X position, page X, which is horizontal, and let's just concatenate a space, and then we're going to add on event dot page Y, which will be the vertical. Alright, and then we want to output that, so let's create another div and put some line breaks, and then we'll have a div with the ID of output, and then down here we can grab that with jQuery, and we're going to use .html, which works just like text, except it actually parses HTML. So we can put a div, and then we'll concatenate that MSG variable and then our closing div. Alright, so now if I go and reload, we enter it, you can see down here it says mouse position, and it actually tracks the X and Y values of where it's at. Okay, so you can just imagine the possibilities that you could do with something like that, as far as drawing or moving things or some other kind of animation. So that can be really helpful. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and stop here. Those are the mouse events that you can use with jQuery. In the next video, we're going to kind of work on to this with forms. I want to show you some of the form events and input events that we can use, and we'll go from there. Alright, in the last video, we took a look at some of the mouse events that jQuery offers. Now we're going to look at some form events. Alright, so we have an index.html file here, and what I'm going to do in this video is I want to use the CDN. So if we say jQuery CDN, and let's see, code.jquery.com, and let's click this jQuery 3.x uncompressed, and that'll give us a script tag that we can use. Okay, so we just paste this in, and then we don't have to download jQuery, we don't have to include it in our file structure or anything like that. Alright, and I would suggest if you're if it's a production application, I would suggest downloading it, including it in your file structure. But if you're just prototyping, or you're just developing, you're still in development mode, then this is a quick and easy way to include jQuery. Alright, now what we're going to do is create a simple form in the body. Okay, so we'll say form, we're going to give it an ID of my form. Alright, and let's put a couple different fields in here, and we're going to wrap each one in a div. Okay, and then each field will also have a label, so we'll say name, and let's put input, and type is going to equal text. Alright, and then I'm just going to copy this div. Okay, paste that in a few more times. This one will be email. This one will be, let's say, location. And then this would be, I don't know, we'll say category. I just want this to be a select list. Okay, so let's replace the input with select, and then put some options. We'll say value equals 1. So this will be category 1, and we'll just copy that, put 2 more in. Alright, and then we want a submit button, so we'll say input type is going to be submit, and let's set a value of submit. Alright, so we'll save that, and now we have a very simple form. Okay, not much to look at, but that's fine. I'm actually going to put a line break after each label. Alright, so it looks a little better. So first event we're going to look at is focus. Okay, so focus is when you click in to an input and you can see that basically it's active. Okay, that's focus. So in here we have our document .ready. So we're going to grab the form, which has an ID of my form, and we want all inputs. So we're going to say input dot focus. Okay, put in a function, and what I want to do is I'm going to change the background color. Okay, now we're going to use the CSS action, which we haven't talked about yet, and we will talk about in the DOM manipulation video, but basically it just allows us to apply CSS. Okay, so we're going to use this because we're talking about the current input we're in, .css, and then the style we want to create is background and then the value is going to be pink. Alright, so if we save that, reload, click inside a field, and now you'll see the background is pink. Now if I click outside of it, it doesn't clear yet. Okay, so you can see that these are now stuck being pink. So what we can do is we can then target the blur event. Blur is when you actually leave the input. Okay, so down here we're going to do this dot blur, and we have to pass in a function, and then we can take this right here, paste that in, and let's change pink to none. Alright, so now if I click in, turns pink, I escape, I go outside of it, it turns back to white. Alright, so we have focus and we have blur. Next I want to take a look at change, and that's very helpful with select lists. So let me just show you what I mean. So we're going to go underneath, let's see, this ends right here, so we're going to go underneath that. I'm just going to put some comments in here. It's change event, and this is focus and blur events. Alright, so we want to target the select. So we're going to say, let's see, we need the ID my form and then select. Okay, then we're going to call dot change. And what I want to do is when we select an option here, I want to display it down here. So I'm going to put a div up here right below the form. Let's put some line breaks. And let's put div, and we'll give it an ID of output. Alright, and then down here what we're going to do in the select event here is we're going to create a variable called cat for category, set it to nothing, and then what we'll do is we need to use a jQuery loop. We're going to use an each loop. So in the selector here we're going to say select option colon selected. Okay, so when whatever is selected, and we're going to say each, and then pass in a function, and then we're going to just append to that cat variable that we have. So remember, appending is plus equals, and we want this pertaining to the select dot text, so whatever text is in that select, and then we're going to just concatenate a space just like that, and then below that each loop we're going to grab that output ID and add text and then pass in the cat variable. Alright, so let's go ahead and save, reload, choose category 2, and now you can see it shows up down here. Okay, whatever I choose is going to show up down there. Okay, we can also have a select event. Alright, and that doesn't necessarily pertain to the select box. What it does is if we have some text in an input and we go ahead and highlight it, that's going to fire off the select. So what I'm going to do is actually add a value to the location here. So we'll say value New York. Okay, so now when we enter the page, it has a value of New York. And what we're going to do is put in a selector here of colon input, and then we're going to call select, and let's use that input ID that we have, I'm sorry, output, and we'll do dot text, and let's say something was selected. Alright, and then we want to do dot show, and then I want it to fade out after a minute. Alright, and don't worry about the fade out. We're going to get into this in the effects and animation video, but basically it's just going to fade out within a second or 1,000 milliseconds. Alright, so let's go ahead and reload and watch as I select it and I release, we get something was selected. Alright, and actually if we don't want it to fade out, we can just get rid of that. And there we go. Alright, so that's select. Now I want to take a look at submit. Okay, so when we submit a form, that will actually fire an event. Alright, so let's do my form dot submit okay, and then let's take the output ID and we'll say dot text form submitted. Alright, now if I reload and we just fill out this form and submit, you'll see that it just kind of flashes and then goes away. And the reason for that is the form is actually being submitted to a page, and we don't want that. We don't want the form to actually get submitted. So what we can do is pass in an event parameter here and then simply say e.prevent default, and that's going to prevent the default behavior of the form. So now if I go ahead and submit, now you can see that we get form submitted and it stays there. The last event I want to show you is the key down or key up and key down events. Okay, so let's go ahead and take my form input. So basically any input, we're going to say dot key down okay, and then let's take the output dot text, and in here we're going to say let's say you are typing. Okay, so now if I reload and I click in one of these and I hit a key, it's going to say you are typing, and it just stays there. Okay, so that's fine if you want to test to see if someone's actually, if they push a key down, but if you want to only fire it off when the key is actually down, then we can use key up here. So let's say this dot key up, and we'll take that output element and let's say dot text, and then that'll just be blank. So now when I hold it down, you can see you are typing, and then when I release, it goes away. Okay, so that can be helpful for a number of things. Now that's going to be it for this video. Okay, so that's how we can use form events with jQuery. In the next video, I want to get a little further into DOM manipulation. Alright, so I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to really get into DOM manipulation with jQuery. So the DOM is the document object model, and basically just represents the map of elements on an HTML page. Okay, so that includes the head and body tags, any paragraphs, headings, just anything that is in your web page. And we can add items to the DOM, we can remove, we can change them, we can add attributes, whatever it may be, we can do that with jQuery. Alright, so to start off here, let's create a div and give it an ID of D1. Okay, and then we'll have another div with an ID of D2. Okay, so just blank divs. Now, let's say that we want to add some text into this div here. Okay, without, editing the HTML, we want to do it through jQuery. So we can just use our D1 ID, and we can say dot text. Okay, we've done this before, and we'll say hello world. Reload, and we get hello world. So we can add stuff, we can add text to our document object model using jQuery. So let's say we want to add HTML. So we'll get our D2 and we'll do .html, and we can actually just put in HTML tags in here like this, and that'll give us an H1. Now if we were to do that in text, that's going to actually print out the tags. Okay, so just remember that if you want to actually use HTML, you need to use HTML and not text. Alright, now we also can interact with input values. So let's say we have an input, and we'll give this an ID of I1, and let's give it a type of text. Okay, so what we can do is we can target that input with I1, and if we want to mess with the value, we can use val. Okay, so in here we'll say hello world. Reload, and now our input has the value of hello world. Now it's important to know that these text, HTML, val, these actions go both ways. So if we want to get the text or the HTML or the value, we can easily do that as well. For instance, if we want to alert D1 dot text and reload, and you can see we get hello world. So you can get the text and you can set the text. Same with HTML and val. Okay, I'm just going to comment that out. Now we can also work with attributes. Okay, so let's say that D1, we want to give this an attribute. All right, and let's say we want to give it a class. We can do that through jQuery. So we'll say D1 dot attr, or ATTR, and we want to pass in first the name of the attribute. Let's say class, and then the value we'll just say something. So now if we save that, reload, we're not going to see any difference here. And then if we open up a console here with F12, and let's go ahead and examine this D1, and you'll see it has a class of something. Okay, so that was added through jQuery. Alright, now we can also remove attributes. So let's say D1 dot remove attr, and then just pass in the name of the attribute you want to remove. Let's say class, reload, and now if we look at that D1, it doesn't have that class anymore. Okay, it was removed. Now the next methods I want to talk about is append and prepend. So we're going to, let's add some line breaks here, and then I want to create an unordered list, and let's just give it, we'll give it an ID of list1, and let's put some list items in here. Okay, so we have an unordered list with 4 list items. So if we want to use append, we can actually add onto this list. So let's go ahead and use our selector here, the ID list1, and we're going to say dot append, and in here we're going to put in some li tags, and let's say last item. Okay, because since it's append, it's going to add on to the end. So if I reload, you can see this one is last item. Okay, and at the same time we have prepend if you want to add to the beginning. So let's change this to prepend, and then let's change the text here to first item. Reload, and you'll see that that was prepended, and it's the first item in the list. So that's append and prepend. We also have before and after. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this, and we're going to change that to before. And let's go ahead and change this to a paragraph. And in here we'll just say before list. Reload, and you can see that was placed before the list. Okay, if we look at down here, we have the UL, and then the paragraph is right before it. Okay, so append and prepend is going to put it inside here. Before and after will be on the outside. Okay, so if I go ahead and copy that, change that to after, and reload, and you can see that's put in directly after the unordered list. Okay, so we can also remove stuff. So let's say list one, and we'll do dot remove, reload, and the entire UL is gone. You can see that nothing's in between these paragraphs. So it removes not only that element, but all of its nested elements. Now we also have one called empty, and let's go ahead and paste that in and say empty, and let's see what happens. If we look at the markup, you'll see that the UL is there. Okay, so what it does is it empties all the child elements, so there's no LIs inside. Okay, so that's the difference between remove and empty. Remove will get rid of the whole thing, empty will get rid of its children. Alright, now we're going to move on to working with CSS and manipulating CSS. So up at the top here, I'm just going to create a couple styles. So we'll have a class called red, and basically we just want the color to be red. And let's create a class called green, and we're going to set color to green. Alright, so to add a class to something is really easy. So let's take that D1 for example, okay, which is that first div. So ID D1, let's say dot add class, and then the name of the class is red. So if we go and we reload, you'll see that now the D1 text is red. Okay, so we can simply add a class. Now we can also remove a class. So what I'm going to do is in the HTML, this div with the ID of D2, let's give it a class of green. So that's going to go ahead and make that green. Now if we wanted to remove it, we could simply say D2 dot remove class, and then pass in the class we want to remove, which is green. And now if we reload, it's no longer green. We can also toggle classes. So let's create a button up here under the UL. And let's give it an ID of myBTN. Okay, and then down here, we're going to grab it, ID myBTN dot click function, and let's see, let's toggle the D2, which is the hello world. Well, they're all hello worlds, but the hello world heading. So ID D2, and then we're going to say dot toggle class, and then the name of the class, which will be green. So now if we reload, and then as I click this, you'll see that the hello world heading goes from green to black. Okay, so we can toggle classes. All right, and we're using color, but obviously your classes can include whatever styles you want. Now we can also apply CSS, which we have done, but just to remind you, Let's say we'll take D1 and let's say .css, and we'll say background, and we'll make that background pink. So now if I reload, you'll see that we have added a background style through jQuery without having to add any kind of style CSS. Okay, another thing we can do is manipulate height and width of elements. So let's say D1 dot width, and let's set it to 150. Okay, if we reload, you can see now it's set to 150, and obviously we can also do height, which I'll set to 50. Okay, so we can easily manipulate the dimensions here. Alright, we also have a method called replace with. So let's do, we'll say D2, and we'll say dot replace with, and that's exactly what it does. It'll replace this element with whatever we want. So let's say we want H2. We'll just say replaced. Reload, and now you can see that it's no longer in, what was it, an H1 with hello world. It's now an H2 with the text replaced. Now we can also wrap things in elements. So let's say the LIs. We want to grab all of the LIs, and let's say dot unwrap. And what that's going to do is it's going to take its containing element, which is obviously a UL, and get rid of it. So now if we reload and look at the markup down here, you'll see all of our LIs, they're no longer wrapped in the UL. Okay, and at the same time we can also wrap stuff. So let's say D2 and then dot wrap, and let's just wrap it in a div. Okay, we'll save, reload, and now D2, let's see, div. Oh, we no longer have the D2 because we replaced it. So let me just comment out the replace with. Okay, so now if we look at D2, we have a div around it. Okay, the div with no ID or class. So you can see that manipulating the DOM is really helpful and also really easy. So in the next video, we're going to start to look into effects, some of the different effects, and some simple animation with jQuery. Alright, so jQuery has some really useful and nice effects that we can use, and we can do some very basic animation as well. Alright, so we've taken a look at some of these, such as hide, show, toggle, but we're going to look at those and some additional ones such as fade in, fade out, slide up, slide down, and also the animate action. Alright, so we have an index.html, we're including jQuery through the CDN, we have our document.ready down here, and what we're going to do is in the body, let's go ahead and create, we'll create a paragraph, we'll give it a class of P1, and I'm just going to paste in some dummy text here. Okay, so just a simple paragraph, and then above it we're going to have some buttons. So I'm going to give this button an ID of btn hide. Okay, and then what I want to do is just be able to hide this paragraph. So down here we'll grab the button and we'll assign a click event to it. Okay, and then when that's clicked, we want to grab the P1 and we're going to call hide. Okay, now if I reload, we click that button, you'll see that it goes away. All right, now it stays hidden, so what we could do is have another button for show. So this will be btn show, and what we'll do is just copy that, show p1.show. Okay, so now hide it, show it. All right, now if we want to have this functionality with just one button, we can do that with toggle, which we've seen before. So we'll call this btn tog. Grab this. Toggle. Okay, so now we can just simply toggle with this one button. So we've seen all this stuff before. Now if we want to do something a little more slick than just simply hiding and showing, we can use fade. We can use a fade. So we have fade out, fade in, and fade toggle. So what I'm going to do is copy these three buttons, and we're going to change these. This one will be btn fade out. This one will be btn fade in, and then this one will be btn fade tog. And then let's copy these three events. We're going to change this to fade out, and then we're going to say p1 dot fade out. This one will be fade in. Right here, this will be fade in. And this one will be fade toggle. Alright, so let's go ahead and try these out. So if we click fade out, let's see, what did I do? btn fade out. Oh, this right here needs to be dot fade toggle. Alright, so let's reload and fade out, and you can see it's different than if we were to just hide. You can see it slowly fades out, and then we can fade it back in, and we can fade toggle. Now if you want to edit the speed of this, that's easy. We'll just go to fade out, and let's say 4,000, and what this is it's milliseconds. So 4,000 milliseconds is actually 4 seconds. So if we go and we click fade out, it's going to fade out within a 4-second time frame. Okay, let's make it 2 seconds, and let's do 2 for all of these. Okay, so fade out, 2 seconds, fade in, fade toggle. Alright, now we can also use slide up and slide down, very similar. So let's copy these. Okay, so we're going to change this to btn slide up. This one will be btn slide down. And then this one will be btn slide tog, which will be slide toggle. Alright, and then down here I'm going to copy these last three, change this to slide up. The actual action is also slide up, and of course you can use the speed as well. In here you can edit the speed. Okay, and then this one will be slide tog, and then slide toggle. Alright, so let's see what this does. If we say slide up, you'll see it slides up, slide down, and it's all within 2 seconds because that's what we specified. Alright, let's actually change it to 1. Alright, and then if we change it to nothing, if we don't add anything in, it goes like that. Okay, so those are the different effects we can use. Now we also have an action called stop, where we can actually stop it when it's in the process, when it's in the effect. So let's go ahead and add one more button to the end here, and I'm going to give it an ID of btn stop. Okay, and then down here let's add a click event for that. So in here, when we click stop, let's say .p1 .stop. All right, so now let's say slide. When I say slide up, I'm going to go over and click stop when it's in the process of sliding. Actually, you know what? Let's make it a little longer so that we can actually see it. Okay, so slide up, see it's going, stop, and it stops it. And then when we click slide up, it'll actually continue from that spot. All right. So now we're going to talk about animate. All right, so I'm going to create up here under the paragraph, put some line breaks, and we're going to create a button. Let's give it an ID of anim. For the text, we'll say animate, and then we'll put some line breaks, and then a div, and let's give this a class of square. Okay, and then up here, I'm going to put some style. Okay, so we want to grab that square class, and let's set a width of 100 pixels, a height of 100 pixels. We'll set the background to black, and let's make position relative. Okay, so now we should have a button, and we have this black square. Alright, so we want to add a click event to the anim button. So down here, we're going to say ID anim, and we're going to use a click event here, pass in our function, and then we're going to grab that square class, dot square, and we're going to call dot animate. Okay, now in this animate, it's going to take in an object with some properties. So we're going to give it a left, and let's say 250 pixels. And let's also change the opacity, or the transparency of it. We're going to set that to 0.5. And then let's set the height. We're also going to make it bigger. So for height, let's say 200 pixels, and then width, we'll also say 200 pixels. Okay, so let's save that and see what happens. If I click animate, you'll see that it does all this stuff. It animates and it goes over 250 pixels, and in order for that to work, you have to make sure that its position is relative. Alright, because the default position is static, and that's not going to understand what this left means. So make sure it's relative, and then when we click it, it goes over 250 pixels. The opacity turns to 0.5, and then the height and width change to 200 pixels. Now, notice if I click it again, it doesn't do anything. But what we can do is we can make it so that when we click it, it keeps going. So for the left, the position, what we can do is add plus equals. Okay, and then we also want to do down here in height plus equals. And I'm going to just make it 100 pixels because each time we click it, I want it to only increase 100 pixels. Okay, so if we reload, click it again, you'll see that it keeps going. Alright, so you can do it just once, or you can add the plus equals, and it'll allow you to keep doing it. Alright, now you can also change the speed. So if we add a parameter down here, and we say fast, you'll see that it goes faster. Alright. Now we can also use what's called an animation queue, where we can kind of set up an instruction set for it to keep running and doing different things. So let me give you an example. I'm going to go up here and we're going to grab this button and also the div with the class of square. I'm going to copy it, paste that in. And let's change the ID here to anim2 and square2. And then these properties up here I also want for square2. Alright, so now we have another button and another box to work with. So what I want to do is go down here to the bottom, and we're going to grab that anim2. Oops. Okay, and we're going to add .click, and let's create a variable of div, and we're going to set it to that square2. Okay, and then down here we're going to say div.animate, and then we're going to pass in couple things. We'll say height 400 pixels, opacity we'll say 0.4. Alright, and then we can also set a speed, which I'm going to set to slow. Okay, and then what we can do is copy that. And I'm going to paste it in 3 more times. And we're just going to change the second one. I'm going to change this to 0.8 for the opacity. And then this third one I'm going to change to 100 pixels. And this one also to 100 pixels. And this will be 0.8. Alright, so let's see what that does for us. So if we reload and I click animate, alright, so that actually, we want to change this to width and this to width. Okay, so let's try it again. And it does a cool little animation. It goes to 400 pixels high to 400 pixels wide to 100 pixels high and 100 pixels wide. Okay? So you can put whatever styles you want, and you can do as many animations as you want, all in this one event. Alright, so that's going to do it for our effects and basic animation. In the next video, we're going to talk a little bit about traversing and filtering with jQuery. Alright, in this video, we're going to talk a little bit about traversing and filtering in jQuery. And what I mean by traversal is the ability to basically move through the document object model and select targeted elements. So we have parent, we have children, the children action where we can select, you know, all the children of a certain element, or the parent, or a specific type of element that is a parent, and so on. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to add some markup here. Okay, so in the body, let's create a div. We'll give it a class of container. Okay, so we're just going to have a number of different elements here. And next to these elements, I'm going to say what it is. So this is a div, and also its relationship to the main element that we'll have. So this will be a great-grandparent. Okay, and then in the div, we'll have a UL. Okay, and then this UL is the grandparent. In here we'll have our LI. This will be the parent. And then we'll have a span. And this will be basically our target, our element that we start from. Okay. And then let's do one below it. So div, and then we'll do a paragraph, and then a span. So in this case, this div is the grandparent. This paragraph is the parent. Okay, so whenever an element is wrapped in another element, such as the span in the paragraphs, this is the parent, the div is the grandparent. In this case up here, the div is the great-grandparent. Alright, now I'm going to set some styles just so we can kind of set a border around each of these and we can see what's what. So in the style here, we're going to say dot container and then everything in that container. So we're going to use the asterisk character. Okay, we're going to say display everything as a block. Then we're going to add a border that's 2 pixels, solid gray. And then the color will also be gray. Padding we're going to set to 15 pixels, and actually padding will be 5 pixels. Margin will be 15. Okay, so let's see what that looks like. So we kind of have an outline of all of our elements. So the first method or action that we're going to look at is parent. Okay, so this is to select direct parents. So we're going to take the span, that's what we're going to be working with, and we're going to say dot parent, and then we want to change the CSS, so we're going to say dot CSS, and we're going to set, actually we need to set this as an object with curly braces, and we'll say color will be red, color red, border, we'll set that to 2 pixels, red, solid. Alright, so let's go ahead and reload, and now you can see that the parent of the span has the CSS, has the color red and the border red. So it's a way to select all the parents, the direct parents of an element. Alright. Now we also have parents. So let me just copy this. And we're going to be commenting these out as we go. So if I add an S here to make it parents and reload, now you'll see that everything, all parents are highlighted. Okay, so parent will get the direct parent, and this will get all parents. Alright, so we can also specify a certain element in the parent. So I'm going to paste that, comment this out, and then in here, let's add a parameter of UL. So now if we go and we reload, only the parents that are UL tags are now in effect. Alright. So let's go ahead and just add a comment there, and we'll say only UL parents. Okay, next one is parents until. So what this will do is it'll keep highlighting the parents until it gets to a certain element that we specify, which in this case we'll say div. Okay, so notice that we get the parent and then it stops here because we're at a div. Okay, if we were to say UL, reload, you'll see that right here it stops at UL. Now down here it keeps going because there is no UL, so it's going to do all the parents because there is no UL for it to stop at. Okay, so that's parents until. Now we can also do children. So right here, let's paste that in. And instead of span, we know span doesn't have any children, so let's put a div, and then we're going to say dot children and leave the rest. So if we reload, you'll see that we get the div and it's direct children. In this case it's a UL, in this case it's a paragraph. Okay, we also have find. Just put a comment here. So for find, we're gonna make this a div, and then let's do dot find, and then we have to pass in what we're looking for, which, let's say, paragraph. Alright, so if we reload, we're starting at any div, and then we're looking for a paragraph in that div. So you can see up here we don't have anything because there are no paragraphs, but up here it's grabbing the paragraph. Okay, another one we can do is siblings. So in here, let's go ahead and actually, you know what, we're going to add a little bit more markup up here. Okay, stay within the container, and I'm just going to paste this in. Okay, so basically we just have a div, and inside it we have a paragraph, span tag, h2, h3, and another paragraph. So we're going to, in here, for siblings, let's say h2 dot siblings, and let's see what that gives us. Okay, so basically it's looking at this h2, and then it's highlighting all of its siblings, and these are its siblings because it's on the same level. Okay, now we can also focus on a certain element if we want. Let's say we only wanted the paragraphs that are siblings. Reload, and now you'll see only the paragraphs are in red. Alright. Okay, we also have next. So paste that in, not that, let's grab that. Okay, so we're going to say, let's change this to h2, and then dot next, reload, and basically it'll take whatever's here and then just highlight the next element, which in this case is going to be an h3. Alright, we can also pass in a parameter. Let's say we want the next paragraph. Reload. And no, actually that doesn't work. I thought it did, but it doesn't. Alright, in that case I guess you could just use find. In addition to next, we have next all. Okay, because you can see that that only got just the next one, but we could go ahead and get all of them. So let's say h2 in here, and then change this to next all, clear that out, reload, and it gets the next two because that's all of them. That's all of the next elements. Okay, now we can also do next until. And here, change that to until, and we can specify an element. Let's put h3 in here, and then paragraph in here. So I'm going to be focusing on right here, so it should get after the paragraph until the h3. So reload, and you can see that we get the span and the h2, okay, because that's in between the paragraph and the h3. Now we can also do all of the same stuff with previous instead of next. So I'm actually going to just copy those three. This one will say previous. So change this to prev. And that'll get whatever was before the H2, previous to the H2. We also have prev all. And that should get both the span and the paragraph before the H2. And then we have prev until. So let's go to the span. Okay, so it gets from the paragraph up until we get to span. All right, and then we have two more we'll look at, which are very simple. We have first and last. So let's take the paragraph, and then we'll say dot first, and we just want to clear this out. Save that, reload, and it gets the first paragraph. Okay, we can also do last. Change that to last. And you can see it gets the last paragraph. Alright, so that's how we can traverse and filter in jQuery. Hopefully that wasn't too confusing. And yeah, so that's it. And I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to build a jQuery slider using the jQuery cycle plugin. Alright, so since we're using a plugin, this is going to be very simple. This is an example of what we'll be building. You can see it just has a few images. We have these arrow buttons with this hover effect, and if I click it, we can switch it, and if we just leave it alone, it'll switch automatically. Alright, now the cycle plugin has different effects you can use. This is the main website and documentation. You can see we can use shuffle, zoom, fade, which is what we're using in that example. Turn down, we have this curtain mode, scroll right. So there's a lot of different options. Alright, so we're going to start with just creating a folder. Let's go to my C drive. And let's see, we're going to go to projects. And I'm going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this coffee tech _ slider. Okay, and inside here we're going to create a folder for our images, which are in your resource files. We'll create a CSS folder, and we'll create an index.html. Alright, so let's go ahead and open up index.html, and inside CSS we're going to create a file called style.css. Okay, we'll open that up, and then for the images I'm going to paste these in, and let's take a look at them. So basically we have our arrows. Now we have different images for the hover effect. You can see it's a little darker, and then we have our slides. So slide 1 through slide 5, which is just pictures of coffee and laptops and so on. Alright, so now we're going to go to our HTML, and let's also open this in the browser. Alright, and for the HTML we're going to put in our standard HTML tags, and let's call this, we'll say coffee tech slider. Okay, we want to link to our CSS, so let's say link rel equals style sheet. Okay, and that's going to be in the CSS folder, and then style.css. Now we're going to use a custom font for this, so let's go to Google Fonts, and I believe the font that I want is called Dancing Script. This right here, Dancing Script, and let's see, we're going to select this font, and then let's grab this right here, this link, and we're going to put that right here. Okay, now we need jQuery so we can get the CDN. So let's see. Say uncompressed, and we'll grab this script here, put that in. Okay, then we need a script tag with the cycle plugin, so let's go there, and I believe there's a CDN we can use here. Let's see. Cycle plugin, GitHub. I believe it's hosted on GitHub. Let's see, download, nope. Oh yeah, right here. Alright, so I'm just going to grab this. You can download it and include it in the file structure if you want, but I'm just going to include this. So script source, paste that in. Alright, so our script should be all set. Let's go make sure we don't have any errors. Reload, good. Now this is going to be pretty simple. There's not too much to it. So in our body, let's create a div and give it a class of container. Alright, and inside the container, let's put an h1, and we'll say coffee tech. Under the h1, we're going to have a div with the class of slider. And inside there, we're going to have our images. So image source is going to be an img/slider. Actually, it's just slide1.jpg. Okay, we're going to give it a width of 640 and a height of 426. Alright, so let's go ahead and copy that, and we're going to have a couple more. So we'll have 1 through 5, I believe. And then under the slider div, we're going to have a nav. So let's say UL, and we'll give it an ID of nav. And inside there, we're going to put an LI, and we're going to give that an ID of prev for previous. And inside there will be a link, and that's just going to go to our number sign. And we'll call this previous. Then we're also going to need a next, so let's copy that. And we'll put that here. We'll change this to next. Change this to next. And that should be it as far as the markup. So if we look at it, okay, it doesn't look too good, but we're going to fix that. So for the JavaScript, it's actually going to be extremely simple, just really a couple lines. So we're going to grab our document.ready, and inside here we'll have our function, and all we have to do is say jQuery, and we want to grab that slider class, and then we just want to call .cycle, and inside here we'll pass in an object with some options. So fx is going to be the effect, so fade, and let's say pause between each one. I believe that's what that is. Say 1 second, and we need to define the previous which is going to be the ID of prev, and then next will be the ID of next, and that should be it. That's all we need. So let's save it. Alright, now right now you can see that it's only showing one. If I click next, it fades into the next, and we can go previous, and I believe it'll go by itself if we just leave it. Yep. So that part is essentially done. All we have left is the CSS so we can make it look good. But you can see how easy it is to implement a plugin. Alright, we're just basically calling it with .cycle. So for the CSS, I'm just going to paste in each style and go over it real quick. So this star here represents everything. We want to just margin out, we want to zero out the margin, the padding, and the border. Alright, now for the body, we're going to use the linear gradient styles, okay, CSS3. Instead of using a gradient image, we're going to use CSS3 for that, and that's going to add a background. Alright, and if you want to see the rest, you can see that. Alright, let's see, we have the H1. Let's paste that in. So we're giving it the font family Dancing Script, which is what we got from Google Fonts, aligning it to the center, making the font a little bigger, and so on. For the container, we're setting a width of 635. Margin is 100 pixels on the top because we want to push it down. Position is relative. For the slider div, or the slider class, we're just going to set the height to 332. For the image itself, we'll set a padding, border, and background color. So for the nav, we're going to set the z-index to 150 so it's on top. For the links in the nav, display block, set a width and a height, text indent. Basically, we don't want the text to show, so we're putting it to this ridiculous number so that it doesn't show and it's replaced with the image. Alright, now for the next and the previous, that's where we want to put the image. Okay, so right here we're including the previous image, setting the width and the height, the position. Same thing here, we're setting the next image. Alright, and then the hover will have their own image too with the hover version. So let's go ahead and save that and reload. And something isn't right here with the CSS. Let me just double check everything. So for the image, we have nav. Oh, I haven't the container as an ID here, so we'll just change this to ID. There we go. Alright, so that's perfect. Now if we look at the different effects, where'd it go? Let's go back to cycle plugin. Not GitHub though. Alright, so let's try shuffle. We'll save that. Okay, so shuffle. Whoop, it's still fading. Huh. Oh, this isn't the right one. Let me just open up the right file, the one we just created. Open with Chrome. There we go. So that's kind of cool. Since it's set position absolute, we can actually have it go out like that. That's nice. And let's try some other ones. So we have zoom. Okay, that's zoom. That's pretty cool. We have, let's see, turn down, curtain, scroll right. Let's try the turn down. Oh, I like that too. Alright, so now we have a very simple slider You could use this in your website, and obviously you can change the dimensions up, make it look a little different, but it's very easy to use, and that's going to be it. So thanks for watching. Alright, so we're now going to move on to talking about back-end technologies. So we're going to start with Node.js. Okay, Node.js, the long version is it's a platform that's built on Google Chrome's JavaScript runtime, and it's used to build fast, scalable network and web applications, and it uses an event-driven, non-blocking input-output model that makes it lightweight and efficient, making it perfect for building real-time applications. So the short answer to that is that it allows us to run JavaScript in a back-end server environment. Alright, so there's a lot of things that you can do with Node, and it's kind of taking over the industry right now, so it's definitely something that you want to learn. Now, if you're still in the learning phase of the whole world of web development, some of this stuff might seem extremely scary. Alright, I was a little overwhelmed when I started learning this stuff as well, but once you wrap your head around it, it's really not that bad, and I think you'll be amazed at the things you can do, and do it with very little code. Alright, so let's start to talk about what makes Node great. So when you have a technology like, let's say, Apache, which is a web server, and you write web applications in something like PHP, okay, this works synchronously, meaning that it does some kind of process, and then it waits, does another process, waits, finishes that, and moves on. Well, Node.js is asynchronous, and that makes it so that we don't actually have to wait for one process to finish before starting the next, okay, and this is called a non-blocking model. Apache and synchronous systems use a blocking model because you're essentially blocked off until the current process is complete, okay, before you can start the next one. So with Node being asynchronous, it's optimized for throughput and scalability. Now, there is one area where asynchronous programming is a bad idea, and that's for applications that are really heavy on the CPU. Okay, for applications like this, you'd probably be better off with something like Apache. Alright. Now, as I said earlier, Node is event-driven, so it basically sits on a single thread and it waits for events. As soon as Node starts its server, it initiates all the variables, declares the functions, and then it simply waits for events to occur. After that, it triggers a callback function when one of those events are detected. So whenever an event gets fired, its listener function starts executing. And there's actually an event emitter class which is used to bind events and event listeners. So let's take a look at a really simple example. Alright, so the first line here we're saying var fs equals require fs. So what we're doing is we're bringing in the file system module, alright, which is called fs. And this is actually a system module. It's not something we would need to install with npm. It actually comes with Node. And it's basically used to work with the file system and work with file paths. Alright, so we're requiring that, we're putting it into a variable, and then on this line, we're taking that object and we're running the read file function, or method, which does just that. It's going to read a file. So it takes in the name of the file, input.txt in this case, and then it has a callback function. And this callback function gives us an error object to work with and the actual data. Alright, so we're going to take the error, if there is one, we're going to check, and if there is one, we're going to just console log the error and the stack. Alright, and then we're just going to return. If there is no error, it's going to go on to console log, it's going to take the data, and it's going to just output it as a string. Alright, and then finally we're just logging that the program ended. So this is a very simple example. We bring in a module, we run a function, and it runs a callback function, and then we do what we need to do with the data that's returned. So Node is available on all popular platforms: Windows, Mac, Linux, Unix, Sun OS, and it comes with a binary installer and is available on both 32-bit and 64-bit chipsets. Okay, we'll be using Windows in this course, and there's a really easy MSI installer that we can use. It's very self-explanatory, just like any other Windows installer. And it also installs NPM, which I'll talk about in a minute. Okay, it also comes with a REPL client, or REPL, which stands for Read, Eval, Print, and Loop. So it's basically a terminal that allows us to run JavaScript. So NPM is the Node Package Manager, or sometimes called Node Package Modules, and it's used to install packages and modules. We can run it from our command line. It's automatically installed with Node version 0.6.3 and later, so it's not something that you need to worry about installing yourself. Alright, you can browse the repository within the terminal with commands, or you can go to npmjs.org and you can browse the repository on the web. Alright, so to install a module, if you take a look at this example, we have npm install express. Express is a very popular framework that is used a lot with Node.js. So what that would do is install Express inside of a Node modules folder that it would create on its own if it's not already there. Alright, now you can add this -g to it, and that'll install it globally, meaning you'll be able to run it and access it from anywhere. Okay, it won't be just in that application. And then down here you can see we're just requiring it and we're bringing it into whatever file we're using. Okay, so types of modules. There's a lot of different types, but these are the main categories of modules. We have frameworks such as Express. Express is definitely the most popular. I think it's either the first or second most downloaded Node module. Then we have template engines like Pug, which used to be called Jade. We have EJS, which is embedded JavaScript, and Handlebars. Okay, those are just some of the many template engines. We have utilities like Path, which is a system module which is used to work with file paths. We have OS, which is used to work with the operating system, different API modules, different compilers, things like that. And then we have database object relational mappers, so Mongoose, Mongo.js. These are used to interact with a MongoDB database, which we'll get into later. Okay, you can use pretty much any database with Node.js, but Mongo is one of the more popular ones. Hey guys, in this video we're going to go ahead and install Node.js in Windows, and we're going to just create a very simple server program that you can actually find on the About page of the Node website. Alright, so first thing you want to do is on the home page, just choose the recommended version and just go ahead and save that. It should be an MSI file. And once that's done, we're going to go ahead and just open that. So click Run. Okay, and you should get a setup window like this, and we're just going to click Next and accept the terms. Okay, the default folder is going to be in your program files, Node.js, and for this we're going to just go ahead and click Next, Install, and that should go ahead and install it. Alright, so it says that Node has successfully been installed. We click Finish and it should be all set. So now I'm going to open up a command line. Now I don't have a taskbar on this monitor, but I'm just going to click in my search box and just type in CMD, and I'm going to run my command prompt. Okay, once that's open, you should be able to say node-v, and that'll give you the current version. And if you want to check npm, you can do that as well, and that'll give you the current version. Now you can run JavaScript files in the command line with Node. So let's say on my desktop, I'm just going to create a document, and we'll call this hello.js. And if I open that up, I'm just going to simply say console.log hello world and save it. And then in my command line, I'm going to navigate to my desktop. And I'm going to say node, and then the name of the file, which is hello. And there we go, we get hello world. Okay, so you can run JavaScript inside of your console. Now, if you use browser-based functions and objects, that's not going to work. For instance, if we say window.alert and we try and run that, we're going to get an error. Okay, window's not defined because window is browser-based. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is just create a very simple server application. So if I'm just going to delete that. And then we're going to create a folder and we'll call it Node Server. Okay, now when you build a Node application, you want to create a package.json file, which is basically a manifest file. It has the application name, the version, the description, and then it also has all the dependencies, a list of all the modules and packages that your application includes. And every time you run npm install, if you add a -- save onto it, it'll get saved inside of that file. And then what you can do is when you distribute it, you don't take the node modules folder, just simply list your dependencies, and then when they run npm install, those will install automatically. Alright, so we could manually create package.json, but there's a better way to do it, and that's using the npm init command. So I'm going to cd into the node server folder, and then I'm going to run npm init. And that's just going to ask a few questions. Here's the name of the application, the version, and whatever's in parentheses will be the default if you just click enter. Description, I'm going to say simple server. Entry point, this is the name of the file. I'm going to call it server.js. And then for the rest, author, feel free to put your own name in there. And ask if it's okay, yes. And now that should create. So now if we look over here, we have our package.json. And if I open that up, it just has all the stuff that we just added. So now what we want to do is create that server.js file. So we'll go ahead and create a new text document and call it server.js. Okay, and if we open up that file, close that. Alright, so server.js. Now in most cases I would use something like Express because it has a lot more features, routing and stuff like that. But we're just going to use the very simple HTTP module just to create a very, very basic web server. So the first thing we're going to do is bring in that module. So we'll create a variable called HTTP and set that to require HTTP. Okay, and let's create a couple other variables. This is going to be our host. So we're going to set that to our loopback address, which is 127.0.0.1. And the port, we're going to set that to 3000. I'll get rid of that. Alright, and then we'll create a variable called server. And we're going to set that to that HTTP module, and we're going to call the create server function. Okay, and then inside here we'll put a callback, and that's going to take in a request and response. And then what we're going to do is set the status code of the response. So res.status code, and set that to 200, which means success, everything's okay. Then we're going to set the header, so say res.setHeader, and we want to pass in the content type. Actually, let's make that uppercase T. So content type, and we're going to set it to text-plain. Okay, and then let's do res.end, and we'll just pass in hello world. Okay, so that's our server. Now we need to call the listen function, so server.listen, and in here we're going to pass in that port variable we created along with the host, and then a callback function. Okay, and then all we're going to do here is say console.log, and we'll say server running on port, and then we're just going to concatenate that port variable. Alright, and that's it. So we'll save that. And the name of the file is server, so we're going to say node server. And it says server running on port 3000. So if we go to our browser now, and we could go to 127.0.0.1, or we can go to just localhost and port 3000. And there we go, we get our hello world. Okay, so essentially what we've done here, let's go back to the file. We used create server, which does just that. Okay, then we took our response and set the code to 200, which means okay. We then set the header to have the content type be text/plain, and then we just ended the response and just sent out the text hello world. Okay, and then we called listen, which runs that server, and it just logged to the console. Alright, so this isn't very helpful. I mean, we do have a server, it's running, but all it's doing is spitting out this text. So usually we'd want to load some kind of file. So I'm going to show you how we can load an HTML file through our server. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to bring in the file system module. Okay, just like we did in the slide in the last video. And we're actually going to use that same read file function. So we'll go right here and let's say fs.readFile. Okay, pass in the file we want, which is going to be index.html, and the // just means the current directory. Alright, and if you remember, that gets a callback function, and we're going to pass in error and the data, which I'm going to call HTML, and then we'll just check for the error. So we'll say if error, then let's just do console.log error. And we'll also just return. Alright, so if there's not an error, then we want to do all this. So we're going to grab that and cut it. This is all done in the callback because it's asynchronous. Okay. Now we just want to go down here and we're going to get rid of the hello world. We're going to keep the res.end, but just get rid of that text. And then we'll say res.write, and we want to write that HTML. Okay, that's coming in from up here. So let's save that. Now if we just reload, nothing's going to happen because we need to restart the server. Alright, and when I restart the server, we're going to get an error. Okay, and what it's telling us is that there is no index.html file, which there isn't. So we're going to go and create that. Okay, we'll open that up and let's put just some standard HTML tags. And in the title, we'll just say Node Server. And we'll say hello from the server. Alright, so save that. Let's run Node Server again. You can see that it's running on port 3000. We go and we reload, and it gives us the file, but it's not parsing our HTML. And the reason for that is if we look in our server file here and we look at the content type, it's text plain. Alright, we don't want that. We want text HTML. Okay, so we'll go and restart the server and reload the page, and now you can see it's parsing the HTML. Okay, so it's now loading our page. So you've now created a very simple server application that loads an HTML file. Alright, so that's going to be it for this video, and I'll see you in the next. Alright, so in this video I'm going to show you how to install and set up Express, which is a Node module. It's a pretty big module. It's a framework that gives us a routing system. It gives us the ability to add different template engines, utility methods, and all types of stuff. So first thing we're going to do is I have this folder, My Express, which is blank, and I have my command line opened in that folder. So we're going to go ahead and run npm init. Okay, and that's going to create a package.json file for us. So we'll say simple express application, and for the entry point I'm going to call it app.js, and then just enter through the rest of those, and that should create a package.json file. Alright, so now we're going to open that up. Let me just snap this to the side here. And let's see, what do I want? This right here. So this is expressjs.com. This is the documentation and all that for Express. So you might want to look through that in addition to these videos. And you can see that how we install this is npm install express. Now we can run that, and if we add the save flag, it'll get added to this package.json file. But then I want to show you another way we can install modules, and that's by adding them to this file and then just running npm install. So I'm going to put a comma right here, and we're going to create dependencies, which will be an object, and we want to install Express, and then here would be the version number we want to use. Now I want the latest version, so you can actually use an asterisk for that. And then there's one other module I want to install, which is called body parser, and that's used to parse various content, JSON, HTML. It allows you to get data from forms if you want to do that, and some other stuff. So we're going to use that, and we'll get the latest version. And then I'm going to go ahead and save this, and now they're not installed yet. What we need to do is go back to our command line and then run npm install, and it'll look in that file in the dependencies and install anything that's there. Okay, so now if we go back to our folder, which I'm going to open up in my editor. So let's see, we're in C drive, I think, projects, my Express. Okay, so you can see now we have a Node modules folder with Express and body parser. So those have been installed. And I'm just going to make this thinner and this wider. Okay, so now that we have that, we need to create our entry file, which is going to be app.js. So we'll say new file, save as app.js. And in here, first thing we're going to do is bring in Express. So we're going to say require Express. Okay, and I'm also going to bring in the body parser. Like that. And let's also bring in the path module, which is a system module. It's used to work with file paths. And that should be all we need to bring in for now. Now to instantiate our Express application, we need to set a variable. We're going to call it app, and we're going to set it to Express. Okay. Now I want to talk about middleware for a second. Okay, Express has this concept of middleware, which is basically a function that has access to the response and request objects. Okay, every time we load a web application, we have a request response cycle, and middleware gives access to those methods, to those objects. So there's various things that they can do. They can execute any code, so whatever program, whatever you want to run. They also can make changes to the request and response objects. They can end the request and response cycle, and they can also call the next middleware function in the task. Alright, so a lot of the modules, such as body parser, they have their own middleware that we need to set up. Alright, and we can also create our own middleware. So to give you an example, we could say something like app.use. Okay, that's how we can call the middleware, and that takes in a function, and it has access to the request, the response, and the next objects. And then we could do whatever we want. Okay, so let's say console.log, and let's say we want to show the time. So we'll say time, and then we'll say date dot now. Alright, and then when you're done with your functionality, you want to just call next. Okay, and that'll just call the next piece of middleware. Alright, so that's some custom middleware. Now body parser has its own, which is just a couple lines, so we're going to put that in. So we have app.use, and we're going to paste in here, or not paste in, but type in body parser dot JSON, and then we want app.use body parser dot URL encoded, and then we just pass in there an object with extended set to false. Okay, so that's the middleware that's required for body parser. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take that app object and we're going to call listen, and then pass in a port we want to listen on. So we'll say port 3000, and then I'm just going to do a console.log, and we'll say server started on port 3000. Alright, and you may want to put the port in its own variable, and then we'll just do that. Alright, and then finally we need to export this by saying module.exports app. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and then we're going to go over here, we're going to say node app, because app.js is the name of the file. Okay, that's running on port 3000, so we'll go to localhost 3000, and you'll see that we get this cannot get slash. So the reason we're getting this is because it's looking for a route. Okay, a route is basically a URL that's going to map to a specific function. Alright, and the slash represents the home page, so it's looking for the home page route and it's not finding it. So what we need to do over here is create that route. So we're going to go right under where we have the middleware, and we're going to say app.get. Okay, now the reason I'm using get is because this is the route for a GET request. When you visit a web page, it's 99% of the time it's going to be a GET request to the HTTP server. When you submit a form, usually that's a POST request. So a good way to think of it is a GET request is getting something from the server. A POST request is usually made to post something to the server. So for instance, when you sign up for a website, you're registering your information, you're uploading that to the server. And then you also have a PUT request, which is usually updating content that's already there, and then a delete request, which of course deletes content. So we want a GET request, and we want it to go to slash, which is basically the URL without any full file or folder. So slash, and then second parameter will be a function, and that's going to take in a request and response. Okay, and then for now, let's just say res.send, and just put in here, we'll say hello world. Okay, save that. Now if I reload, it's not going to, nothing changes because we need to restart the server. Alright, now, oh, and you can see the time is showing too, that's from our middleware. Now, a good utility to use with Node.js is NodeMon, and what that does is it'll watch your file, it'll watch your application to see if you save it and anything changes. If you do, it'll reload the application for you. So let's do a Control-C and get out of this for a minute, and we're going to install NodeMon globally. So say npm install NodeMon and then -g. Alright, and then you should be able to run that from anywhere since it's global. Alright, so let's go in here and say NodeMon. Okay, so you can see it's watching port 3000. If I reload, we get hello world. Now let me just do an update here. I'll just put an exclamation and save it, And then if we go back over to our browser and reload, you'll see that it updated without us having to restart the server. Now let's say we wanted to make a route for an about page. So if we go app.get and then say /about, and here we'll say about page, save that, and then if we try and go to /about, we get about page. Okay, so we can now create as many routes as we want. Now this is the dynamic way to do things. In the next video I'm going to show you how to load up a template, how to use a template engine, but I also want to show you, before we do that, how you can use static pages as well. Okay, so if you have an HTML page you want to load and you don't want to use a template or go through routes or anything, you can easily create a new folder. Let's call it public, and that's where we'll want to put all of our static files. So let's say new file, we'll save it as hello.html, and then what we need to do is go to our app.js, and we need to tell the system what folder to look for to use as our static folder. Alright, so up here you can see we imported path, so we're going to use that, and there's just one line of middleware we need to add. So I'm going to say app.use, and in here we're going to say express.static, and then in here we're going to pass in path.join, and in here we want to use a double underscore and then dir name, which is basically telling it we want the current directory. Actually, wait, there's no parentheses there. Okay, so we're going to put a comma and then put in the name of the folder, which in our case is public, and you can call it whatever you'd like. Alright, actually, you know what, there should be 3 on that side. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. Now, if we go up here and we go to /hello.html, and let's actually put something in it. Alright, so we'll save that, reload, and we get hello world. Okay, so you can put all your static files in there. This is also usually where you would put your style sheets, client-side JavaScripts, things like that, jQuery. You would put it in there, and then you could just simply point to it. For example, let's say new file, we'll save it as style.css, and we'll say body, and we'll give it a background. Alright, so now in my index file here, I can say link style sheet, and I should just be able to point to style.css. And there we go. Alright, so that's how we can include static files. So in the next video, like I said, I'm going to give you an example of a template engine we can use so that we can actually load templates and render pages rather than just text. Hey guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to use a template engine with Express. Now there's quite a few template engines. There's Pug, which I'm going to show you now, and Pug used to be called Jade. So when you're looking at documentation or you're looking at for tutorials or anything, Jade is the same as Pug. Alright, there's also EJS, which is embedded JavaScript. There's Mustache, there's Handlebars, there's Underscore. There's a lot of different template engines you can use. So to use Pug, we're going to install it. So we're going to go to our command line and just stop the server for a second, and let's do npm install Pug, and then we're going to do --save. So that'll install it and add it to the package.json file. Alright, and then we'll say node app again. And now if we look in node modules, you'll see we have Pug. So now we want to bring it in. So we're going to go right here and say var Pug is equal to require Pug. And then we need to set the view engine. I'm going to go right here and say app.set we want to set view space engine and set it to pug. Alright, so we'll save that, and now in our folder structure we want to create a folder called views, and in there we'll say new file and save it as index.pug. Okay, and for now we're just going to put in an h1 space and we'll say welcome. Okay, no tags, just h1 space welcome. Okay, and I'll explain the pug syntax in a second. Now, instead of in our home page route, instead of res.send, we want to do res.render, and then the name of the template or the view we want to render, which is index, and we'll save that, reload, and now you can see we're loading that view. Alright, now as for syntax, there's a site called html2jade.org where you can paste in your standard HTML and get the pug syntax or the Jade syntax. And if we look at it, basically what we're doing is replacing closing tags for indents. Alright, so if you look over here, we have the doc type and then we have the HTML. And they're on the same level because if you look over here, they're not inside. The HTML is not inside the doc type. That, for instance, here the title is inside the head, so that requires an indent. Okay, see how the script is on the same level as title? That's how it is over here. Alright, now if we look at, let's say, this div right here, these paragraphs are inside of it. So over here you have the div right here, and then you have the paragraphs with one indent over. And you can indent with either a space or a tab. You just have to be consistent, or you'll get an error. If you have some tabs and some spaces, you'll get an error. Alright, so that's the pug or Jade syntax. Now, it's all preference. I personally would rather work with just regular HTML than have to do this, but some people do really like it. Now we can bring in dynamic values into our template. So if we go to where we have the render, and we can pass in another parameter, which would be an object, and let's say title, we'll set that to hello world and save it. And now if we go into our index, we have access to that variable. So we should be able to use the number sign and then curly braces with the variable. So if we save that, reload, now we get hello world. Okay, that's coming from right here. So we can send in values. So if we have some kind of ORM where we can talk to a database, we can bring in values from the database and pass them into the view. Okay, which is very helpful. We can also do conditionals. So if we were to say, let's pass in show title, and we'll set that to false, save it, and then we'll go in here and we'll say if show title, save that. Let's see, do I have to? Okay, so you can see that it's not showing. If I go and I change that now to true and reload, now it shows. Okay, so we have conditionals that we can use in our templates. We can also use for loops, or I'm sorry, each loops. Okay, so let's say we have people, and we'll just put some names in here. Okay, so we have an array here, and now if we go and we say each people I in people, actually this should be person, and then we should be able to, so we'll say li person, and now you can see we're looping through that array and we're outputting it onto the screen. Alright, so that's pug. Oh, one more thing I want to show you is that we can have includes as well. So usually your head info, your head and title and stuff like that, you don't want to put that on every single view. So what we could do is create a folder called includes, and let's say a new file, and we'll save this as head.pug, and then in here we could put our doc type HTML head with the title and body. Save that, and then go into our index, and up here say include /head.pug. And then if we go back and reload, you'll see that we have our title. If we look at the source code, we have our header info. Okay? Now if you're like me and you don't want to do this and you want just regular HTML syntax, EJS is a really good and easy template engine, so let me just show you how to do that. We're going to first comment this out and also this, and we need to install EJS, so let's go to our command line, and we're going to say npm install EJS -- save. Okay, and now we'll just do nodemon again to run our app, and we're going to go, let's see, we're going to copy this app set, and then we're just going to change that to EJS. Alright, now I believe we have to also set the name of the folder here. I don't think it picks up the views folder like Pug does. So to do that, we can say app.set, say views, and then path.join, and then in here we'll do _dir name, and then views. Okay, we'll save that, and inside views, let's go ahead and create a new file, and we're going to save this as index.ejs. And in here we'll put an h1. We'll say hello from EJS. Okay, and then the rendering is the same. Okay, so we still have the res.render, and the way that we pass in values is still the same. So let's try that, and there we go. Hello from EJS. Now if we want to access these values, let's say title. I'm going to get rid of that, and we're going to do less than %equals title and then %greater than. So that's the syntax for EJS. So if we reload this, we get our title hello world, and we can still use our conditionals. So if we go we'll go like that and say if show title, okay, and then we got to go down here and close it like that. Save that, and let's change the show title to false, and now it doesn't show. Okay, so pretty easy. We can also still do our loops. So let's say we have these people here we want to loop through. So we're going to go people.forEach, and then in here we're going to pass in function, and we'll pass in person. Okay, you always have to end these lines. And in here let's do li, and then person, and that should work. Save it, Let's see, I think we need the equal sign. There we go. Alright, so it's a little more typing, but I think it's easier. I think the logic, I mean the syntax is a lot more simple. I mean, especially if you're already used to regular HTML. But it's your choice, it's all preference. What I'm going to do now is just implement a little bit of Bootstrap just to make this look a little better. So I'm going to go Bootstrap CDN, and we're going to grab this and put that. We're going to actually create another inside includes. We'll say new file. We'll save as head.ejs, and let's put our HTML. Whoops. Yeah, and then we'll do our head. Title. And let's put that Bootstrap link. Paste that in. And then we also want our opening body tag. And let's use this include in the index file. Alright, and we're going to put a hyphen right here. And then we're going to do include. And in here we're going to pass in the file path from the views folder, so includes/head. Okay, reload, and now you can see that Bootstrap is now loaded, and we have our title. So now what we'll do is let's get a nav bar. So if we go to getbootstrap.com and go to Getting Started, Examples, Starter Template, we're going to do a Control-U and grab this nav tag. Okay, we'll paste that. Let's just get rid of all this and put that there. We'll change the project name. We'll just say my website. And let's see, navbar fixed top class, I'm going to get rid of that. And let's see, down in the links here, I'm going to get rid of the class active for one, and then for this we're going to say slash, and for the about page will be /about, contact will be /contact. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. Reload, and now we have a nav bar. So we do have an about route. Let's go ahead and render that to a new template. So we'll say res.render, and we'll pass in here about. And then let's go to our views folder and create an about.ejs. And let's just put an h1. We'll say about us. And let's just get some dummy text, I guess. Okay, so we'll paste that in. 2 paragraphs. Okay, we'll save that. And let's see. Let's try that out. So if we click about, okay, so we didn't include the head in about, so I'm going to grab this, copy it, like that. Why didn't that work? It doesn't want to include the nav bar for some reason. Did I put it? No, that should work. Oh, I did. I put it in the index. Let's cut that out. That should actually go in the head, not head pug. Alright. There we go. Also in the index, in the head, let's put a div class equals container. Okay, and then we're also going to create a footer in the includes. So we'll say new file, save it as footer.ejs, and we just want to put that ending div here for now. And let's include that in both the index and the about. Okay. Now we have a container. Okay, and let's just copy this stuff here that we have an about and put that in the index. And we'll change this to welcome. And let's just do one paragraph on the home page. Alright. And then we can do one more. We'll do contact. So let's create inside app.js. We'll copy the about route and we'll say contact, and we'll render contact. And we need to create that file, that view. And let's grab this. And then let's just grab a quick form from Get Bootstrap. So I believe if we go to CSS and then forms, we'll just grab this. And it's not going to be a working form. We just want to just have the UI. So let's see, email address. Get rid of that and that. Okay, and then we'll just put another field. So we'll say form group. Form control. Alright, so let's save that. And now if we go contact, we now have a form. Alright, so it's not the best looking website, but you can see the functionality. We have our routes, we have our views. Now let's say we wanted a Jumbotron. So if we go to components and then Jumbotron, and we'll grab this. Actually, let's grab this one. And we probably just want that on the home page. So if we go right above the H1, paste that in, put an H1. And then I'll just grab a little bit of text from here. We'll say P, we'll give it a class of lead, which is a bootstrap class. And save it. We'll just say welcome. And then we'll get rid of this H1. Alright, so I don't want to get too much into just the HTML and the UI, but you can see how we can create routes and we can link up views. Now, in the next video, I want to basically show you how to start to create an API, a JSON API, where clients can make GET requests and POST requests, and they can update data that's stored on a database. Now, as far as databases, you can use just about any type of database. I do want to show you how to use MongoDB, which is a NoSQL database and works really well with Node. So that's what we'll be getting into next. Alright guys, so we're going to start to work with a database, and the database we're going to be using is MongoDB. Okay, it's what we called a NoSQL database. And we have an entire part of this course dedicated to MongoDB, so I'm not going to go in depth on it. But to briefly summarize, it's a NoSQL document database. Okay, it stores documents which can be thought of as JSON objects. Okay, they have the same syntax. They're properties with values wrapped in curly braces. MongoDB is extremely scalable because you don't need to predefine your schema and your fields. You can have whatever fields you want to whatever documents you want. Alright, now like I said, we have a part dedicated to Mongo, so I'm not going to go over the installation and all that, all the setup. It's pretty easy anyways. There's a window installer available, so I already have it on my machine. And what I'm going to do is open up my Mongo shell. Okay, I have Mongo installed. Let me just pull up. I have Mongo in my C drive in this MongoDB folder, and you'll see there's a bin folder with Mongo exe. So that's what we want to run, but we want to run it from the command line. So if I open up my command line, I'm going to have two of them because one's going to run the shell, one's going to run the Node application. Alright, so let me just navigate to MongoDB, and then we want to go in the bin folder and then Mongo. Okay, so this is the shell, and in the database, in the MongoDB part of this course, I'm going to show you all kinds of commands and stuff, but for right now we're just going to use what's needed. So if you want to see the databases you have, you can say show DBs, and by default you just have this local. So what's nice about the Node Mongo driver is that you don't even have to set up your database here or your collections or anything. You can do that through the application. If it doesn't find that database that you specify in the app or the collection, it'll just create it. Alright, so we don't actually have to do anything here. I just opened up so that we can verify that our collection gets created and stuff. Alright, so now let's go to a folder where we want to create our application, and we're going to be working through the command line through this whole section. We're not going to have an application run in the browser in this section. Alright, so let's go to CD projects, and I'm going to create a folder here called, we'll just call it Mongo Driver. Alright, and then we're going to CD into that folder. And then we're going to create our package.json file, so npm init. Just going to enter through all these. Yes. Alright, and now we should have that. Let's see, we'll go to C drive, projects, Mongo driver, package.json, which I'll open now. Okay, I'm actually going to change the script to app.js. Alright, so now what we want to do is install MongoDB. So we're going to go back to our command line here and say npm install MongoDB -- save. Alright, and now you can see that's been added to our dependencies. So now what we want to do is create our app.js file. Okay, we're going to open that up. Alright, so first thing we want to do here is bring in the Mongo client. So we're going to say const Mongo client and set that to require MongoDB dot Mongo client, just like that. And then we want to have a connection URL. So let's say const URL, and we'll set that to MongoDB //localhost, and that's going to be, the default port is 27, I think it's 017, and then we want to do / and then what we want to call our database. Okay, we'll call it my project. Alright, and then we want to take that Mongo client and call connect.connect. And in here we're going to pass in that URL we just created, and then a function. And that function is going to take two parameters, the error and the DB object. And then we want to first check for that error. So we'll say if there's an error, then we'll just do return console.dir and pass in that error. Alright, if there is no error, then we just want to console log, and we'll say connected to MongoDB. Alright, and then what we're going to do, we want to be able to perform CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete. So the first thing we'll do is add the ability to insert a document. Okay, so we're going to create a variable called insert document, and we're going to set that, oops, forgot the T. We're going to set that to function, and let's just put a comment here, insert single doc. This function here is going to take in a DB object and a callback. Alright, and then in here what we want to do is first get the collection. So we're going to say const collection equals db.collection. Okay, the collection name is going to be users. Now, like I said, we don't have to go and create this beforehand. It'll actually do that for us. Alright, so next thing, we're going to insert some documents. So we'll take that collection and say dot insert, and we're going to pass in our document. So that's going to be inside of some curly braces. We'll give it a name. Okay, it's just going to be a person. I'll just put my name here, and then let's do email. Let's say brad@test.com, and then the next parameter will be the function where we can get our result. Okay, so this is going to take an error and a result. So we'll check for the error, and I'm just going to copy this right here. Alright, and then if there's no error, let's do console.log. We'll just say inserted document, and then we can also log the result. Alright, and then finally we need to call that callback and then just pass in the result. Alright, so that should do it for insert document. Now for that to run, we're going to go up here right after where we said we were connected, and let's say insert document, and in here we're going to pass in the DB object and then the callback, and then we just want to close it, so db.close. So let's see what happens if we go ahead and save that, and we're going to run node app. Okay, so we get inserted document, and then we get our result saying it's okay, and this array here, ops, will have our actual data. So you can see we inserted the name, the email, and it also gave us this underscore ID, okay, which is a unique ID. So we don't have to worry about inserting, manually inserting that. Okay, we also get inserted count, which is 1, and then the inserted IDs. So that's the result we get back. Now if I were to go down here to the Mongo shell and now I'll say show DBs, you can see now we have a database called my project. we can say use my project, and then we can say db, actually let's do show collections, and we have a users collection, so that was created for us. We can say db.users.find, and there it is. There's our user. Alright, so we have successfully connected to MongoDB through Node.js and inserted a document. Now let's say we want to insert multiple documents. Okay, so we'll create a function for that. Alright, so let's say const insert, and we'll call this one insert documents, plural. Okay, same thing, it's going to take in DB and callback and the collection. I'm just going to copy this. So we'll get the collection, and then instead of insert, we're going to call insert many. So we'll say collection dot insert many. Alright, and then that's going to take in an array. So we want our square brackets, and that's going to be an array of objects. Okay, so we'll say name, John Doe, email, say john@test.com. Alright, and then we can add some more here, so let's just copy that. We'll paste it in 2 more times, and then this one here will change to Sam Smith, and then we'll say Jose Gomez. Okay, so there's our users, our documents. So then we're going to do a comma function, and that's going to take in error and result. Okay, we want to check for the error just like we did up here. I'm actually going to copy all of that. Okay, we'll check for the error, and then for the message here we're going to say inserted. Now we can get the number of documents that we insert. So what I'm going to do is just concatenate on result.ops.length, and then we'll concatenate back, and we'll just say documents. Just do that. So it'll be insert and then the number and then documents, and then we'll just do our callback result. We don't need this. Alright, so let's go up here, and I'm going to just comment out this insert document, and let's copy it. Okay, this is going to be insert documents. Alright, and that'll all stay the same. So let's go ahead and save that. Now up here we're going to run node app. Let's see, insert documents is not defined. Oh, I did a lowercase here. It should be uppercase. Alright, so connected to MongoDB, inserted 3 documents. So now down here in our Mongo shell, let's do a find, and you can see we have all of those documents. Now I want to also be able to find our documents through our application. So now we're going to do a find documents. Alright, so let's do const find documents equals function. Okay, and let's see, this is going to take in DB and callback, just like the other ones. And let's get the collection. Okay, we get the collection, and then we're going to take that collection and say .find. And in here, we want to pass in just an empty set of curly braces because I don't want any queries. I just want to get everything. And then we want to make sure that that comes back as an array. So we're going to say .toArray. Alright, and then in here we'll get a function. And then we'll say error docs. Okay, we'll check for the error. Let's just copy this one. And you can handle the errors however you want. I'm just going to console log them. Alright, and then let's do console.log, and we'll say found the following records. Alright, and then we'll just do another console log, and we'll pass in docs. Okay, and then finally our callback, pass in docs. And then let's go up here. We're going to just comment out the insert documents, and we're going to copy it, paste that in, and change it to find documents. Alright, so now let's go over here and run node app, and there we go. It gives us all of our documents. Alright, so this video is getting a little long, so we're going to continue this in a second part, and I'll show you how we can actually query documents, update them, and remove them. Alright guys, in the last video we went ahead and set up a new Node application and Mongo driver so that we can communicate with our MongoDB database, and we were able to connect, and then we were able to insert a document, and then insert multiple documents, and then find our documents. So what I want to do now is just be able to query if we want to, let's say, find a document by a certain name or something like that. Alright, so we're going to go down under the find documents, and we're going to say query documents, and that'll be a function. Okay, that function will take in the DB object and a callback. Okay, we'll get our collection. Alright, and then we want to basically do the exact same thing we did with find documents. So I'm going to just copy that. Okay, and then we're going to put that there, and instead of this empty curly braces, we're going to specify name, and let's say we want to find name John Doe. Alright, and then down here we'll check for an error, and then let's say found the following record, or no, records is good. Yeah, we can just keep that same exact thing. Alright, and then we'll go up top here and let's comment out the find documents, and then we'll say query documents. Okay, that's going to take in DB, function, and db.close. Alright, let's go ahead and run that, node app, and you can see it just gets us that one John Doe document. Alright, so now we want to be able to update. Okay, so let's go down to the bottom and we'll say const update document, and that's going to be a function. I'm going to put some comments on these too. Okay, same collection. And then what we're going to call is collection.update1. Okay, that's what we want to use, update1. And then we want the object that we want to update, or the document. So we're going to say name, and let's take John Doe. And then we're going to put a comma here and open up another set of curly braces, and we're going to use the set operator, so $set, and then set an object here, and we're going to say email. We'll change that to john@something.com. Alright, and then we're going to go right here and put another comma, and then our function. Okay, that function will take error and result. Put this on a new line. All right, and then inside the function, let's check for the error. Okay, then we'll console.log, and let's say updated document, and then we just want that callback. Alright, so let's save it and go up here, comment that out, and then we'll change this to, whoops, I want that under the comment. We'll change this to update document. Alright, so let's go ahead and run that. And update document is not defined. Did I forget the, yeah, this should be an uppercase U. DB is not defined. Oh, CD should be DB. Okay, so we get updated document. Now what we want to do is run our find to make sure that it was actually updated. Okay, so I'm going to uncomment this, and we'll run it. And then if we look at John Doe, you'll see his email is now john@something.com. Now the set operator, if we go down and look down here, if you don't put the set in and we were to run this, then it would replace the entire thing with just the email. So we would lose the name and any other fields that we had, and it would just replace the whole thing. If you want to just edit certain fields or add certain fields, then you want to make sure you use the set operator. Alright, so the last thing we want to be able to do is remove a document. Okay, so let's do const remove document, and let's make sure that that's an uppercase. Doesn't have to be, but I like to stick to that convention. So function get the collection. All right, and then we want to call collection dot delete one. Okay, and you can look at the documentation for the MongoDB driver and check out some of the other methods. We're not using all of them. There are other ones available. Alright, so we want to pass in the object query, which will say name. We'll pick on John Doe again. Alright, and then our function. Pass in here. Error result. Okay, we're going to check for the error. And then let's do console.log. Remove document, and we can console log the result as well. And then our callback. Alright, so now we're going to go up top. We'll comment out the find documents. And then down here, we'll add our remove document. So let's go ahead and save it and run it. Alright, so, wow. Maybe we don't want to echo out the result. But you can see we get result OK1, so now we can check to see if it actually was removed. So we'll do that, whoops. We'll do that with the find documents function. We'll run that, and now you can see that John Doe is no longer there. Alright, so we now have complete CRUD functionality using MongoDB and the MongoDB driver. In this project, we're going to be building a user authentication system using Node along with a bunch of other modules. So Passport is the main module that's going to take care of the authentication, the login, the registration, and all that. And we're going to be using bcrypt to hash passwords. We're going to use Mongo.js to communicate with MongoDB. We're going to use Express Messages for flash messaging. We're going to use Express Validator to validate input. And we're going to use EJS for our template engine. Alright, so let's take a look at the app. You'll see that I'm at localhost 3000 users/login. If I try to go to just localhost 3000, it just boots us back here because it's protected. You have to be logged in. So what we can do is click register, and we get this registration form. And we do have form validation, so you'll see if I just put whatever in these fields and click login, see that email must be valid, which it isn't, and passwords do not match. Alright, so now let's fill it out correctly. So email, username, we'll just say John. Alright, so we'll go ahead and register. So now it says you're now registered and you may log in. So let's go ahead and put in our login. So we'll say John 1234, log in, and it redirects us to the index page, and you can see we can also access user information. Alright, and then we have a logout link up here. If we click that, it'll log us back out. Alright, so it seems very simple, but there's actually quite a bit of code, quite a bit of modules that we'll be using that will be useful to you throughout your career as a developer. So what we're going to do first is we're going to create our folder and create our package.json file. Alright, so I'm going to just snap this over to the side, and let's open our editor. Okay, so we're going to, now I do have MongoDB installed. If you don't have it installed, go to I believe it's mongodb.com or org. Just get that set up. We do have a section dedicated to MongoDB in the database part of this course. Alright, so let's create a folder. Let's see, where do I want to put this? Let's go in C drive and projects. And I'm going to create a folder here called, we're just going to call it Passport App. Alright, and we're going to head to that in the command prompt. Alright, and let's go ahead and run npm init. That'll create the package.json file for us. I'm going to say app.js for the entry point. Alright, so that created package.json. I'm going to open this in my editor because we're going to create quite a few files. Alright, so if we open that up, we just have our information we just added. Now we have a lot of modules to add, so we're going to go over and run npm install and just put all of these modules on the same line. Okay, so we're going to need Express, we're going to need Mongo.js, what else? We're going to need, let me just check, EJS for our templates, Express Messages, Express Validator, Express Session, Connect Flash, and what else? Passport, and we also want Passport Local. Okay, Passport actually allows many different methods to authenticate. You can use local like we're going to do, which is just a local database. There's also Passport Twitter, where you can use Twitter logins, Passport Facebook, Gmail, all kinds of different authentication methods. But we're just going to stick to local. Okay, we're also going to need body parser. And I think that should be it. Yeah, that should be it. So let's say -- save, and we'll run that. Okay, that'll get everything installed. Alright, now if we look over to our package.json file, you can see all of the different modules and their versions. Oh, actually we need bcrypt too. So we'll say npm install. Now, bcrypt itself actually has quite a few dependencies. So we're not going to use bcrypt, we're going to use bcrypt.js, which is just it's all in JavaScript, and it's much easier to work with. And then I also want Bootstrap. Okay, we're going to use Bootstrap, and you can install it through npm. Of course, you can use the CDN, or however, you can use Bower, but we'll use npm just to kind of keep everything within the node modules. Alright, so let's say -- save. And there we go. So those should get added here, and we're all set. Now what we're going to do is create our app.js file. And you can see we have a lot of modules, so we have a lot of middleware to set up. Alright, so first of all, let's just include everything up here. And I'm going to paste this in to just save on time a little bit. So we have Express, we have the core path module, the Express validator, Express session, Passport. This is the local strategy from Passport that we're using. Body parser and Flash. Okay, Flash and Express messages work together. We'll be adding that middleware in a second. Alright, and Express messages, what it does is basically allows us to have things like this, to say we're logged in, logged out, and so on. Alright, so now what we're going to do, we're going to break our routes up into two different sections. We're going to have an index and users. Okay, index will represent the home page, the page that you have to be logged in for, and then users will have the registration and the login and all that. So let's go ahead and create a variable for index, which I'm going to call routes. So we'll say require, and that'll be /. We're going to have a folder called routes and a file called index. Okay, we're also going to have our users. Alright, so now let's create our app variable. I'm just going to set that to Express. And we're going to set up our view engine, which is EJS. So first we'll set the view folder. Okay, so we're going to set the view folder to views. Then we need to set the view engine, which will be EJS. Alright, so let's also set a static folder. Should be path.join. Okay, and the static folder is going to be called public. Alright, let's set up the body parser middleware. And I'm just going to paste this in. Just a couple lines. And I'm going to widen this a little bit. Alright, so now we're going to need our Express session middleware. I'm going to grab that real quick. Okay, and if you go to the Express session documentation, you should see this stuff. That's where I'm getting it from. Alright, if we go down to right here. Okay, so you can see we're just setting up standard middleware. Nothing special, it's just kind of default functionality. All right, now Passport also has a couple lines of middleware we're going to add. Okay, so we want to call .initialize and .session, and then we have the Express validator. So if you want to check that out, this is the documentation for that. Okay, it gives us the usage, which we'll get to later on. But right now, we just want this middleware. That's what I'm pasting in now. All right, now we want the Connect Flash middleware. And like I said, Connect Flash works with Express messages. So what we're doing here is basically setting a global variable that's going to hold our messages. All right, so we'll use that later on in the templates. Now what we want to do is define our routes to those two files that I specified, index and users. So app.use, and this is going to be / represent the home page, routes, and then we'll have / users. Okay, and then we just want to call app.listen so that we can run the server. We'll say port 3000, and let's just do a console log. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. Now, if we try and run the server now, it's going to give us an error because we haven't created these routes, and we also haven't created the views folder. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll say new folder routes, and inside routes, we're going to create a file called index.js, and also users.js. Alright, so let's open up index, and we're going to first bring in Express. Okay, because we want to use the Express router. So we'll say var router equals express dot router. Okay, so our route is going to be router dot get. Okay, because it's for a get request, and /, which will be the home page. Okay, then we'll put a function that's going to take in a request and response. And for right now, we're just going to say res.send index. Alright, and we have to make this accessible to other files, so we're going to say module.exports equals router. Alright, let's go ahead and copy that and save this, and then in users we'll paste that in. Okay, and we're just going to change this to login and change that to login, and then we're also going to have a register route. Okay, I'm just going to put comments here. So this is the login page, and it's a get request because we're also going to have post requests, so I'm going to label them. This is register page get. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and let's create the views folder, and we'll try to run our app. So let's see, we're going to go right in here, and actually, you know what we're going to do is I want you to install node.mon, which is it'll allow us to run our application and not have to restart it whenever we change something. All right, so you just want to run npm install node.mon-g. That'll install it globally. And then what we'll do is go to our package.json file, and we'll just set a script here. We don't need this test, so I'm going to change that to start. And then I'm just going to get rid of that, and we're going to say node.mon. So now we'll be able to run npm start, and it'll run our application. What's this? Oh, I already have port 3000 is being used. Let me just shut that off real quick. I have another server running. Alright, let's try that again. Okay, so it's running on port 3000. So now we'll go to localhost 3000 and we get our index. Okay, and that's coming from right here. We should also be able to go to /users/login as well as users/register. Alright, good. So far so good. I think I'm going to stop the video here now that we have our basic configuration set up. In the next video we'll start to create our views with EJS, and we'll go on from there to install Passport and the rest of our modules. Hey guys, in the last video we set up our application and all its dependencies. We set up the app.js file, which has all the middleware and so on, so make sure you get that done. And now what we'll do is start to set up our views. Alright, so inside the views folder we're going to create a new file and save it as index.ejs for embedded JavaScript. Okay, so that'll be basically our home page or our dashboard. Alright, we're also going to create a file called login.ejs and register.ejs. And let's create a folder inside the views folder called includes. And then inside there we're just going to have a header.ejs and a footer. Okay, so we can get the file creation out of the way. And I'm just going to close those for now. Alright, so one by one, let's open up index.ejs. I'm just going to say index page. And let's go to index.js, which is in the routes folder, and we're going to change this from res send to res render index. Okay, so now if we go and reload, you can see we get the index page. Okay, same thing with the other, with the users routes. I'm going to change this to render, login, and register. Alright, so we should now be able to render, whoops, it should be users. Let's see, that should be, oh, I didn't add anything to it. Okay, reload, there we go. Register, there we go. Alright, so now that we have those, let's start to build our interface. Okay, we're going to be using Bootstrap. So let's go to getbootstrap.com. And let's see, we want to first add our header code. So in header EJS, inside includes, I'm just going to switch this to HTML. Okay, we'll put some standard HTML tags. I'm going to get rid of the ending body and HTML tags because those are going to go in the footer. Alright, and then title, we'll say Passport app. Okay, and let's save that. And then in the footer, we're going to have the body and HTML end tags. Close that up. Alright, now for Bootstrap, we installed Bootstrap using npm. So what we're going to do is go to our app.js file right under where we put the static folder. And we want to set a static path for the Bootstrap CSS file. Alright, so this is pretty easy. We're just going to say app.use. And let's pass in /CSS, and then we want express.static, and pass into there double underscore dir name, and then the path to the Bootstrap CSS file, which is /node modules /bootstrap /dist/css. Alright, so we'll save that, and now we should be able to go to our header.ejs and say link rel style sheet, and then point to /css bootstrap.min.css. Alright, so we'll save that. Now the font should change. Let's see, we get an error. Alright, let me make sure. Make sure there's not a syntax error. Oh yeah, this shouldn't be a comma, this should actually be a plus sign because we're concatenating that. Alright, so save that. And we need to include the header in our index, actually in all of our views. So right up here, we're going to put in %hyphen and then include /header. Okay, so that's the header. We also want the footer at the bottom. Alright, and let's do that in the login page as well as the register. Okay, so now you can see the fonts changed, so Bootstrap is now working. Now let's go to Get Bootstrap, and if we go to Getting Started and then Examples, you'll see that there is a login template right here, a sign-in page. Let's click that, and then Control U. Now this has its own CSS file in addition to Bootstrap right here, signin.css. So what I'm going to do is click that. We're going to grab this, and we're going to create a custom CSS file. Okay, so let's create a folder called public, and inside public, whoops, we want to create another folder called CSS, and then inside there we'll create a file, paste in that code, and save it as style.css. Alright, and then we just have to add that to the header. Alright, and then we'll go back to that template source code, and we're going to grab from this container to the ending container div. Okay, we'll copy that. Let's go to login EJS and paste that in right here. Okay, we'll save it, and if we go to our front end to the login page, it should look like that. Alright, now for some reason the background isn't changing. If yours is still white like that and you want it to be gray, just go to the style CSS and just add important right here. Okay, for some reason that needs important to actually show the gray. Alright, so let's change this markup a little bit inside the login. First thing I'm going to do is the title here, please sign in. I'm going to change that to user login, and I want it aligned in the center, so I'm going to add the class text center, which is a Bootstrap class. Okay, now we're not using an email address to log in, we're going to have a username, so let's change this here to username, and let's see, we can get rid of the ID. Actually, what we're going to do is change it to a name attribute, and that'll be username. Placeholder, we can also change that. And now we have password, and we can get rid of these 4 attributes too. I just want to cut this down as much as we can. Okay, so password, that's good. This will be name, password. Okay, this checkbox, we don't need it. this whole div right here. I'm going to change this to HTML. Alright, so that looks good. Let's put a line break right here. And let's save that. Alright, so that looks good. Now, we want a link here to go to the register page. If the person doesn't have an account, they need a way to go to the register page. So we're going to go right above the button, and we'll put in the paragraph. And let's say no account. And that's going to go to /users/register. Alright, so that looks good. Let's click register. That goes to the reg page. Now what I'm going to do is copy this whole thing that we just did and go to register EJS and paste that in there. Okay, let's start at the heading here. We'll change this to, we'll say user registration. Alright, and let's see, we're going to copy from the label to the BR, and let's paste that right here, and then another one under it. This first one's going to be name, type will be text, name will be name. Actually, you know what, that should be text here for both of these as well. Okay, on the login page too, let's change that. Alright. Alright, so we have our name. We'll change the placeholder to name. This next one will be email. Okay, so we got name, email, username, password, and then we want password 2. Okay, name will be password 2. Placeholder will say password confirm. Alright, and then this paragraph is going to say, we'll say have account, and then this will be login, and we'll change this to login. That way we can switch back and forth. Alright, so there's our registration, so we can switch back and forth from those two pages. Okay, now for the index page, we're going to go back to Get Bootstrap. And for the examples, we're going to go to this right here, starter template, and do a Control U, and we're just going to grab from this nav tag down to the container. Alright, and we'll go into views, index, and paste that in. Alright, we're going to change a couple things. We're going to get rid of the navbar fixed top class. We're going to change the project name to passport app. Okay, for the list items here, I'm going to get rid of these two and then change home to log out and get rid of the active class, and we might as well add the link here, which will be users/logout. And let's see, I think that's good. Actually, this UL right here, I'm just going to add a class navbar right so that it floats to the right, and then down here we'll change this H1, we'll just say members area. Alright, so we'll save that. Let's take a look. Now we have this space at the top. That's because if we go to our style CSS, we have body and we have padding top and bottom 40 pixels. Let's go ahead and cut that out. And we're going to just put that in. Actually, let's keep that out and see what the other pages look like. Okay, that fixes that. But if we go to users, login, I guess that's fine. Yeah, that's good. Alright, so now we have our 3 pages. We have the UI done as far as how it looks. In the next video, we're going to take care of the user registration. Okay, we want to be able to submit all these fields, and we want them to validate and then submit the user. Alright, so I will see you in the next video. Alright guys, in the last video we went ahead and created our UI. So we have our register page, our login page, and we also created the index page. So we're going to work on the user registration form first. So we want to be able to submit our form, we want to send it through some validation, and then ultimately create a user in our MongoDB database. Okay, we're using Node.js as our ORM. So the first file that we're gonna work in the most is gonna be in routes users.js. Okay, this is where all the action is gonna happen. So we're going to add a couple things up here. We want to bring in Mongo.js. Okay, we're going to set that to require Mongo.js. Alright, and then we can create a database instance that we can use. So call it DB, set it to Mongo.js. And in here we need to put some kind of handler. I'm just going to say passport app. And then you want to specify the collections you want to work with. Okay, we're going to have one collection called users. Next, we're going to bring in bcrypt, which is going to take care of encrypting the passwords. Okay, so we're going to set that to require, and we're using bcrypt.js. Okay, we also want to bring in passport, which takes care of all the authentication. So require, and we want to require passport. Now there's multiple strategies we can use with passport. We can use Facebook, Twitter, Google, but we're just going to keep it with a local database. Okay, so we will need to include a local strategy. So we're going to create a variable called local strategy, and we're going to set that to require. And we want to require passport local. Okay, passport local, and then dot strategy. Alright, so now what we need to do is set a post request for our register form. Okay, right here we have a get request. What I'll do is copy that, and then we'll just change this to post. And let's also add a comment here. We'll say register post. Get rid of this. Alright, so let's say console.log, and we'll say adding user. Okay, now what we need to do is go to our form, our register form, or register EJS, and up in the form tag we're going to add a couple attributes. We're going to say method equals post, and action is going to equal our route. So that's going to be /users/register. Alright, I'm just going to set this to HTML. Alright, so now that's going to go to users register. So it's going to go to that route we just created. So let's make sure that everything's saved, and let's pull up our command line. Okay, so I'm just going to fill this out with just some dummy content and click sign up. Let's see, that should have logged. Let's see, action/user/register. Okay, so that should go here, and then we should get a console log. And let's see. Yep, there we go, adding user. Okay, I must not have saved it. Alright, so what we want to do is obviously we need to grab the data that's submitted into the form. So let's go ahead and do that. And I'm just going to paste this in. So what we're doing is we're just getting the data with request.body. And then whatever the name is, and then I'm putting them into variables over here. Okay, now we want to set up some validation, and we're using Express Validator. So to, let's see, we'll say validation, and then to run our validation, we want to say request.checkBody, and then we can check each of our fields. So let's say name, and then the second parameter is going to be the message you want displayed. So we're going to say name field is required. Alright, and then we want to say dot, and then the rule we want, in this case it's going to be not empty. Alright, and I can pull up the documentation for Express Validator too. Alright, so you can see that what I'm doing is right here. We're doing request check body, and then we're using not empty. Alright, so name can't be empty. Email we also don't want to be. We don't want any of them to be empty. So let's go ahead and copy that, and this will be email. Now email also needs to have an email address validator, so we can change this here to is email, and then we'll change the message. We'll say please use a valid email address. Alright, so that takes care of that. And then also username shouldn't be empty. Okay, password. And then we also want the passwords to match, okay, password and password 2. So we're going to change this to equals. And let's change this to password. Actually, this will be password 2. Passwords do not match, and then the field that we want it to equal is going to be request.body.password. Alright, so that looks good as far as validation goes. And then if we look over here, you see we need this right here, request validation errors. So let's paste that in. And we'll say check for errors. Okay, so if there's any errors, if any of these don't work or don't validate, then we're going to have some errors. So we're going to do an if, else. So we'll check for errors, and if there are any, then we want to re-render the page. So we'll say res.render. And we want to render register, but we also want to pass along a bunch of values. Okay, for one, we want to pass the errors, and then we also want to pass in whatever we have in the fields, because we don't want the fields to completely clear if we have an error. So let's send along the name, the email, the username, password, and password 2. Okay, so we'll send those, and then else, for now we'll just say console log success. Alright, we'll save that. And actually, you know what I'm going to do is just put a console log here as well. we'll say form has errors. Alright, so let's go ahead and save it, and then we're going to pull that up. And let's just fill some of this out. I'm not going to do a matching password or a valid email. So if we say sign up and we look at our console, you'll see it says form has errors. Alright, if we do this right, we get success. Alright, now when the form has errors, we want to let the user know that, and we're sending along errors to the view, but we're not displaying it in the view. So let's go ahead and handle that. So we're going to go to views and then register, and let's go right above the form, and we're first going to check for errors, and we're going to use EJS. So we're going to say if locals.errors if locals.errors, then what we want to do is loop through the errors array, because it's going to be an array. So errors dot for each, and then in here we want a function. Okay, we're going to pass in error. And then in here we're going to put a div, give it a class of alert, and then alert danger, which is a bootstrap class. Okay, and then in here we're going to say error dot msg, just like that. So now the errors should display. So let's try it again. Whoops. And there we go. So now we have our errors inside of alerts. Now I want to push this down a little. So what I'm going to do, let's see, on the register page, let's just add reg page as a class, and same thing on login. And then I'm going to go to my style sheet and we'll say reg page and login page. I'm going to set padding top 40 pixels and padding bottom 40 pixels. Alright, so that looks good. Validation's working. Now notice that the form cleared, and we don't want that. We want whatever we put there to stay. So we are passing it along. We know that. If we look here, we're passing all those along. We just need to add them as values in our form. Alright, so we want to go to, let's go to the name field, and we'll go right here and say value. Okay, we're going to put a shorthand conditional in here. Let me just grab that real quick. Okay, so basically we're saying if there's a name, locals.name, then we want to display that. Okay, and name is coming from right here. Okay, that's whatever we pass in. So we want to do that to all of the fields. So I'm going to copy this whole thing, this whole value attribute, and we'll go and put it here, change it to email. Username. Okay, password. and password 2. Okay, so now you can see that whatever we type in there will stay in there. So we have the validation taken care of. Now we want to handle the actual submission if it goes through. So if we go back to users.js and we go into where the success is, what we want to do is build an object from these variables that are coming from the form. So let's say var new user, and we're going to set that to an object. And I'm just going to copy this right here. Alright, so that'll be our object. And then what we want to do is insert that using Mongo.js. So we're going to say db.users.insert. And here we're going to pass in that new user object and then a function. Okay, that function will say error and doc. We'll check for the error. If there is an error, then we're just going to say res.send. We're going to stop everything and send that error. Okay, if there's not, then let's do a console.log. We'll say adding user. Or actually, let's say user added. Okay. And then we're going to send a flash message, a success message. So we'll say request.flash. It's going to be a success message. And then the text. Okay, and then finally we want to redirect. So to do that, we can say res.location slash and res.redirect slash. All right, let's go ahead and save that, and let's try to register. Okay, sign up, and we get redirected to the index, which is what we want. Now, there's no way within our application yet to tell if that actually worked, so I'm going to pull up my MongoDB console in a command line. So I'm going to go to my MongoDB directory /bin, and then we'll run Mongo. And let's say show DBs, and you can see we have a DB called Passport App, so I'm going to use that. Oh, did I spell that right? Passport App. And then let's do DB. Actually, we'll do show collections, and you can see we have a users collection, so now we'll say db.users.find, and there it is. Okay, so we know that our app is now registering users to our database. Now there is a problem here, and that's that the password is plain text. Okay, you never want to store plain text passwords, so we're going to use bcrypt to encrypt that. All right, and we're going to do that in the next video. All right, guys, in the last video we made it so that we could validate our register form and then submit a user, but notice that the user has a plain text password, and we don't want that. We want to encrypt that using bcrypt. So we're going to go back to users.js in the routes folder, and let's go right under where we created the new user object, and we're going to say bcrypt.gensalt. Okay, so we're going to generate a salt here, and we want to pass in the characters we're going to say 10, and then a callback function, which will take in error and salt. Okay, then what we want to do is call bcrypt.hash, and in here we're going to pass in the password we want to hash. Now that's going to come from the new user object, so we're going to say new user dot password. All right, and then we're going to pass in that salt and then a function. Okay, and then that function will have error and hash, and then let's set the new user dot password to the new hash. Okay, and then we want to take everything we do here, the insert, and cut it, and then bring that in there in the callback, and that should hash our password. Alright, so let's save that, and we're going to go back to the register. Actually, you know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to delete the one that we put in there. Okay, let's delete this guy. Actually, I'm going to delete the whole database. So I'll say db.drop database. Alright, so now let's try this again. Okay, sign up. Passwords don't match. Okay, there we go. Now let's go use passport app, and then we'll do db users find. And now if you look at the password, it's much different. Okay, it's totally encrypted. So it's pretty easy to do that, to encrypt your passwords using bcrypt. There is a method we're going to have to run it through when we actually log in and compare, but that's not that difficult either. Alright, so that was a quick video, but I do want to break it up because the next video we're going to focus on logging in, and there's quite a bit to it. We need to set up Passport, we need to set up our local strategy, and then we'll go from there. Alright guys, so in the last video we made it so that we could hash our passwords before submitting a user. Now we're going to work on the login. So this is the passportjs.org documentation, and if we scroll down here, I just want to, let's see, I want this right here. So we need to create an app.post to the login route, and we're going to include some of these options. So I'm just going to copy that, and we're going to go down here. Let's see, we want to go after the register. So right here, and I'm going to paste this in. Let's add a comment. We'll say login post, and what we're doing is we're using the /login route, and then we're saying passport.authenticate, and then including a couple things there. Okay, we're saying that we want to use a local strategy, and then we have a success redirect, which we're going to keep as / the index page, and then failure redirect, we want that to go to users /login. Alright, and then failure flash is set to true, but we're actually going to change it to a message that we want to be displayed if there's a failure. So we just want to say invalid username or password. Alright, and then we should have a function. So let's go right here. I'm sorry, right here after this parentheses, and then we'll say function. Okay, and then that function is going to take request and response. And then in there, we'll do a console log. We'll say auth successful. Okay, and then let's do let's see, we'll just do a redirect to the index page or slash. Alright, that looks good. You know what, I'm going to put this function on the next line. It looks a little weird. So now what we want to do is create the local strategy. Okay, we're telling it we want a local strategy, but we didn't create it yet. So let's go right above it, and we're going to say passport.use, and we're going to pass into it new local strategy. And I'm going to go like that. And then in here, we'll say function, and it's going to take in a couple things. It's going to take in username, password, and then done. Alright, and what we need to do here is reach into our database and grab a user by their username. So we can do that with db.users.findOne. Okay, it's a Mongo.js method. And we want to pass in our query, which is going to be, we want username by the username that's passed in. Alright, and then we're going to have a function. And that'll take in error and user. And we'll check for the error first. We'll say if error, then we want to just return. Actually, let's put that on a new line. We'll say return done, but we want to just pass in error. Alright, then we want to check for the user, so we'll say if, actually we're going to say if no user, then we're going to return done. Okay, we want to pass in a few things here. We're going to pass in null, false, and then a message. Like that. Okay, so the message will be incorrect username. Okay. Now, if there's no error and there is a user, then we're going to keep on going, and we want to use bcrypt here to match the hash. Okay, so we're going to say bcrypt.compare. And then we want to pass in password that we enter, and also the password of the user that was found up here. Alright, and then we'll have our function. Okay, and that'll take in error, and then the next one will be either a true or false, and I'm just going to call it isMatch. So if there is a match, it'll be true. If there's not, it'll be false. Alright, first of all, we'll check for the error. And if there's no error, we're going to check for the isMatch. If isMatch, then we'll say return done, pass in null, and also pass in the user. Else, if there isn't a match, then we're going to return. Actually, I'll just grab what we did up here. Okay, except this one will be incorrect password. Alright, so it's not too difficult to really see what's going on here. We're taking the username and password that we pass into the form. We're going to call find1 to match the username. If there isn't a username by that name, we're going to get this error. If there is, then it's going to keep going, and it's going to run the password through this bcrypt compare, so it can compare the hashed passwords. If it does match, we're going to return done along with the user object. If it doesn't, we're just going to return done with the error incorrect password. So that's what this strategy does. Alright, now there's a couple other things we need to do for a passport. We need to serialize and deserialize the user because we want to be able to access that user information when they're logged in. So let me see where that is. right here. Grab these two, and we're going to have to change them up a little bit. Alright, so we have serialize user, function user. Actually, this serialize, we don't have to change too much. What we do want to do is set user dot underscore ID, because since we're using MongoDB, it uses an underscore ID field. Alright, so we'll do that. And then in deserialize user, we're going to have to, we can't use find by ID because that's not part of Mongo.js. I think that's part of Mongoose. So we're going to, we'll just get rid of that and we'll redo it. So we'll say db.users.find1. Okay, and then in here we're going to pass in underscore ID, and then we're going to take this ID, but MongoDB stores object IDs, so we have to wrap our ID in Mongo.js dot object ID, and then we'll pass in the ID. Alright, and then we'll have a second parameter of function. Okay, that'll take in error and user. And then what we want to do is call done and pass in error and user. Alright, and that should do it. Now let's save that, and we're going to go to our login EJS, and we want to be able to get messages sent from that from Passport. So we're going to go right above the form. Oops. And we're going to add in less than %- and then messages. Just like that, and that should output the messages. So let's go ahead and save that, and let's see what happens if we go. Oh, we're getting an error. Let's see, app is not defined. Oh. Yeah, this shouldn't be app.post, that should be router.post. Okay, so let's go to /users/login, and if we were to just type anything, okay, that should give us an error. Let's see if we're getting anything in the console. No. Oh, we didn't set the action. So in login EJS, we're going to go up here in the form tag, and let's say method is post action is going to be /users/login. Alright, so we get invalid username or password. Now I want this to look a little better, and I can't figure out how to make the messages, how to wrap it in a custom div and use the Bootstrap classes. So what I've been doing when I use this is, if we look at this, it has a div ID messages and then a UL with the class of error. So I'm going to add my own CSS to make that look better. Okay, so we're going to go to the bottom here, and I'm going to paste in a couple things here. So this is for the error, basically just formatting it like Bootstrap alert. Okay, we're going to give it a red background and stuff, and then the success will have a green background. Alright, so if we save that and then we try that again, you can see now it's formatted nicely. Alright, so let's go ahead and try the correct username but the wrong password. Okay, so it's still not going to let us. Now let's try the correct username with the right password, and it works. So we're just about there. What we want to do now in the next video is we want to add some access control. We don't want to be able to come to this page unless we're logged in. We also want to display the user's name and also create the logout function. Alright, so that's what we'll do next. Alright guys, so we're almost there. In the last video we made it so that we could log in. Now we want to add some access control. So what I'm going to do is go to my index.js file, which is in the routes folder, and we're going to create a function right here, and we're going to call it ensure authenticated. Alright, and that's going to take in request, response, next. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put an if statement, and we want to check for request dot is authenticated. Okay, if is authenticated, then we just want to keep going, so we want to return next. Alright, and then here we're going to do our redirect to /users/login. Okay, so if we're not authenticated, we're going to just get booted out to the login page. Alright, now in order to use this, we're going to go up here to the get request and pass it in as a second parameter. So right here we'll say ensure authenticated. So that should be a capital A. Alright, so that should do it. Let's save that. Now whenever we save a file and it recompiles, it's going to basically log us out. Alright, if I reload that page, you can see we get booted to the login screen. Okay, if I try to go to localhost 3000, I can't. So let's try to log in. And we get sent to the members area, to the index page. Okay, so we can now enter this page. Now what I want to do is display the user's name. So let's go, actually what we need to do first is in the app.js file, we're going to create a global variable so that we can access the user information. And we're going to do this through middleware. Okay, basically we're going to create a route to everything. Okay, so this is going to load on every route. We'll have our function, and that's going to take in request res next. Okay, and let's do res dot locals. This is how we create a global variable, locals dot user, and we're going to set that to request dot user or null if it's not there. Okay, then we just want to call next. So now if we go to our index, let's go to index.ejs and go down to where we have our heading, and we'll say welcome, and let's see, we're going to do user dot name. Alright, so let's save that, and if we reload, we're going to get kicked out because we recompiled. So now we're going to log back in, and now it says welcome and then whatever the name is for that account. So now let's do our logout. So we're going to go to users.js, we'll go down here, and let's do router.get. That's going to be /logout. Okay, that'll take in request, response, and in here we just want to call request.logout. And let's do res.redirect, and we'll get redirected to the login page. Alright, and actually let's set a message. We'll set a flash message. So request.flash, and it'll be success, and we'll just say you have logged out. Okay, let's make sure we have our messages available in the view. So if we go to login, we have our messages, and let's make sure we have that in register as well, which we don't, so I'm going to put that there. Alright, now if we reload, we're going to get kicked out, so let's try logging back in, and then we're going to click on logout, and there we go, we get our you have logged out message. So we now have a complete login system using Passport. So you can obviously use this in any application you create. You can integrate it in if you want to add authentication. But that's going to be it for this video, this project, and I'll see you in the next. Alright, so now we're going to get into a really interesting technology, and that is Meteor.js. So Meteor.js is technically a full-stack JavaScript framework and collection of libraries and packages for building connected client reactive applications. One of the unique things about Meteor is that it runs on both the client and the server, and it even uses the same API so we can work seamlessly throughout the entire application structure. Meteor is used for both web and mobile-based applications. So when working with different frameworks, most of or many of them use a request response format. Okay, so the client makes a request and the server sends a response. Well, Meteor uses reactive programming by creating a subscription to the data. Okay, so it does this using DDP, which stands for Distributed Data Protocol. So when the data changes, the subscriptions are notified and they update accordingly. So DDP allows data to travel in both directions. With most systems, you'll set up a REST endpoint to serialize and send the data. With DDP, you create a publication endpoint that can push data from the server to the client. And if that makes no sense whatsoever, don't worry about it. You actually don't need to know the ins and outs of exactly how the data is transmitted to be able to use and understand Meteor. Alright, so as far as where the data gets saved, Meteor uses MongoDB, which is a popular NoSQL database system. It uses collections, which resemble a table in a relational database, just much more flexible. Okay, so it uses MongoDB in the back end, and it also uses something called Mini-Mongo on the front end, which is a client-side library. And this is basically an in-memory implementation of MongoDB. So Mini-Mongo subscribes to a publication and pulls and pushes data to and from MongoDB in the back end. So if we look at this line of code right here, this will create a new collection called to-dos, and this should be run on both the client and the server. Okay, so you can have code that runs on the server in one folder, and then code that runs on the client in one folder, and then you can have code that runs on both. So Meteor is great, and it has a lot of nice features, but there might be times when you need to add some functionality that isn't included in the core system. So this is where Meteor packages come in. Meteor does have its own packaging system. Packages are small external programs or modules that vary in the types of functionality they offer. With the release of version 1.3, Meteor now has full support for NPM, or Node package modules. And then Atmosphere packages are packages that are written specifically for Meteor. Okay, if you look down here, you can see an example how to install a package from Atmosphere. So you would say Meteor, add, and then the package name, and that would set that up. And like I said, you can also use NPM. You can use Meteor, npm install, and then whatever the package name. Views and templates. So as far as UI rendering, Meteor supports 3 libraries. Blaze, which is the easiest to use. It's basically a simple handlebars-like template engine, and this is what we'll be looking at for the most part. There's also React and Angular. React uses JSX, or JavaScript syntax extensions. This is where we write our HTML within the JavaScript. It can get a little complicated. And then there's also Angular, which you probably know is a full front-end framework. You can also use that with Meteor, and that uses HTML with a special attribute syntax for logic and events. Okay, React and Angular enforce a better component structure, but Blaze is much easier to work with. All right, so you may have applications where you want some kind of user tracking or user login system. Meteor and DDP use a built-in user ID field by default, so this promotes login state tracking, and it's a good starting point for custom account systems. You can also get user functionality through different modules. Okay, the accounts base module is extremely popular, and this basically gives you a user's collection with a standard schema along with a variety of methods to do things like track state and validate users. All right, we'll be looking into that. All right, testing is kind of a tough subject, and they usually don't go in depth in testing. There's entire books written on the subject, and there's many different styles and methods in testing. So Meteor basically offers 4 types. So there's unit testing, or 4 popular types. There are others, but these are the most common. So unit testing is the most common type, usually with each unit test, you're testing one small module or piece of functionality. Then we have integration testing, where you'll see how all these modules and units work together. Acceptance testing, making sure that everything loads, all the buttons work and do the right things. And then load tests to see how the app functions under specific loads. Alright guys, in this video we're going to get Meteor set up and installed, and we're going to look at the core files that it gives us when we create a project, and then I'm going to show you just some of the core basics. Alright, so I'm going to go to Meteor.com, and you want to click on Install Now. If you're on Mac or Linux, you just want to run this curl command in your terminal, and that'll get it all installed for you. If you're on Windows, as I am, you want to just click on the Download Installer button, and we're going to just save that. Okay, we'll open that up, and you should get a window like this. We're just going to go through and install it. Alright, so that took a few minutes. When you get this right here, it's going to ask if you want to set up a Meteor developer account. I'm just going to say skip this step for now, and then we'll go ahead and close. You can see Meteor is now installed. So what I'm going to do now is just open up a standard Windows command line. And we should be able to use the Meteor command now. So let's say Meteor --version. And you can see I'm running version 1432. Yours may be different. Now what I'm going to do is go into my projects folder. And we're going to create a new application called Quick To-Dos. And that's what we're going to use throughout this part of this course. So let's go ahead and run Meteor create. And we'll call this Quick To-Dos, and that should generate a Meteor project for us. Okay, we want to add that folder to our text editor, which I'm using Atom. So let's say add project folder, go to projects, and then Quick To-Dos. Okay, let that finish up. Okay, so that's all set. Now let's cd into the Quick To-Dos folder, and then from here we're just going to run Meteor, and that'll open up our application. Okay, it should open it on port 3000, I believe. So let's open that up. I thought it did it on its own, but I guess not. Okay, so this is basically the boilerplate application. It's very, very simple. If we click this button, this will just increment by 1. If we reload, it goes away. Goes back to 0. So let's take a look at the folder structure here. The .meteor folder you don't want to touch. That's basically everything to do with the Meteor core system, as well as packages and things like that. The node modules folder just has all the dependencies and stuff. What we want to work in is the client and server folder. So whatever is in the client folder will run on the front end. Whatever is in the server will run on the back end. Okay, the server main.js by default doesn't have really anything in it, just includes Meteor, and then it calls a function called startup, and you can put whatever you want to run on the server startup in here. If we look on the client, which is where we work most of the time, We have a main.html file, and you can see it has head and body tags. We actually don't have to worry about the HTML tags and all that. Meteor takes care of that behind the scenes. And then down in the body, you can see we have this syntax with double curly braces, and then an angle bracket, and then hello. So what this is a template. Okay, this is a template called hello. This is a template called info, and we're defining those templates right here. Okay, in a lot of cases, you probably won't want to have the templates in this file. You want to create separate files for them, but this is just a very simple example. Okay, so you have your template tag, and then you have an attribute called name, and that's where you name it. Okay, and in here we just have a button that says click me, and then you've pressed the button, and then we have this dynamic variable called counter, and then times. Okay, and then down here is just the info template. It's just all static HTML. Alright, so that's the main HTML file. Let's go to the main.js. This is where all the dynamic stuff happens. We're bringing in the template package, as well as this reactive var, or reactive variable. We're importing the main HTML file here. Now, if you're creating a big application with multiple views, you'll probably want to use the router. There's a really nice package called Iron Router for Meteor, and that allows you to have different pages and so on. All right, now right here we're saying the hello template helpers. So this is just all the functions that you want to be able to run inside of the hello template. So we have this counter, which is just going to basically get whatever data is in the counter, and that's going to output right here. Okay, so you can set functions and variables in the JS and then output them in the template. All right, right here is where you would define the events for the hello template. In this case, we're saying any button that gets clicked in that template should run this function. And basically, we're taking this instance.counter.set, and we're just adding 1 to that reactive variable. All right, but we're not going to really be doing this stuff. And then up here we have this template.hello.onCreated, which is basically like a lifecycle method. If you've worked with React or Angular, then you know that there's certain methods you can hook into that will run at certain times. In this case, when the hello template is created, we're going to run this function, which basically just sets a new reactive variable into the counter. Okay, so hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. What we're going to do is just get rid of all of this. We're not going to need this. We'll keep the first line, and that's it. And we're going to go to main HTML and get rid of that, the info, and then we'll change hello to a template called main. And then what we can do is change this to main. And in here, let's put in a header tag. And we'll put in H1, and we'll just say quick to-dos. Okay, so if we reload that, and I just want to get rid of this welcome to Meteor as well. All right, now what if we want this to be dynamic? We want to be able to basically pass this in from our JavaScript. So if we go to main.js, we can take that template object, and then we can say template.main, because that's what we called it, and then .helpers. And then in here we'll pass in some curly braces, and we can set different functions here to return values to the template. So for instance, let's create title, and in here we're just going to say return quick to-dos. Okay, we'll save that, and then let's go to main HTML and get rid of this, and we'll put in double curly braces, and we'll say title. Save that, and we still get quick to-dos. And just to show you it's definitely coming from here, I'll put a space, and you can see that that changes as well. So we can do whatever we want in the JavaScript, and then basically pass the data, the result, into the application, into the template. Now let's say we wanted to send a list of to-dos into this file, into the template. What we could do is let's go right here and create a variable called tasks. We'll set that to an array, and let's set some objects here which will have a text. Okay, so we'll say pick up kids from school, and let's do go food shopping, and then we'll do another one which will be text meeting with boss. Okay, so we have these tasks. And now what I'm going to do is down here I'm going to put a comma and say tasks, and then we'll just return tasks. Okay, now we have an array passed in, and what we can do is we can loop through this array and output the tasks onto the screen. So we can do that with an each. So I'm going to go right under the header, and I'm going to put in a UL, and then we'll say number sign each tasks, and end that. And then in here we can put text. Okay, if we save that, and you'll see that it's outputting that. Now what I want to do is create a separate template for the individual tasks. So I'll change this to the angle bracket and then task, and then down here create a new template and give that the name of task. Okay, and then in here we should be able to, let's wrap this in LIs and say task. I'm sorry, text. Save that, and there we go. Alright, I'm just going to change this title to have an uppercase Q and T. So that is the basics of creating a template and setting helpers. In the next video, we're going to start to work with events. Okay, so we'll have a text box where we can add to our to-dos. And actually, you know what? I said tasks here. Let's just change that to to-dos. Alright, and then just change it in here. So this will be each to-dos. Change that to to-do. This. And that should do it. So let's save that. Alright. Makes more sense for an application called Quick To-Dos. Yeah, so we'll get into events, and we're also going to get into collections because right now we're just outputting a static array that we created, but we want this to come from a collection from MongoDB, which is integrated into Meteor. Alright, so that's what we'll get to next. Hey guys, in the last video we went ahead and installed Meteor, we set up an application, and I showed you how to basically create helper functions and send data to the HTML template. So right now we're just having these to-dos come from just a static array that we created, but what we want to do is we want to create a to-dos collection that in MongoDB that we can send queries to and fetch and insert and all that. So what we'll do is create a folder in the root of our application called lib, and this is going to be accessible to both the server and the client. Okay, if it's outside of the client server folder, it'll be accessible to both. So I'm going to create a file in here called collections.js, and in here we're going to just import Mongo. Actually, that should have braces around it, and that's going to be from Meteor/Mongo. And then we want to just basically we're just going to say to-dos and set that to new mongo.collection, and then just pass in to-dos. Alright, so that's all we have to do to actually have the collection. Alright, and if we actually open the Chrome console here with F12 and we say to-dos.find .fetch, and it'll get an empty array. Okay, there's nothing in it yet. So what we want to do next is we want to insert a couple to-dos, and we're going to do that through the application, but first I just want to show you that we can also do it through a Mongo shell, or the Meteor Mongo shell. So I'm going to open up another command line, and I'm going to cd into projects, and then we want to go into quick to-dos. Okay, and from here we should be able to run Meteor Mongo. Okay, and that's going to open up a Mongo shell, and we can do things like insert, read, delete, and all that. What we want to do is insert a to-do. Okay, so let's do let's see, db.todos, because that's the collection we want, and then we're going to say .insert. And then in here we want to put in our curly braces, and let's say text pick up kids from school, and then let's also add a time value. So I'll put a comma and then time, and in here let's just say 3 o'clock. Alright, we'll click enter, and you should get this n inserted 1. Okay, now if we want to see what's in the to-dos collection, we can say db.todos.find, and that shows us the pick up kids from school. Let's add one more. So I'll change this to 1 o'clock, and let's change this to meeting with boss. Okay, so now we should have 2 to-dos in the collection. We can also, in the browser, do to-dos find fetch, and it'll give us both of those objects. So we want those to appear right here instead of these static values that we added. So I'm going to go to back to client main.js, and where we have this return to dos, we're going to get rid of this here, and then say let's say const to dos, and we want to set this equal to the to-dos collection dot find. Okay, just like we did in the shell. So let's save that, and now you can see it's getting the to-dos that we added in the shell. If we go ahead and add another one here, let's say, I don't know, 5 o'clock, and we'll say go out to dinner. And there it is, and you see it's reactive. We don't even have to refresh the page, it just automatically goes in. So now what I want to do is add a form so that we can add them through the application. So let's go back to main HTML, and I'm just going to put this in the main template. Alright, so in the header, actually let's go right under the H1, we'll put a form and give it a class of add to do, and in here we're going to have an input, give it a type of text, and let's give it a name of text and a placeholder. We'll say add to do. Okay, then we'll put a submit button, submit button, type submit, and let's say, we'll just say add. Okay, so now we should have a form. Let's save that, and what we need to do is create an event for when we submit this. Okay, so remember it has a class of add to do, so we're going to go to main.js, and we're going to say template.main.events. And in here we'll pass in our curly braces, and in here we're going to say submit, and then it has a class of add to do. Oops. Alright, so we're going to do that, and then run a function that's going to be passed in an event. And we want to prevent this from actually submitting to a file, so we're going to say event dot prevent default, and then let's get the text that's passed in. We'll create a variable called text and set it to event event.target.text.value. And then let's console.log text. Alright, so when I add something in there and submit, you can see it's logging down here. So all we need to do is insert that into our database. So we can get the to-dos collection, and we're going to say .insert, just like we did in the shell. And in here, we're going to pass along text. And oh, you know what? We need to add the time as well. So let's just grab that. We'll say add time and give this a name of time as well. All right. And then back in main.js, let's go ahead and copy this and then change this to time and change this to time. And before we do this, I just want to make sure that we're getting that. So console.log time. We'll say 2 o'clock, something, add, and we get the time. Good. All right, so now we can insert. So we'll say to-dos.insert text and time. And that should be good. And then I just want to clear these values out, so we can just take this and set that to nothing, and we'll do the same with the time. All right, let's try it out. So let's say, we'll just say test to do time 2 o'clock add. Okay, so we get test to do. Now we want to display the time as well, so let's go to main HTML, and let's see, we'll just put right here time and then a colon. Let's also wrap that in strong tags. Let's see. Oh, we didn't put, oh, you know what? I don't want to put it here. I don't know why I did that. We're going to put it down here. But we shouldn't have that angle bracket. Okay, so there we go. So now we have the time and the text. So in the next video, we're going to add a checkbox so that we can check these off if we want, as well as delete them. All right, so we'll get into that next. All right, guys, so now that we have our to-dos collection, we're able to submit them and read them. I want to create a checkbox next to each one so that we can check them off as complete. So we want to be working in the to-do template right here where the LIs are, and we're going to actually go into the LI here, and we're going to say class equals, and we're going to just check to see if this to-do has a checked value. So we can do that with a number sign if and say checked. Close that. And in here, we're just going to give it a class of checked if in fact it has that checked property. Okay, and then we're going to go right under it and put an input type checkbox and say checked equals and set that to checked. So if it has that value of checked, then the box should be checked off. Okay, and then we're just going to give this a class of toggle dash checked. So let's save that. All right, so you can see it has these boxes. None of them are checked, and if I do check one off and reload, it doesn't stay, and we want to make it stay. So let's go to our main.js on the client, and we want to create some events for the task template. So we're going to say template task.events, and let's say in here click on the element with the class of toggle checked. All right, and then we just want to update our to-do. So we have a to-dos collection, and we want to do .update. And then in here, we're going to pass along the ID, which we can get with this _ID. And then we're going to pass in some curly braces, and we'll say set checked, and then set this to exclamation this.checked. So what this will do is, in addition to the text and the time values, it'll add a checked, which will be either true or false. And then when we click on this, if it's already checked, it'll change it to unchecked. If it's unchecked, it'll change it to checked. So let's save that. Cannot read property events for undefined. Oh, I said task. You know what? This should be to do. Okay. So if I go ahead and check that off and reload, it stays checked. Okay. So if we were to say todos.find.fetch, and we look at that first object there, you'll see it has a value checked, which is set to true. Okay, if I uncheck it and reload and then do the find, you'll see checked is now set to false. Okay. Now we also want to be able to delete. So what we'll do is add a button. If we go back to main HTML, go down to our to-do, and let's say button, and I'm just going to give this a class of delete. Okay, and then here I'm just going to say ampersand times semicolon, and that should give us an X. And now we want to create an event for that. So let's go back to main.js, go right under this, put a comma. We'll say when we click the delete class, and let's see, we just want to say todos.remove and pass in this._ID, and that should do it. So let's save, and you can see we delete it, reload, and it's still gone. Alright, so now that we can add and update and delete, we're gonna move on, and I'm gonna show you how we can set up user accounts. Alright, so we basically have CRUD functionality for our to-dos, create, read, update, and delete. Now what I want to do is add the user accounts module and show you how we can create login functionality. So I'm going to open up my command line. I'm just going to quit out of this Mongo shell, and we're going to add some packages. Meteor actually has its own packaging system, so we can say Meteor add, and then the packages. What we want is accounts UI, that's one, and then we also want accounts dash password. So we'll run that. And there's also things like accounts Twitter, so you can log in with Twitter and all that. So I would suggest looking more into that if you want. Alright, so that should be all set. Now let's go ahead and go back to, actually we want to go to main.html, and all we really have to do here is add in a template called login buttons, and I'm going to put this right above the title. So right here we're going to do login buttons, and then I'm just going to put an HR underneath. So let's save that. And now you see we have this sign in, and we click it, and we have an email and password login. If we don't have an account, we can click create account, and we can create one. Now if you want to keep email that's fine, but you can also change it to username. So I'm going to do that by, let's see, going back into my main.js, and we're going to import accounts, and that's going to be from accounts-base. And then we just want to take that accounts variable and say .ui.config, and in here pass in an object with a value for password, sign up fields, and set that to username underscore only. So if we save that, and we may have to, yeah, I think we have to restart the server, so let's do that. We'll do a Control-C, stop it, and then we'll run Meteor again. Alright, so let's reload this. And no, it's still email. Oh, you know what? This should be Meteor/accounts-base. Okay, so now we have the username. So what we'll do is go ahead and click Create Account, and I'm just going to say username Brad, put in a password twice, and create account. And now we're logged in as Brad. And you can see we can change our password, or we can sign out. Now what I'm going to do is delete all of these to-dos, and when we insert the to-do, I also want to insert the user ID and the username. So let's go down to our events where we have the insert, and we're going to add on to this. We're going to say owner, and that's going to be Meteor-user ID, which is a function. And then we're also going to have username, which will be Meteor.user.username. Okay, so that should insert those two things. So let's save that, and then we'll go back and add a to-do. Let's say go shopping at 1 o'clock. And now if we do a find fetch down here, and we look at the object, you can see it has the username Brad, and it also has the owner, and it has the ID. So we also want to put the name next to the to-dos. So let's go back to main HTML, and let's see, what I'm going to do is replace time with username, and then I'm going to put the time after it in a set of brackets like that. And let's actually put a span here. Alright, so let's save that. And now we have the name, and we also have the time at the end. And another thing I want to do is hide the form if the user is not logged in. So let's sign out, and then go to our main template where we have the form, and we're going to wrap it in an if, and we're going to say if current user. Okay, and then we'll end that down here. Save. And now you can see there's no form. Okay, if we sign in, now there's a form. All right, now our application is not very secure right now. What we want to do is we want to implement methods so that we're not actually calling things like to-dos insert from the client. We're going to do it from the server, and then we can call a method from the client to the server that will do this insert and so on. All right, so that's what we're going to get into next. Okay guys, in this video we're going to be implementing methods. So instead of calling commands like insert from the client, we want to put them in the server and then call those methods. So we're going to first just remove a package that is called insecure, which is just used for development so we can do this stuff quickly. But we're going to remove that. So let's go to our command line, and I'm going to say Meteor remove insecure. Okay, so we'll run that. And now if we go back here and reload, and we try to do an insert, you'll see that we get access denied. Okay, we're not able to do it. So what we need to do is go into server and then main.js, and we're going to just get rid of this and say meteor.methods. Okay, pass in some curly braces, and we're going to create a method called to-dos dot insert. Okay, and then that is going to take in a value for text and also time. And then what we want to do here is first we're going to make sure that the user is actually logged in. Okay, so we'll say if not this dot user ID. So basically if they're not logged in, then we're going to just say throw new meteor error, or meteor dot error, and we're going to pass in here not authorized. Okay, and if they are logged in, it'll keep going, and this is where we want to do our insert. So I'm going to grab from the client main.js this whole thing right here. Okay, we're going to just copy that and then go back to the server and paste that in. And let's see, okay, so it's going to take in text and time up here, which will be that, and then it'll do the ID and stuff. All right, and that should be good. So let's save that, and we'll go back to our client, and we're going to replace this here with meteor.call. And what we want to call is to-dos.insert, and then we want to pass along text and time. So let's save that, and let's see if we can do it now. We'll say test to do 12 o'clock, add, and now we can once again add to-dos. Good. Now if I try to check, we're going to get that same problem. So we have to create another one. Let's go back to server main.js. We're going to go underneath this, and we're going to call this one to-dos. Let's see, we'll say to-dos dot set checked. And this is going to get an ID. We need to know which one we want to set. And let's now do, let's see, we're going to say, actually, you know what, we want to pass in addition to the ID, set checked. And then let's do to-dos dot update, and let's pass in here the ID, and then we'll say set, and we want to set checked to set checked. Now we'll make sure that's saved and go to the front end, the main.js and the client, go down to where we did this update here, and we're going to replace this with meteor.call, and we want to call to-dos dot set checked. Okay, and then we're going to pass in this dot underscore ID so it knows which one, and then exclamation this dot checked. Okay, so let's save that, and now if we check it, it stays, reload, and it's still there. So lastly, we need to do it for the delete as well. So we're going to go back to our server main.js. put a comma here, and then this one is going to be to-dos dot remove. Okay, and this needs to get an ID so it knows which one. And then we're going to just say to-dos dot remove and pass in the ID. So we'll save. And now we should be able to delete. Oh, we didn't call it. Let's go back to the client, go down to delete, and we just want to say Meteor.call. And let's see, this is going to be to-dos dot remove, and we just want to pass along this dot underscore ID. So now we can delete. You know what, one thing I want to do is when this is checked off, I want this to have a slash through it. So let's just go to main CSS and we'll just add dot checked. And let's say text decoration line through. Whoop. Save that. And now we have a line through it when we check it off. Cool. Alright, so in the next video we're going to remove the auto publish package, and we're going to make it so that we need to actually subscribe to be able to get these to-dos. Okay, so by default Meteor has a package called auto publish, which just allows any collection to just be published anywhere. But what we want to do is create a publication and subscription model so that we actually have to subscribe to the to-dos collection, okay, from the client to the server. So let's go ahead and open up a command line, and we're going to do Meteor remove auto publish. And these are just security methods that you should always do before actually making your application live. You don't want this stuff on by default. Okay, so now what we'll do is go to our server main.js where we put all the methods, and let's go right above the methods and we'll say Meteor dot. Actually, first let me show you that now the quick to-dos are not displayed. Okay, that actually broke the application. So what we want to do is say Meteor dot publish, and then the collection we want to publish, which is to-dos, and then we'll put a function, and we're actually going to name this to-do publication. Okay, and then we're just going to return to-dos dot find. So now what we have to do is subscribe to this to-dos. So let's go to our client main.js and go to where we called right here to-dos.find. Actually, I'm sorry, we don't need to go there. We just need to go above it, and we're going to use the onCreated lifecycle method. So let's do template.main.onCreated. So this will automatically run. We're going to pass in a function, and this is, we'll just call this main on created, and we want to subscribe to the to-dos. So we can say Meteor dot subscribe to to-dos. Save that, and now once again we can see the to-dos. Now the last piece of functionality I want to add is I want the user to be able to make these private or public. Okay, so we're going to go to our main HTML template, and we're going to go under the checkbox in the to-do, and we're going to have a function called isOwner that we're going to create. It's not yet created, but we will, and we're going to test for that. So if isOwner. Okay, so if it is the owner, then we're going to put a button here, and give it a class of toggle dash private. Okay, and then we're going to check to see if private. So let's put our double curly braces and say if private, and we're also going to have an else. Okay, so if private, it'll say private, else it'll say public. Alright, so let's save that. Let's go to the main.js, and we're going to go down here, and we want to create a to-do helper. So template.todo.helpers, and this is where we're going to put is owner, and we're going to return this.owner is equal to Meteor.user_ID. Okay, so it's gonna check the owner of the post or the to-do and compare it to the logged in user. Okay, it will return true if it is the owner, and false if it's not. So now we want to go to our methods in the server. So server main.js, and let's go down to the bottom here and add on a new method, and this is going to be to-dos dot set private. Okay, and then this is going to take in the ID of the to-do, and then also a value called set to private. Now we want to find this specific to-do, so let's create a variable called to-do and set it to the to-dos collection dot find one and pass in the ID. Okay, that'll get this to-do. Then we just want to do an if statement and say if this to-do owner is not equal to this dot user ID, then we're going to throw an error. So throw new Meteor, let's see, Meteor.error, and we're going to pass in here unauthorized. Okay, and if it's true, then we're going to just call todos.update and pass in the ID, and then set, and we want to add a new value for private, set to private. Okay, so that'll be a true or false. So let's go ahead and save that. And we want to go to our to-dos events in the client main.js. So let's see, right here, and we're going to add on to this. Click, and we called it toggle, the class toggle private. And then we're going to say meteor.call, and we want to call to-dos, to-dos dot was it set? No, it was just set private, I think. Let me just check that. Yeah, set private. And then we're going to pass in the ID, which we can get with this dot underscore ID. And then we want to say exclamation this dot private. Okay, so it works pretty much like the checked. So we'll save that. Now we need to edit the method that fetches the to-dos. So let's go to our server main.js, go up to where we have this find, and we're going to pass in here some curly braces, and we're going to say money sign or, and then in these brackets we're going to put private and not equal to true, and then we'll say owner and set that to the ID, so this dot user ID, and save. Now, the last thing I want to do here is when we click delete, we want to make sure that it is the actual owner. So I'm going to just grab this. We did it in the update, so we just want to do it in the remove as well. So let's go ahead and save that, and then we'll try this out. Okay, so if I click that, that should be now private, I believe. What I'm going to do is log out here, and we can't see it. Let's log back in. Set it to public, sign out, and we can see it. So it's set to public now. Oh, you know what? We should actually hide the delete button. We can't delete it because we're not the owner, but we shouldn't even show it. So let's go back to main HTML, and we're going to use this is owner, and we'll wrap this around the delete. There we go. Sign in. And now we can see the delete button. Alright, so that's it, guys. The functionality is done. In the next video, I'm going to show you how we can install Bootstrap with the Meteor package manager, and we'll style this a little bit. Alright, guys, the functionality for our application is done. What we want to do now is just make it look better. So I'm going to install Bootstrap with the Meteor package manager, and we can do that by just saying Meteor add, and then it's going to be TWBS:*Bootstrap. That's the name of the package. And what's really nice is that once we install this, it automatically is in effect. We don't have to add any kind of link rel tag to the HTML or anything like that. Alright, so let's go ahead and reload. And you should see an automatic change. There we go. So now Bootstrap is actually in effect. So we're just going to add some classes and styling here. Let's go to main.html, and we're going to go to the body here and wrap this in a container class. Okay, that'll move everything to the middle. And then for the form, we're going to give this input a class of form control, and this one as well. And let's see, I'm going to make this an inline form, so let's give it a class of inline form. Or is it form inline? There we go. Okay. And let's see, this button, let's give that a class of BTN and BTN primary. And then for the to do down here, let's first of all give this UL right here an ID of list group, and then the LIs will have a class of list group item. Okay, now let's just put a line break. We'll put a line break under the form. Oh, you know what? This should actually be a class of list group, not an ID. There we go. And let's see, let's take the delete button and give that a class of BTN, BTN danger. Oh, that's the public button. Let's put that on the delete. And then for the public, I'll change it to button warning. Okay, that makes it yellow. Good. So I think that should do it. That's fine. Looks good. Let's try to add another to-do, make sure it still works. There we go. Alright, so that's going to be it for this project, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed this and you learned a little something about Meteor, which is a pretty great full stack framework. So thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Alright, so welcome to the Angular section of our full stack web development course. In this section we're going to be strictly working with Angular 2. So if you do know Angular 1, that may help, but there's a lot of changes and additions to Angular 2, so you should essentially treat it as a new framework. So what is Angular? Angular is a client-side framework for building web and mobile applications using JavaScript. Now you may be asking why it's in the backend section of this course, and the reason for that is because it's not just a library like jQuery, it's a complete framework. So we thought that it was better suited next to Node.js and Meteor than with HTML and CSS. Alright, so it is in fact a client side, but it is also an in-depth framework. So HTML itself was created for building static websites. And if you're old enough to remember the web in the 90s, websites weren't all that dynamic. Well, Angular resembles what HTML would look like if it were created for the purpose of building dynamic web applications. Okay, you can create custom HTML tags and attributes called directives, and you can attach functionality to those elements. So Angular lets us create functional programming with much less code than if we were to use JavaScript by itself. Angular is often used to build single-page applications or SPAs, and these are applications that load a single HTML page and then dynamically update the page or parts of the page that interact with the application. Alright, this gives the user a much more fluid experience. So let's look at some of the many features and advantages to using Angular. Alright, so speed and performance. Angular works in an asynchronous and reactive manner, making it extremely fast and boosting performance. It's also cross-platform. You can use it to build apps that run in the browser. You can also build mobile and hybrid applications. And there's actually a mobile framework called Ionic that uses Angular for its UI components. Angular also offers a comprehensive routing system with a deep URL structure that can handle multiple parameters. Angular 1 and 2 have been known for their data binding properties, so we can easily set up two-way data binding, which essentially makes the UI update when the model is updated and vice versa. Alright, there's also a dynamic templating system that we can use, so we can include variables and logic right inside the HTML structure. And finally, Angular 2 takes advantage of component encapsulation, so your app is divided into components that can easily be reused. Alright, so let's talk a little bit more about components. Like I said, you can divide certain responsibilities to certain components within an application. Components are not only reusable within that application, but others as well. Components make your code base much easier to read and allow you to break up the app and assign multiple developers to specific parts of the code, and that makes it easy to collaborate. All right, if you know Angular 1 but you're not too familiar with Angular 2, components have replaced controllers and scope. Okay, so controllers and scope are no longer part of Angular 2. TypeScript is another new feature of Angular, or Angular 2. TypeScript is a typeset superset of JavaScript that compiles down to plain JavaScript. It has support for things like classes, static checking, and code refactoring. And it also introduces the use of decorators, which allow us to attach metadata to our components. Alright, so here's a quick example of a component and a class. So we have this is called a decorator. We have the @ symbol and then component, and inside there we can attach data such as the selector. Okay, selector in this case is my component, and then we can have a template, which in this case is just an H1 with hello world, and then down here we have the class for our component. Alright, so the class has a constructor, and we're just setting a property of name. We're setting it to the string John Doe. Now if we want to use this component in the HTML, we can use its custom directive. Okay, this directive must match this selector. Alright, and then we can also update properties and add properties through attributes. Okay, so in this case we're changing the name to Matt Smith. Alright, so in addition to components, services is another big part of Angular 2. Alright, so services are used to organize and share code and resources across an application. Alright, so services are really great for things like APIs and anything that has to do with accessing a database and getting that data and sharing it across your application and across multiple components. Alright, so if you're using some kind of third-party API, like let's say Google Maps or something like that, you want that code to be in a service so that all your components can access it. Alright, services are lazily instantiated, and what this means is Angular only instantiates a service when an application component depends on it. Okay, and services are injected through the component class constructor. So next we have routing. Routing interprets a browser URL as an instruction to navigate to a client-generated view. It can also pass optional parameters that can help to decide what content to display. We can also bind the router to links on a page, and it will navigate to the appropriate application view when the user clicks a link. Alright, so not all applications are going to use routing. Some will be true single-page applications, and others may need routing to navigate from component to component or to just simply load views. Alright, so some security best practices with Angular 2. You always want to keep the library up to date with the latest releases. Don't modify the actual Angular library code, and avoid any APIs in the documentation that are marked as security risk, okay, especially on any kind of production. Obviously it's okay for testing and development, but you want to avoid anything marked security risk in a production environment. Alright guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to set up an Angular 2 application basically from scratch. Now there's a bunch of different ways to start out your application. From scratch is one way, but we also have a quick start, which makes things a lot easier. But I don't want to start out with that because I want you to see exactly what goes into it, what configuration files are required, and so on. There's also a command line utility called Angular CLI that we can take a look at later on. Alright, so I'm going to go to angular.io and click on Get Started, and we're basically going to follow along here. It's going to tell us what files to create. Alright, now before you get started, you will need Node.js. If you don't have that, just go to nodejs.org, download it, install it. It's basically just the JavaScript runtime that we need to be able to run a lot of these commands. Alright, it also comes with NPM, which is Node Package Modules, and that's the main way that we install Angular. Alright, so I have a projects folder. I'm going to create a specific folder for this project. I'm just going to call My Angular, and it's not going to really function as an application. in terms of doing anything. I just want to set up kind of a boilerplate for our Angular 2. Alright, so we're going to open up a command line. I'm just going to use my standard Windows command prompt, and I'm going to navigate to that folder. Where is it? Projects. Alright, and what we're going to do is, if we look at the documentation, there's 4 general files that we need to create: package.json, tsconfig, typings.json, and systemjs.config.js. So package.json is basically a manifest file. We have all of our dependencies, which you can see all the different Angular packages and some other stuff, the version number. So what we want to do is create this package.json file, and when you have Node and npm installed, you can generate it with npm init. Alright, now it's going to ask us some questions, the app name and version and so on, but I'm just going to click enter all the way through because we're going to replace it anyways. Okay, so that's alright, and now if we go in my Angular, we have package.json. Alright, and I'll open that up, and it just looks like this. Okay, so what we want to do is copy all this and replace. Alright, and I'm just going to change the name to my Angular. And if we look at this, it has the version number, it has a bunch of scripts that we can run with npm. Now this tsc, basically what this does is it takes the TypeScript and compiles it into regular JavaScript. Alright, because everything we do in Angular 2 is going to be through TypeScript. Now this tscw means that it's going to run in watch mode. So as we save our TypeScript files, JavaScript will be compiled. Now if you want to run all of this, you can run npm start. Okay, that's going to run the TypeScript in watch mode. So that's what we'll do to actually start our application. Now dependencies, you can see we have all the Angular packages, including the core package, the compiler, the HTTP module, the router. All this stuff is included in the dependencies. And then we have some other stuff like reactive extensions, which takes care of observables and stuff like that. Bootstrap, not to be confused with Twitter Bootstrap. This takes care of actually starting up the core app component. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. And I'm going to open up my project in the editor. So let's see, where am I? C drive, projects, my Angular. Alright, now we're going to create the next file, which is tsconfig.json. Copy that, and what this is just a configuration file for TypeScript. So we're going to go ahead and say new file, save it as tsconfig.json, and we'll paste that in. Basically, we're telling the system that we want to compile our TypeScript into ES5 JavaScript. Okay, so it's fully compatible with all the major browsers. And we're also saying we want to use the common JS modules. Next one is typings.json, which just provides us with the typings that we need. So let's say new file, save typings.json, and we'll paste that in and save it. And then the last one is the system.js config. Let's copy that. Say new file, save as system.js.config.js. Okay, we'll paste that in. Save it, close it up. Now we don't really have to do anything with these files, they just need to be there. Alright, and if we start to scroll down, you'll see we need to run npm install, and that will just install all the dependencies that we saw in the package.json file. So let's go ahead and do that. It might take a minute. And you can see up here it already created the node modules folder. So it's setting up all those dependencies. Alright, so it looks like that's complete. Next thing we want to do, let's scroll down. It's saying that if it didn't install the typings folder, then we have to run that, but you can see that it did, and that has all the typings. Alright, now we need to create a couple folders, and a couple files, and they're going to go in the app folder. So let's first create an app folder. Okay, and then we're going to create a file and save it as app.module.ts. Alright, and then we're just going to copy this, paste it in. Basically what this does is it imports the ng module package, and what that does is it takes care of organizing the application into blocks. So let's say you want to use the HTTP module. Alright, so you would import that through here and then apply it to the ng module array of imports. Alright, so let's save that. And if we go down a little more, you'll see we have to create app.component.ts, and this is the main app component. Okay, all Angular applications need to have some kind of core app component. Alright, so let's create that. Save it as app.component.ts, and we'll grab that code. Okay, so this is set up just like any other component, where we first import the main component package, then we create the decorator, which has the selector. In this case it's my app, and that's what we'll use for the HTML tag to display the component. And then the template in this case is just this h1 that says my first Angular 2 app, and then we just have the class. So let's save that. And then here it says that we need to add that to the app module file that we created. So let's go back there, and we're going to import app component, and we're going to import that from /app.component. Alright, and then we need to add that down here to ng module. We're going to put a comma there, declarations, and we're going to say app component. Alright, and then also bootstrap app component. Okay, so we'll save that. Now, I just realized that that Sublime Text isn't giving us the correct code highlighting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a different editor. Okay, so we have this Visual Studio Code. This is actually really nice because it has a TypeScript extension, so it'll actually highlight our TS files. Alright, so I'm going to open that up. And let's go ahead and add the folder to this editor. Alright, so now if I open up app.module.ts, you can see that it actually has some code highlighting. Alright, so going back to the documentation, there's one more file we need to create, and that's main.ts. So in the app folder, we're going to say new file, save it as main.ts, and let's grab this code. Okay, so we're just bringing in our bootstrap. We need this platform, setting it to platform browser dynamic, and then platform.bootstrap module, and then we pass in the app module. Alright, so save that, and now we should be ready to start up our application. So let's go back to our command line, and we're going to say npm start. And that should open up in a browser. Okay, so we're getting cannot get slash. Now, there's nothing wrong here. The reason that we're getting this is because it's looking for an index.html file, which it hasn't found. So we're going to go ahead and create that. So new file, index.html. And then if we go to the documentation, scroll down a little more, it actually has an example that we can grab. Alright, and if we look at this, let's change the title. We'll change that to My Angular. And it's just including some of the node modules, okay, including the system config file. And then you can see here we have the main directive, the main selector, my app. And if we were to look in the app component TS file, that's what the selector is. Okay, so it's loading right there. Now this has a link to a style sheet, which we don't have, so let's create that. So in the root we'll say styles.css. Okay, just so we don't get an error. And let's save the index.html file and go back, reload, and there we go. My first Angular 2 app. If I open the console with F12, you'll see we have no errors. So that's it. That's how we can create an Angular 2 application from scratch. Now, like I said, there's a quick start and there's other things we can do, and we will do, but this is how you would create it from scratch using those needed config files. Alright, so in the next video I'm going to show you how we can do all of this much quicker with the quick start. Alright guys, in the last video we created an Angular 2 application from scratch. Okay, not an application that actually did anything, but just to get it set up. Alright, now we created a bunch of files, we installed the dependencies, we created the core app component, all that stuff. Now there's a much easier way to do that, and that's using the quick start. So if we go to angular.io and go to getting started, just like we did in the last video, except this time you'll see there's a link that says clone the entire quick start application. So if we click that, it'll take us to the GitHub page. Alright, and we can simply clone it and get all that stuff done for us. Alright, now if you don't have Git installed and you're using Windows, I'd suggest going to git-scm.com, download it. It also comes with a really nice command line tool called git bash. If you don't want to use Git, you can of course download this, let's see, quick start, and then go to download zip if you want to do it that way. Alright, but we're going to use Git, so I'm going to go into the projects folder. Okay, you can see we have the My Angular that we did in the last video. So this one, actually I'm not going to create the folder because when we run the clone command, that'll actually create it for us. So I'm going to open up my command line, and actually, you know what, let's use the Git tool. So you can see that this Git tool that we download, this Git program, gives us a command line tool, and we can actually do a right click and say git bash here, and that'll open up the command line in that folder. Alright, and then what we're going to do is just grab this right here, this git clone command, paste that in, and I'm going to change my proj. That's going to be the folder name. We'll call it, I'll say my Angular _QS for quick start. Okay, so that went ahead and cloned it. Now let's look in that folder, and you can see that it's set up all this stuff for us. Alright, some of this might look familiar. We have our package.json file, we have our ts config, typings, system.js config, and then you'll notice some other files as well, for instance the karma files, which has to do with testing. There's some other stuff too, but we still need to run npm install. Notice that there's no node modules folder, so we're going to go ahead and run that. Let's cd into it first, my Angular _QS. Okay, then we're going to say npm install, and that'll get Angular set up for us. Alright, notice that it also creates the app folder, okay, the quick start, and it has the app module, it has the app component, and main.ts. So let's open that up in editor just to take a quicker, closer look. Alright, so if we open up app and we look at app module ts, it's pretty much the same exact thing that we created in the last video. Same thing with app component ts and main.ts. Alright, so I know I showed you how to create it from scratch, but this is a much easier way to do it, to get set up with Angular 2. Alright, so just keep that in mind. Now in the next video I'm going to show you how to use the Angular CLI, which is another really nice tool. Alright, but before we do that, let's just make sure this works. We'll say npm start. And there we go. Alright, you'll notice it looks a little different because the quick start actually includes the CSS file right here that actually has a little bit of CSS, but you can see that that's working. That's the suggested way of setting it up, and in the next video we'll take a look at Angular CLI. In this video we're going to focus on components and properties. Okay, so we can set properties or attributes inside components, and then we can pass those properties into the template to render them. So we're going to create a really simple project here using the quick start. So we're going to use this git clone command, and we'll paste that in, and let's call this simple profile. Okay, so that's going to clone the quick start. Now we're going to cd into simple profile, and let's go ahead and run npm install. That'll install all the dependencies including Angular. Alright, so let's start it up with npm start. And I'm also going to pull it into my editor here. Alright, so let's go into the app component.ts file. Alright, make sure it's the TS and not the JS. Alright, and let's make this a little wider. Alright, so we have our app component, and we're just going to start with this. So let's say we want to add a property. Okay, so inside the app component here we'll say title, and let's set that to we'll just say hello world. Alright, now we can use this property from within our template, so I'm going to replace this with double curly brace and title. So now when I reload, you'll see that we get hello world. Now if we want to change this, we can change it in basically any function. So let's create a constructor. Okay, a constructor is just a function that's going to run when the class is instantiated. So we can change it from here. We can say this dot title and set it to, let's say, user profile. Save that, and now you can see that it's going to change. Alright, so it's initially set here, and then as we move along and we create functions, we can just change it using this dot whatever property, and then we can set it. So let's say we want this to be a user profile. Okay, so in the app component, let's create a person object. Okay, we'll give them a name and an age. And let's do an address, and the address will be another object with a street and a city and a state. Alright, so let's also give this user an avatar. Alright, in the avatar, I'm just going to paste in, it's just a link to a profile image or profile image icon. Alright, and then we'll put a comma here, and finally we'll have some friends, and that'll be an array. Okay, an array of objects. So name, and let's do age too. Change these up a little bit. Alright, so we have a user here in the form of an object. Now we should have access to all of this information from within our template. So let's go right after the H1, and we'll put a paragraph, and we'll say about me, my name is, and then we'll put in person dot name, and I am person dot age years old. Alright, so let's see what that looks like. Oh, I didn't spell person right. Alright, so we get my name is John Doe and I'm 34 years old. Now you're probably not going to want to keep everything on one line like this. Now notice if I try to put this paragraph on another line, things just get really messed up, and that's because with JavaScript, when we're working with strings and we want to go on a new line, we have to concatenate it with a plus sign, and that can get really annoying if you have a bunch of lines. So with ES 2015, we have what's called template literals, and we're able to use multiple lines by using backticks instead of quotes. Okay, so if I replace those single quotes with backticks, we can now do multiple lines. Okay, I'll put that, and we'll save it, reloads, and it still works. Alright, so let's go ahead and add some stuff to this. You know what I'm going to do is wrap this all in a container. I mean, we'll add a little bit of style to it. I'm not really too concerned about how it looks. Alright, so we have our container, and let's go under the paragraph and we'll put the address. So we'll put an H3, we'll say address, and let's do a UL. And in here we want person dot address. Remember, address is its own object, so we want the street. So we'll go like that, and we'll copy that. This one will be city, and this one will be state. Alright, so now we get the address. Now for the friends, that's an array. So what we're going to do is we're going to loop through or iterate through the array and output the values. And we can do that by using ng4, which is a special directive that's used to iterate through arrays or array-like objects. So what we can do is we'll put a UL, and then we want to use the element that we want to iterate, which will be an li. And in here we're going to add asterisk ng4 equals, and then let's do let friend of friends. Alright, and then in here we should have access to friend.name. Alright, so this friends is coming from here, down here. Alright, and we're saying that we want to use friend as the variable within here, and then we should be able to access its properties. So let's save that. Alright, so let's check the console. Let's see, why isn't that working? ng4 let friend. Oh, it's person.friend. Okay, because it's in the person object. So there we go. So now we're printing out the friends on the screen. Alright, so now what I want to do is add the image. We're going to put that, let's see, we're going to put that right below the title. So that'll be an image, source, and for the source we'll say person.avatar. Alright, and that gives us an image. So I'm going to add a little bit of styling to this. If we go to our style CSS that the quick start gives us, we have some basic CSS here. I'm going to just get rid of all of it though and just add some custom styles here. Alright, so we're not going to do anything special. let's just add some basic styling. So for the body, we'll give it a color of gray. Font family, we'll do Arial. Font weight, let's say lighter. Give it a margin of 2M, and let's align everything to the center. Alright, and then H1, we'll give it a color of 369 and a font size of 250%. Okay, now the image we want to stretch 100% across its containing element. And let's see, for the ULs, we're going to say list style none, margin 0, and padding 0. Alright, and then for the LIs, we're going to do a border bottom, and let's do light gray, 1 pixel dotted. Alright, and then we'll have the container, which will set the margin to auto to move everything to the middle. We'll set the width to 300 pixels, it's going to be really thin. Background to a light gray. Border, 1 pixel. And padding, 10 pixels. Alright, so let's save that. And there we go. So, pretty simple. LI, I'm going to actually add some, we'll say padding, top and bottom 5 pixels. There we go. Alright, so I just wanted to kind of create some kind of interface here, but basically what I wanted to convey was how to set up a component, how to give it properties, and how to use ng4 to iterate through through an array or an array-like object. Now we can also use ngIf inside of our template to do a conditional. So let's say we have, we'll say show address, and we'll set that to true. Alright, so then up here where we have our address, let's put a div, and we're going to use ngIf. So we'll say ngIf show address, and we'll end it right here. Okay, save that. And then that's not going to look any different. We're showing the address, but if we go and we change this to false and reload, now the address is gone. Alright, and of course you can set up events to, we could set up a button to show and hide the address, which we'll do later on. Now I want to continue this in a second part, this little project, and what we're going to do is create a separate component for the profile, because right now we have everything right in the app component. Alright, so we'll do that next. Alright guys, we are back with this user profile component, and what we want to do is put this, we want to take it out of the main app component and put it in its own profile component. So usually what I do when we're using nested components is in the app folder, we'll create a new folder called components. And let's create in there file, and we'll save it as profile.component.ts. Okay, that's the convention you want to use. Alright, and if you have multiple components, you can put them in their own folders, because you'll see that even though I created one file, the TS file, it compiled into JavaScript and also created a map file for debugging right when I saved it. Alright, that's because we have our TypeScript running, our TypeScript compiler. So what we'll do is let's take what we have in the app component TS, we'll take everything there and copy it, and then let's go into profile component TS. Paste that in. I'm going to widen this a little. And then we're going to change some things. The selector, we'll change that to profile. The template, that can all stay the same. The app component, the class is going to change to profile component, and then this stuff can stay. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and then what we need to do is go back to our app component TS and basically just get rid of all this stuff. Okay, so we'll just delete that, keep the class but delete everything in it, and then for the template, let's go ahead and delete that, and for now we'll just say hello world, and then this should change. Okay, so we just get hello world now. Now what we need to do is bring in that profile component. So we need to go to our app.module.ts file, and we want to import the profile component. So we're going to say import profile component, and that's going to be from / and let's see, we're going to go into components / profile dot component. Alright, now after we import it, we have to add it to the declarations. Okay, so right here we'll put a comma, and then we'll say profile component, and let's save that. So now we need to add the selector to our main app component, so let's go there, and let's see, right in the template here, let's replace, actually we'll keep hello world there just to show you that we can just add this in. So it's called, what do we put for the selector? Profile. So this is what we need to use. Okay, just like that, and we'll save it, and that'll reload, and now you can see that that's being embedded right in the template. Alright, now one other thing I want to do is I don't want to keep everything in a string here in the template, okay, in that component or the profile. What we can do is we can actually create a custom HTML file for our templates. Alright, so for example, in the components folder, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it profile.component.html. Alright, and this is going to represent the HTML for this component. Now in order to use it, let's first grab everything in here, and we'll cut that and paste it right in the HTML. Save it. Okay, and then inside the TS file, we're going to change this to template URL, and then we're going to say profile.component.html. Now in order to use relative paths like this, we have to just add here module.id. Actually no, this is module ID, and then set it to module.id, like that. Alright, so let's save that, and that should still show up. Alright, so to make sure it's coming from this file, let's just say test, save it, and we get test. Alright, so we'll take that out. And we want to do the same thing to the main app component. Okay, so if we go to app component TS, and we'll add in our module ID, set that to module.id, and then we're going to change this to template URL, and let's change this to app.component.html. Alright, and then we need to create that. So new file, app.component.html, and all we're going to put in here is the profile directive. save it. And there we go. So we put the profile component in its own component. We created an HTML file. We're using that as the template. And we created a template for the main app component as well. Alright, so that's it. And I will see you in the next video. Hey guys, in this video we're going to take a look at events and data binding. Alright, so we're going to create a new project using the quick start. I'm going to go ahead and copy the git clone command. And we're going to open up the command line in my projects folder, which I was just in. Alright, so let's go ahead and paste that in. And I'm just going to change this to my app. Go ahead and run it, and then we'll cd into my app, and then run npm install. Alright, so you can see how easy it is to set up Angular 2 using the quick start. Alright, I'm going to just open the folder in my text editor. Alright, so that's all set. We should be able to now run npm start. Now with this project, or this video, and probably the next couple, we're just going to work in the core app component file. I'm not going to create any custom components or anything like that. I just want to go over some of the basic principles of Angular. Alright, so let's open up appcomponent.ts. Now we're just going to go into the template here, and I'm going to use template literals, so we're going to use backticks instead of quotes. Whoops. So we can use multiple lines. And I'm just going to create a simple button. Alright, so we have a button. Now, if we want to run an event, when we click this button, we're going to go into the tag here, and we're going to open up some parentheses. Okay, parentheses signal an event from the view to the class, to the component. Alright, so let's say we want a click event, and we'll set that to some kind of function. We'll say clicked. Alright, and then in the component we can create a function called clicked and say console.log. We'll say hello. Alright, so if we save that, open up the console and click the button, we get hello. Now we can also pass an event object. If we go up here into clicked and we say money sign event, and then down here pass in event, console log event. Okay, now if I click it, I'm not sure why that keeps changing the style, but now if I click it, you see that we get all this information. Alright, so let's say we want the type of event. We could say console.log event.type. Okay, so now when I click, you see we get click. Alright, so we can pass that event object. So now what I want to do is create an input. Okay, so I'm going to go right under the button and we'll put an input, and let's give it a type of text. Alright, and then we're going to give it an event of key up, and we'll set that to I don't know, show text. Okay, so now we'll go down here and we'll say show text, say console.log hello. Alright, so if I start to type, you'll see we get hello. Obviously that's not very helpful to us. What I want to get is the data we're passing in. So we're going to pass along an event object, pass it in here, and then we can say console log event dot target dot value. Okay, so now if I go and I start typing, you'll see that it's logging what I'm typing. Now I can be more specific, and where we say key up, we could say key up dot enter, and that'll only run when the enter key is hit. So if we go ahead and save that, now as I type you'll see that it's not showing, but when I click enter it submits and it shows you exactly what is in the input box, or whatever is in that event target value. Now Angular 2 has a really nice way of data binding, and that's through the use of ng model. Alright, so what we can do is let's set a property up here of, we'll say, text. Alright, we'll set it as a string. Okay, now if we go into the input here, let's go ahead and add a set of brackets and then also a set of parentheses inside there, and then we're going to say ng model, and we're going to set this to that text property. Alright, so now we can access it from up here, and down here we can also access it with this.text, so it gives us that two-way data binding. So what I'm going to do is, instead of, let's go ahead and comment that out, and let's do console.log this.text. Okay, so if we go ahead and save that, what's this? Oh, okay, so when we use ng model, we also have to use the name attribute and call it the same thing, so we're going to call that text. And we also need to use the forms module. So to use that, we need to go into appmodule.ts and import forms module, and that's going to be from Angular/forms, and then we just need to add it right here in imports. Oops. Okay, so we'll save that. That error should go away. Now when I type and I click enter, you can see we get the same kind of effect. Now we can also bind that to the view in another place. Say we want to go right under it and put in h1, and then we'll put in double curly brace with text. Alright, so now when I start typing, you'll see that the data gets bound to that h1 as well. Okay, so no matter where we change it, it's going to affect the outcome both in the input box and in the h1. Alright, so even if I go into the constructor and I say this.text equals hello, and then we save that and reload, we get hello in both places. Alright, and even if we went in, let's say, the click event and say this.text equals button clicked, when I click that, it's going to change it in both places. Alright, so that is events, and obviously you have click, you have mouse over, mouse out, all kinds of events you can use. And you can take a look at the documentation to see a full list. Alright, so that's it. I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to focus on services. Services are typically used to share data across multiple components in an application. So keeping data access in a separate service keeps our components lean and focused on supporting the view. Services are asynchronous, so we can work with promises and or observables. So we're going to create a new project here from the quick start. I'm just going to copy this clone command and paste that in, and we're just going to call this my app. Alright, so we'll cd into my app and run npm install, and we'll get those dependencies set up. Alright, I'm also going to add it to my text editor here. Alright, so let's create inside the app folder a folder called services. Alright, and then inside services we'll create a file, and let's save this as posts.service.ts. So first thing we're going to do in a service is we need to import the injectable package. And what that does is it emits metadata about the service that Angular may need to be able to inject other dependencies into the service. Alright, so you don't always actually need it, but it's good to have just in case. So we're going to say import injectable, and that's going to be from Angular core. Alright, and then we just want to create the decorator, so we want the @ symbol and then injectable, just like that. And then we're going to create a class for our service, so we'll call this post service. Alright, and I called this post service plural. I actually want it to be singular, so just post.service. Okay, so we're going to have a method here called getPosts. Now, before I go any further, I just want to explain that the consumer of a service, okay, the components that use it, they don't know where the data comes from. Okay, the service can get data from a third-party API. It can get it from another file, from the file system, from anywhere. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to the rest of the application. Alright, so in this case, we're going to create kind of just a mock system. Okay, we're not going to actually hook to an API or a database yet. We're just going to use a mock file. So inside the app folder, we're going to create a new file, and let's call it mock-posts.ts. Alright, and we're going to export a array. So we're going to say export const posts, and we're going to set that to an array. Okay, and then here we'll have some objects. Let's put an ID of 1, title, post 1, and body, and we'll say this is body 1. Alright, and then I'm just going to copy that. We're going to have a couple of them. Okay, we'll change this one here to post 2, 3, and 4. And let's just change this text. Alright, so now we have some posts. Let's save this. And let's go back into our service. And we want to import that file. So we're going to say import, I'll say import posts from ... mock-posts. Alright, and then in the get posts, we're just going to say return posts, just like that. So let's save it. So we now have a service that fetches posts from our mock data. Alright, so now we're going to go into the app component TS file. Alright, and we're going to want to import our service. Alright, so up here let's say import what do we call it? Post service. So import post service. Okay, and that's going to be in the services folder / post.service. Okay, so we're importing that, and then what we're going to do is add this as a provider. So down here we'll say provider and then post service. Actually no, this is providers, and this should be in an array like that. Now, in order to use it, we have to inject it, and the way that we inject services in Angular 2 is through the constructor of the component. Okay, so we're going to say constructor, and in the parameters here, we want to specify private, and I like to use an underscore when we're importing services, so we're going to say underscore post service, and we want to set that to post service, the one that we imported up here. Alright, so this is how we can inject it. And then let's go ahead and do console.log, and we'll say this dot underscore post service dot get posts. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and then we're going to run the application. So we're going to go back to the command line and say npm start. Okay, our application's now running, and if we open up the console, you'll see that we have this array. If I click on that, we have all of our posts. Okay, so we have the ID, the titles, and the body. So we're returning data from our service, and we're getting it here and console logging it, and that's great, but it's all synchronous. Okay, it goes out, it makes a request, gets it, brings it back to us. A better way to do this would to use some kind of method that would make it asynchronous. Alright, so we could essentially just keep watching it. Okay, so we could use an observable, which we'll get into later, but right now what I want to do is I want to return it as a promise, okay, so that everything's done asynchronously. So let's go back to the service. Alright, and we're going to go to where we have this get posts, and we're going to put a colon here, and we're going to define it as a promise. Alright, and then we're also going to give it a type. So I'm going to open up this less than, greater than, and then say post. Okay, so it's giving us an error here because it doesn't know what a post is. So what I'm going to do is down here we're going to just export class post, and here we can define what a post actually consists of. So it has an ID, which is a number, it has a title, which is a string, and it has a body, which is also a string. Alright, and now you'll see that that error is gone. So this is defined as a promise, and it's a post. Now in here, instead of just returning posts, we want to return promise dot resolve, and then we want to wrap the posts in that. Alright, so we'll go ahead and save that. And then down here you can see that it's now changed. It's changed because now it's returning a promise, which doesn't look right here because we have to call .then on a promise. So we need to go back to our component. Alright, and what we're going to do is get rid of this console log, and then after the get posts we're going to do .then, and then in here we'll pass in posts and use an arrow function, and we can say console.log posts. Okay, so if we save that, now you'll see that we're getting our posts, and we're getting them asynchronously through a promise. Okay, so just a better way to do things. Now let's say we want to bring these posts into our application. What we could do, I'm just going to make this a little wider. What we could do is, instead of this console log, we're going to set this to a code block, and then we're going to say this dot posts, set it to posts. Alright, now we're getting an error here because it doesn't know what that is. We need to define that up here. So we'll say posts, and we're going to set that as post. Alright, now we're getting an error here because it doesn't know what that is. and we're going to define this just like we did in the service. If we copy that and put that here, that'll make the error go away. Now, I don't want to have to repeat this, so I don't want this here and in the service. So what we can do is create a separate file for it. Alright, so we'll say new file, and let's save this as post.ts, and then we're just going to paste that in there and save it, and then we'll go back, let's go into our service and we'll import it. We'll say import post from, and let's see, we have to go outside of the services folder and then post. Let's see, why is that? Oh, there we go. Alright, so now we're pulling it in from the file, and we're going to copy that and we're going to put it in the component as well. Okay, it just saves us from having to repeat ourselves, and that's just going to be ./post. Alright, so let's save that, and it's not going to do anything because all we've done is assigned it to the property. We haven't added it to the view yet. So let's go to our template up here, and let's change this to backtick so that we can use template literals and multiple lines. Alright, so let's do, since it's an array, we want to loop through it, so we're going to do a UL. We're going to do a UL and then an LI, and we're going to say ng4 let post of posts. And then in here we'll have an h3. We should have access to post.title. And then underneath it we'll put a paragraph. Whoops. And inside there we'll say post.body. Alright, let's save that. Hopefully it works. And there we go. We're pulling the posts from the service into the component, and then we're looping through it within the template. And we'll just go and add a heading right here, and we'll just say my blog. Now in the next video we're going to take a look at forms, and we're going to make it so that we can actually add to our post through a form. Alright, so we'll get into that next. Alright, in the last video we created a service that returns some posts to us as a promise, and we're listing them on the page. So now we're going to put a form above it so that we can add posts to our service. So we're going to put a form right here, and we're going to have an input with the type of text, and let's give it a placeholder, and we'll just say post title. Okay, we'll do a couple line breaks and then a text area, and we'll give that a placeholder. We'll say post body. Okay, then we'll do some line breaks and then an input, which will be a submit. So we want type equals submit, and then value will be submit. Alright, let's take a look at that. Alright, so it's not the best looking form in the world, but that's alright. What we want to do now is we want to add an event handler for when we submit it. So in the form tag we're going to put some parentheses and say submit, and then we're going to set that to a function called add post. Alright, and we're going to put parentheses there. Alright, so let's save that, and then we're going to go down here under the constructor, and we're going to say add post. Okay, and just to test things out, let's say console log submitted. Alright, now if we try to submit, you'll see that it just kind of reloads. That's because it's actually submitting the form, but we don't want that. So what we can do to stop that is just go down here and say return false. Okay, so now if we go and we type something in and submit, it stays on the page, but you can see that we get submitted. Now what I'm going to do is create two properties for the title and the body that we submit. So up here we're going to say title, which will be a string, body, string. Alright, and then we're going to have to add ng model to these inputs. So right here we're going to say, we're going to put brackets and then parentheses, ng model. We'll set that to title. And then we'll create another one in the text area for the body. Alright, and then down here, instead of console log submitted, we'll say console log this dot title. Alright, now we're getting an error down here, and the reason for that is because we didn't include the forms model. Alright, I'm sorry, the forms module. So to include that, we're going to go to our app.module.ts, and we need to import that. So we're going to go up here and say import forms module, and that's going to be from at Angular/forms. Alright, and then we need to add that to the imports. So right here, we'll put a comma and we'll say forms module and save. Alright, so now let's see. If ng model is used within a form tag, we need to also use the name attribute. So let's go back to our template up here, and we need to add a name attribute with title. And then we'll also add one to text area with body. Okay, save that. Okay, so no more errors. Now let's go up here and we'll say hello and submit, and you can see we're getting hello. Now in our service, let's go to post service, and let's create a function here called add post. Alright, and that's going to take in a post, and we'll give that a type of post. Okay, then we'll say post.push, and we want to push that post object that's sent through. Post.push. You know what? I'm just going to change this to any. Alright, so let's save that. And then we want to access this add post method from our component when we submit the form. So down here, let's go ahead and we'll say var new post, and we'll set that to an object, so it'll have a title, and we'll get that from this dot title, and a body, which we'll get from this dot body. Alright, and then we'll call that add post function that's in the service by saying this dot underscore post service dot add post, and then we'll pass in new post. Alright, let's save it. Alright, so we'll call this post 5, and we'll say this is post Submit, and there it is. Alright, so it's being added through the service. Now if I reload, it's going to go away because we don't have any data persisting. We don't have a database or an API that we're working with. It's just from just within the user interface. Alright, now in the next video I'm going to introduce the HTTP module, which allows us to make requests to external APIs. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to pull posts in from another data source, not just a mock file. Alright, so we'll get into that next. Hey guys, in this video we're going to be covering two important aspects of Angular 2, and that's the HTTP module and observables. So the HTTP module basically allows us to make HTTP requests to outside APIs. We can make GET requests to fetch data, POST requests to upload data, PUT requests to update data, and then delete requests to delete data. And we're going to focus on GET and POST. Alright, so the API we're going to be working with is at jasonplaceholder.typecode.com, and this is basically a dev tool that offers a JSON API that we can make requests to. Alright, if we take a look down here, it shows us how to do it with jQuery. Okay, we're not using jQuery, but gives you an example on how to do that. And you have all these different resources. You can see down here you can make a GET request to posts, and if I click on that, you can see it's going to just fetch us 100 different posts with different fields: a user ID, an ID, a title, and a body. Alright, we can also get comments, albums, photos, to-dos, and users. Alright, so we're going to get the posts and bring them into the application that we've been working on. Alright, now in addition to the HTTP module, we're going to be working with observables. Observables are used to deal with asynchronous data streams. Okay, so we can send data from our service back to our component as a stream, and then in our component we can subscribe to that stream. Alright, so it works a little like promises, which we went over in the last video. Alright, so we're going to take the application as we left it in the last video, and we're just going to update it to fetch data from our API using the HTTP module instead of just fetching it from a mock data file like we did in the last video. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. I have the application open here. You can see the post service is just as we left it. And the first thing I want to do here is I want to update our post interface here. So if we go to post.ts, you can see we have an ID, a title, and a body. Well, if we go to our API and we click on posts, you can see we have those three fields, but we also have a user ID, so we're going to add that as well. Alright, so let's go right here and we'll say user ID, which looks like it is a number. Alright, whoop, don't want a comma there. And I'm going to put a question mark here, alright, which basically says that it's optional. So let's save that. And then we're going to delete this import from the mock post. We don't need that anymore. Actually, I'll just comment it out. And there's a few things we need to do to be able to use the HTTP module. So first thing we're going to do is import it from up here. So let's say import, and we want to import HTTP from, and that's going to be from at Angular/HTTP. Alright, now in order to use it, it needs to be injected as a dependency, so we need a constructor. Okay, so in the constructor's parameter, let's say private, and we'll call it _HTTP, and set that to the HTTP that we imported above. Okay, now it doesn't stop there. We actually have to add it to our app.module file as well. So let's go there, and we'll import HTTP module, and that's going to be from at Angular/HTTP, and then we need to just include it down here inside the imports array. All right, and then we'll save that. All right, so now that we can use that, we also need to we want to use the map operator with our observables, because we want to send the stream as JSON. All right, so let's say import, and this is going to be from rxjs/add/operator/map. All right, and RxJS stands for Reactive Extensions for JavaScript, and that's what's going to allow us to use observables as well as operators like map. Okay, so now down here where we have get posts, let's get rid of, we're going to get rid of this and that, and we'll get rid of that while we're at it. And then inside get posts, we're going to say return this dot underscore http dot get. Okay, so this is how we use the HTTP module to make a request. Since we want this to be a GET request, we're using .get. Alright, so now what we'll do is grab this URL, and we're gonna throw that in there. And then since we're using we're returning an observable and we're using the map operator, we're going to go to the end here and say .map. Actually, I'll put that on a new line. And in here, we're going to say we want to map the response to res.json. We just want to map it to JSON format. All right, and that's it. That's going to return an observable that can be subscribed to. All right, so let's save that, and then we're going to go into appComponent.ts. And let's go down here and let's see, post service. So see how we have .then because we were dealing with a promise. Well, now we're dealing with an observable, so we want to do .subscribe. All right, and that gets rid of the error. And then that'll get the posts and it'll put it into this .posts. And then we should be able to this should still work since we're still using the same fields, title and body. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, see what happens. Alright, so now you can see that we're getting the posts from that API. I believe it gives us 100 posts. And if we want to limit that, we can. So we'll go back to our service, and right in the URL we're going to put !_limit, and we'll set it to 5. Okay, so if we save that, now you can see we're only getting 5 back. Now we should be able to make a post request as well. Okay, if we go to the documentation here, we should be able to make a post request to posts. Now it's not going to get saved in their database, but it will make the request and it should update our application. Alright, at least until we refresh the page. Alright, so what we need to do is where we imported HTTP, we also want to import headers. Okay, because we need to set the headers when we send the request. So let's go to add post, and we're going to say var headers and set that to new headers. And then we'll say headers.append, and what we want to do is set the content type. Okay, so we'll pass in here content -type, and we want to set that to application/JSON. Alright, and then we're going to return this ._http.post, and let's pass in here the URL, which is going to be, it's actually going to be the same as we made the GET request to. Alright, and we're going to pass along a second parameter here in the post, which is going to be this right here, the post we're passing in. Alright, so let's say post, and then another parameter is going to be an object with headers and headers. All right, and then we'll map the result. We'll say dot map, and we'll say res. We want to pass it as res.json. All right. So let's go ahead and save that, and then we're going to go back to our component where we have this add post, and since it's an observable that's giving the post back to us, we're going to subscribe to this. And we'll just do post and let's just do a console.log. Alright, just want to see what that gives us. Alright, so let's open up the console and we'll just say test post. This is a test, submit. Okay, so you can see that we got it back down here, so it did make the post request, and we got the item back, and you can see it even has an ID. So what we want to do is add that to our UI here, to these posts. So if we just say this dot posts dot push, and we'll pass in here post. So now when we add it, it should show up in here. Say a test, submit, and there it is. Alright, now if I reload, it's going to go away. It's not that the request didn't go through, it's just that this API isn't going to save everything that's posted to it. It's public, so that wouldn't be too good. So if we had our own API that was hooked up to some kind of database, the data would get persisted. Okay, so the request goes through and we're getting data back. So that's going to do it for the HTTP module and observables, and we'll be using this throughout the course or throughout this section. I do want to just make this look a little better, so let's grab the Bootstrap CDN. I'm just going to get the CSS, and we'll add that to our index.html. Okay, so we'll paste that in, save it, and then we're going to go to our styles CSS and just get rid of everything there. Save, and let's go to, let's see, app to component. Alright, so app component.ts. Let's add a div here with the class of container, and that'll wrap around everything. And let's see, the H1, let's say class equals text center, and then for the form, in the input, we'll put class equals form control. And for the form itself, let's give that a class of well. Actually, let's give it a class of, yeah, well's good. And then down here in the ULs, let's see, or the UL, you know what, let's not even do a UL. We'll do a div, and then we'll set this to div class, we'll say panel. Alright, and let's see what that looks like. Alright, so not the best looking, but it does look better. And the post body, let's do that as well, which is the text area, so we'll give that a class of form control. And we can also give a class to the button here. say class btn, btn primary, and btn block. Alright, just make sure it works still, and there we go. Okay, so that's our project, very simple. Just wanted to show you guys how to use the HTTP module and how to implement observables along with the map operator. Alright, so that's it, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so in this project we're going to build a very simple website, and I want to focus on routing because we haven't got to that yet. Okay, Angular 2 uses a special router that we can use to navigate through components. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll have a home router, or I'm sorry, a home component, an about component, and a services component, and these will represent our 3 different pages. Alright, so we're going to use the quick start. So if we go to angular.io, get started, and I'm just going to click on the link right here to clone the quick start application, and we're just going to grab the git clone command. Alright, so I'm just going to copy this right here, and I'm in my projects folder. Let's paste that in, and let's just call this we'll call it ng website. Alright, then we're going to cd into that folder. Okay, and then we're going to run npm install, and that's going to install all the dependencies. Alright, so now we'll go ahead and run npm start, and that should open up the application. Okay, now let's open up the folder inside of Visual Studio Code. So projects and ng website. Alright, and first thing we're going to do here is create those components. So in the app folder, we'll create a folder called components, and inside there we'll create a folder called home, a folder called about, and a folder called services. Alright, so inside home we'll create 2 files. We want home.component.ts, and we also want home.component.html. Okay, we're going to put those same files in about, ts, about.component.html. Alright, and then finally services. Component.html. Okay, so let's grab what we have in app component ts. I'll just copy that, and then I'm going to bring that over to home component ts, and we'll just change the selector to home. And for this, for the template, let's change it to template URL, and we have to add module ID right here and set that to module.id. And in here we'll put in home.component.html. Okay, and then we'll change the name of the class. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy that, save it, and paste it in about. We'll change the selector, the file name, and the class. And same thing with services. Alright, and then let's see, in the HTML I'll just put an H1 and we'll say services. Okay, inside home we'll put an H1 and we'll say welcome. And in about we'll say about. Okay, so we have our components. Now what we want to do is we want to implement a router. Okay, so we're going to create a file inside the app folder, and we're going to call it app.routing.ts. Alright, so this will be our main routes file. So we want to bring in a couple things here. We're going to say import, and we want to bring in a package called module with providers. Alright, and that's going to come from Angular Core. Okay, we want to bring in a couple things from the router. We want to bring routes, and also router module. Okay, and that's going to be from Angular/router. Now we're going to have to import the components that we want to use in the router. So let's say import home component. Okay, that's going to be from component/home/home.component. Alright, we're also going to have to import these into the app.module file. I'll do that in a second. So that's the home. Let's do the about. And of course services. Okay, so now that we have those imported, we're going to create a variable called app routes, which will be the type routes. We'll set it to an array. Okay, and then each object here will represent a route. This is going to be the home route, and that is actually going to be just a blank set of quotes. And then we want to specify the component, which will be home component. Alright, so each route should have a path and a component. Let's copy that. Oops. This one here will be about, and we'll set that to about component. This one will be services, and we'll set it to services component. Okay, and then finally we have to export down here. Export const routing, and give it a type of that module with providers, and set it to router module dot for route, and then we want to pass in that app routes. Alright, and then that should do it. So let's save it. Now we're going to go to our app module TS file. And first of all, we're going to bring in those components. Let's copy this from the routing file. And we'll paste that in. Alright, and then we also want to import routing from the file we just created. Remember, we exported a variable called routing. And we're going to set that to app.routing. Let's see, why is that? Oh, I put an equals, that should be from. Alright, now we're going to have to import, add this routing to the imports array right here. Okay, and then we also want to add all of our components into the declaration. Just like that. And that should do it. Let's save it. Alright, now when we're using the router, we have to add a couple things. We're going to go in index.html, go right below the opening body tag, and we need to add base href equals and then whatever we want for our base URL, which will just be slash for the home page. Okay, we'll save that. And let's see. About component HTML. Oh, I spelled component wrong here. About dot component. Let's see. Okay, so it's giving us an error saying can't find the primary outlet. What we need to do is go into app, our main app component, and right inside the template we need to put in router dash outlet. Okay, save that, and now we get welcome. Okay, remember we defined the home page as our default. Alright, so if we were to go to slash about, we get about. If we go to slash services, we get services. Alright, now for our app component, let's actually create a custom HTML file for this as well. So we're going to add module ID, module.id, and let's set template URL. And I'm just going to cut this. We'll set this to app.component.html, and we'll go ahead and create that file. Okay, we'll just paste that in. Alright, and we should get the same thing. Now what I want to do is create a navigation here. So we'll put in a UL, put in an LI here with a link. Now instead of href, we're actually going to use router link, and we're going to set that to slash, and that'll go to home. Alright, and then we'll copy that. This one will go to services. Actually, no, let's make this one about. Alright, and this one will be services. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. And now you can see we can navigate through our pages, through our components using the router. Now I want to make this look a little better, so we're going to go ahead and instead of using Bootstrap like we've been doing, we're going to use Foundation. So I'm going to grab the Foundation CDN, which we can get right here. So we want this CSS file, and we'll go ahead and put that in our index HTML. Alright, and so let's save that, and then we're going to go to style.css or styles CSS, and then we're going to just get rid of everything there. Alright, so you can see the style is different. Let's also change the title in index HTML. Alright, we'll just change this to my website. Alright, and then let's go to the Foundation website, foundation.zerb.com, and let's see, there should be some templates we can grab, HTML templates, and I just want something very simple. Let's just get this right here. Actually, that's too much. Let's grab this one. Alright, so we'll say download. Actually, I don't want to download it. We'll just grab the source code, Control U, and let's see, we'll grab from this first div. And wow, that's slow. I'm going to get all this, but we're not going to use all of it. Alright, so down to the footer, where the footer ends. We'll copy that. And let's go into app component HTML. And let's see. Yeah, we'll just replace the whole thing. Alright, so let's save that, see what it looks like. Alright, so it looks just like the demo now. Let's see, I'm going to get rid of a lot of this stuff. The title bar, let's get rid of this. Alright, and then we're going to keep the nav bar there. Although I'm going to get rid of the UL that's on the right. Okay, and then let's see. Don't need all this. So let's get rid of, let's see, this div ends right here. Let's actually just keep this div class row, and then I'm going to delete down everything down to where the footer starts, I believe. Save that. Okay, so let's say, well, actually, this is where we'll put our router outlet. Okay, let's see if that shows up. So we get the welcome. And then for the, let's see, for the footer, let's actually get rid of that. Or we'll keep the footer tags, but everything in it. And we'll just say my website, copyright 2016. Alright, now I want to add a container here. I believe it has the class container. Actually, no, let's end it here. And let's see if that, okay, so that didn't work. It's not, I guess it's not container. Let me see. Div class row. I would think row would push it to the middle. Maybe we need to have columns. So inside here we'll say div class equals columns, medium. We'll say medium 8 div, and then let's add another. We'll do a 4-column div. So columns medium 4, and that'll be a static sidebar. All right, we can get rid of the container class because that's not doing anything. All right, so you can see how it pushed it over now, and we'll do the same thing in the footer. Let's see, we'll just grab this. And instead of 2 divs here, we'll do 1, and this one will be 12. There we go. Alright, so let's just add some text content to some of these pages. So we'll go to lorem, I think it's lorem ipsum, or lipsum.com, and just grab some text. We'll generate some paragraphs, and we'll grab that. Okay, so for this, we don't want to put it here. We want to put it in our components. So let's go to our home component TS, our home component HTML, and we'll go ahead and add that. I'm just going to put some paragraph tags in here. Okay. Save that. And now we have some text. We'll add some text to our about. I want to make it a little different. Okay, and then services HTML. And we'll just grab this. Alright, so now we have some content. Now we want this nav bar to be our navigation, so back in app component HTML. Where is it? Let's go and we'll just add, we're going to replace this with router link equals slash, and that'll be the home. Okay, let's change this right here to NG website. That's our logo or brand. Okay, so router link equals slash about. And this one will be router link slash services. Alright, let's check it out. And now we can navigate through our pages. Alright, and we can put a sidebar here if we want. Actually, you know what we could do is create a sidebar component. So if we create a new folder, not in the services, but in the components folder, sidebar, and in here we'll say new file, sidebar.ts, sidebar.html. So in the HTML we'll just put an H3, and then I'll just grab some text, just a little bit. Okay, we'll save that. And then let's copy what we have in home component TS and paste that in sidebar.ts. And we'll change this and this to sidebar.html and this to sidebar component. Save it. We're going to have to import it into our app.module. Okay, and I didn't put sidebar component as the file name, but that's fine. Okay, and then all we have to do is inside app component HTML, in the 4-column div, we'll say sidebar. Alright, save that. And there it is. Okay, let's add a class to it actually. Sidebar HTML. We'll just go ahead and wrap it in a div. And I think it has a class of panel. Or maybe it's not panel. Let's check it out. Let's see, what class does this have? Secondary, maybe? We'll say secondary callout. Okay, so now we have a sidebar with a little background. Alright, so that's our website. It's very simple, but the main goal of this project was to show you how to use the router. Alright, so in the next section we're going to put together a project that is a little more extensive than this. Alright, so I will see you then.